Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Funeral. There were too many bodies to take away all at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo left with most of the Anbu, leaving a portion behind to guard the bodies. YK requested permission from Battalion Commander Yellow Dog to remain stationed here until the Konoha shinobi responsible for transporting the bodies arrived. Yellow Dog naturally agreed. The reason YK wanted to stay was to avoid accompanying Danzo. Danzo had already transplanted a Sharingan into his left eye. That bandaged eye patch must be inscribed with some high-level sealing technique to block all sensory ninjutsu, preventing the Uchiha clan from discovering he possessed a Sharingan. YK pondered, he needed to find a way to deal with Danzo's Mangeki Sharingan. After the Fox Squadron finished organizing the Anbu bodies, YK stood by the corpses, watching the Senju clansmen organize their own dead. In the distance, Senju Hanaki was surrounded by the only 5 Jonin remaining in the Senju clan. During the sealing, the closer a shinobi was to the center of the seal, the stronger they were, and the faster they died. All 6 of the Senju clan's elite Jonin had died. Of the over 30 Jonin, only Senju Hanaki and these 5 remained. Now that the seal was over and the pressure had abruptly lifted, and lingering sorrow settled on the faces of Senju Hanaki and the others. Senju Minami was saying something to Senju Hanaki, but Hanaki only responded numbly. In reality, her mind was nearing collapse, devoid of thought. Senju Hanaki's eyes shifted, landing on the Fox Squadron. Something was wrong. Tonight was far too abnormal. The Uchiha clan's Susanoo had mysteriously appeared on the Nine Tails, causing her mother Mito's unexpected early death. Later, when her elder brother Rinoki died, his face was full of grief, indignation, and incomprehension, as if he had suffered a great injustice or encountered something he found hard to accept. It was a pity the chaos during the Nine Tails rampage was too great, her brother didn't even leave any last words. Everything was too strange. Senju Hanaki stared at the Anbu shinobi, then recalled Danzo's hurried arrival just before the seal. Danzo hadn't come from Konoha village, but from the direction of the Land of Rain to the northwest. This sealing was shrouded in suspicion. If not for Kushina's 2 sudden surges of power at the end, all the Senju shinobi would have died here. Who wanted the Senju clan dead? Senju Hanaki's first suspicion fell on the Anbu. Before the seal, her elder brother Rinoki had already had several intense conflicts with the Konoha leadership over Kushina's future arrangements. Senju Minami asked, "Hanaki, are you listening? We've decided to elect you as clan head." "Sorry, I was distracted," Senju Hanaki said. "Contact Tsunade at the front tonight. Tell her everything that happened here, exactly as it was, leaving nothing out. Especially the details about the Anbu's actions, Danzo's appearance, and so on." The Senju Jonin looked startled. "Hanaki, are you saying SHH? Senju Hanaki said. "Any clan might betray Konoha, but the Senju cannot. I don't mean anything else, I just want Tsunade to know the details." What Senju Hanaki planned to do had to be kept secret from most of the clan. She added, "Ask Kato Dan to return to the village. I need to see him as soon as possible." Senju Hanaki thought that Kato Dan possessed the forbidden technique, the spirit transformation technique, which allowed his soul to leave his body and act. Openly investigating the Anbu was suicide, only Kato Dan could gather intelligence silently and covertly. Even the Anbu couldn't withstand Kato Dan's investigation. This matter had to be kept completely confidential, no one could know. The 4 Anbu battalions that participated in tonight's seal, along with Danzo's 2 assistants, were all within the scope of the investigation. The true culprit had to be found. Senju Hanaki quickly adjusted her expression, no longer looking at the Anbu with scrutiny and hatred. YK watched Senju Hanaki carrying Uzumaki Kushina on her back, and the 2 large sealing scrolls beside her. His immense effort hadn't been in vain. The Senju clan had preserved some strength and still had a voice within the village, so they need not fear Danzo dominating completely. After a while, Kushina woke up. Seeing the neatly arranged bodies before her, she began to cry. Grand Aunt Mito, Uncle Rinoki, they had both been so good to her. Kushina tugged on Senju Hanaki's hand, signaling her to bend down. Listening to Kushina's account, Senju Hanaki's mind was shaken. Kushina actually said there was someone from the Uzumaki clan among the Anbu shinobi. That person had transmitted chakra to her twice. The chakra contained powerful sealing power, helping her seal the 9 tails. No wonder Kushina had 2 sudden surges. It turned out there was a Uzumaki spy within the Anbu. Even her elder brother Rinoki hadn't known about this. Senju Hanaki thought that when having Kato Dan investigate, he must be extremely careful and not directly use lethal force, to avoid accidentally harming the Uzumaki spy. Several hours later, a large number of Konoha shinobi arrived. They transported the bodies of the Senju clan and the Anbu back to the area around the memorial stone. The next day, in front of Konoha's memorial stone, most of the village's shinobi, dressed in black, gathered here. The passing of Konoha's matriarch, Uzumaki Mito, wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, symbolized the official passing of the village's founding generation. The founding generation, the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, and the previous or 2 generations ago clan heads of the various shinobi clans had all died for various reasons. After Uzumaki Mito's death, Konoha was completely handed over to the hands of the village's first generation, represented by Sarutobi Hiruzen, with no more restraints. Sarutobi Hiruzen presided over Uzumaki Mito's funeral at the front. I still remember the first time I met Mother Mito, following Lord Tobirama into the Senju clan grounds. It was the grand wedding of teacher, the first Hokage, and Mother Mito. Mother Mito worked tirelessly with teacher Hashirama for the village's founding. Teacher Hashirama is gone, teacher Tobirama is gone, and now, Mother Mito is also gone. Although they are gone, their most precious legacy, Konoha village, has been passed down. We will uphold the legacy of the founding generation. YK, wearing his Anbu uniform and mask, stood at the rear of the crowd. Somehow, the third Hokage's speech was so moving, full of emotion, that many people around him were moved to tears. Danzo stood in the front row. The Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Kane, didn't pay much attention to Danzo. It seemed YK's guess was correct. Danzo's bandaged eye patch had a sealing technique that blocked perception. He just didn't know where Danzo obtained the sealing technique. Could it be that Senju Tobirama had researched Sharingan transplantation during his lifetime and left some notes? Senju Tobirama's entire skill set seemed almost tailor-made to counter the Uchiha clan. Water release countered fire release, the body flicker technique countered the Sharingan, and the darkness genjutsu technique countered genjutsu. The idea of transplanting the Sharingan was something Senju Tobirama might very well have experimented with. Next to Uchiha Kane was the Uchiha young master, Uchiha Fugaku, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year. After the funeral ended, most people left. Uchiha Kane, accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku, separately expressed their condolences to Senju Hanaki. A sharp, arguing voice attracted everyone else's attention. Uchiha Kane! You must give me an explanation. Where were you last night? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, glanced at the hysterical Senju Hanaki, then at the bewildered Uchiha Kane, said nothing more, and continued walking away. Uchiha Kane repeatedly explained that he was within the clan grounds last night, and many people could vouch for him. Uchiha Kane had learned about the Senju clan's ordeal last night. He knew Senju Hanaki was blaming the Uchiha clan for the armored Susanoo. He said he himself didn't even know Susanoo, so it definitely wasn't him, nor was it the Uchiha clan. No matter how Uchiha Kane explained, Senju Hanaki refused to believe him, and the argument only grew fiercer. Finally, Uchiha Kane had no choice but to say he would come to apologize in person after Senju Hanaki had calmed down. After everyone had left, Senju Minami asked doubtfully, "Clan head Hanaki, was it really the Uchiha clan who did it?" Senju Hanaki did not answer. She wanted to muddy the waters, openly pursuing the Uchiha clan and deliberately creating conflict. It was all a cover for Kato Dan's investigation. End of chapter. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Watching Fox. In the dark corridors of the Anbu, White Goat followed Fox, the squadron leader, towards the squadron's changing rooms. Beneath White Goat's mask, cold sweat continuously seeped out. Squadron leader Fox was very perceptive. He turned his head and asked, "White Goat, what's wrong with you?" White Goat quickly lowered his head, letting the sweat drip onto his collar rather than fall to the floor. "I'm fine, Captain." During last night's Nine Tails transfer seal operation, White Goat had attacked the Nine Tails with explosive tags from the periphery. He hadn't followed the squadron leader and battalion commander underneath the Nine Tails to protect the Uzumaki princess. It was too dangerous under the Nine Tails. Concerned for the squadron leader, he had kept his attention on Fox. The Byakugan could see chakra flow. He noticed that squadron leader Fox's chakra had been completely depleted several times, which was somewhat strange. Logically, he should record these anomalies in the squad's mission report. Mission reports documented each person's behavioral details to assess task performance and determine mission rewards. However, White Goat did not write it down. Squadron leader Fox was very meticulous. If he wrote about this in the mission report, Fox would definitely see it. White Goat stayed in the lounge late into the night. He wanted to wait for an opportunity to report directly to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, bypassing his immediate superior. Purple Cat had originally intended to wait until everyone was gone to have some intimate time with Fox. Seeing White Goat wouldn't leave, she knew it was hopeless for tonight. Since there were tasks tomorrow, she left first. Seeing White Goat still hadn't left, YK walked over and asked, "White Goat, why aren't you going home yet? Something on your mind?" White Goat's heart tightened. Had the captain noticed something? No, just a bit tired. YK remembered the branch family status and the caged bird seal that Hyga Niji from the original story hated, and said, "White Goat, I've heard every Hyga branch family member struggles with the caged bird seal. Every ninjutsu has a weakness, every sealing technique has a release seal. The Uzumaki princess is skilled in sealing techniques. Perhaps after she grows up, she might be able to undo the caged bird seal." White Goat breathed a sigh of relief. The captain only thought he was troubled by the caged bird seal. His mental fortitude was too weak. He had been noticed acting abnormally by the squadron leader twice in a row. Fortunately, the squadron leader trusted him somewhat. "Thank you for your comfort, Captain," White Goat said, taking the opportunity to step down. "Every time I return to the clan grounds, it feels like a heavy, suffocating boulder. To escape that oppressive feeling, I volunteered for the ANBU. It's just a bit easier to die in the ANBU, but everything else is much better than in the clan grounds." "Haha, White Goat, I didn't know you were so humorous. The ANBU isn't just a bit easier to die in, it's extremely easy to die." YK stood up from the bench and said, "Don't worry, my strength has been growing quite rapidly lately. If not necessary, you won't die." "If not necessary?" White Goat coughed. "Captain, you're the truly humorous one. Does the captain mean we will die when it is necessary?" "If necessary, even I will die. Both you and I possess a firm will of fire, don't we?" YK left the ANBU and returned to the izakaya. White Goat waited a long time before finally standing up from the bench. The Fox captain said he had a firm will of fire. Had he been overthinking it? Using the Byakugan to confirm the captain was gone, he finally left the changing room. After much hesitation, he headed towards Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's office. Knocking on the office door, White Goat entered. Seeing it was a squadron leader, Yellow Dog asked, "Well? Is there something? White Goat saw the stack of mission reports from the night of the Nine Tails transfer seal on Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's desk. White Goat said, "Battalion Commander, there is one piece of information I did not include in White Goat Squad's mission report. I believe I should report it to you in person." Yellow Dog's movements paused. Reporting over his superior's head meant the intelligence was extremely important, or the intelligence was targeted at the person being bypassed. Targeting Fox? Yellow Dog said, "Speak. Explain in detail." White Goat swallowed with difficulty and said, "Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, I kept my Byakugan focused on our squadron leader to warn him if anything unexpected happened. During the battle, I noticed the squadron leader had one instance of rapid chakra depletion. It was somewhat abnormal, even abnormal, which is why I didn't include it in the mission report." On the verge of speaking, White Goat wanted to say 3 times, but ultimately changed it to 1. Since joining the ANBU, Fox was the first captain he had followed. The squadron leader trusted him a great deal. The ANBU wasn't as terrifying as the legends said. The squadron leader didn't use his subordinates' lives to probe enemy intelligence. Although the squadron leader was cold, he didn't randomly persecute his subordinates either. The Hyga clan had seen too many scenes on the battlefield. They knew what truly sinister captains were like. Those captains only had eyes for the mission. Anyone could die if it benefited their mission completion. For some reason, White Goat finally softened and didn't say 3 times. Beneath Yellow Dog's mask, his eyes turned gloomy. Among the squadron leaders under his command, Fox was the most capable, with a high mission success rate. He also understood that if Fox had ulterior motives, no matter how much he valued Fox, he would have to eliminate him. Yellow Dog asked, "Fox had one instance of abnormal chakra depletion? What kind of abnormality?" "Battalion Commander, when the squadron leader was near clan head Senjurinoki, his chakra suddenly nearly vanished completely," White Goat said. "But I'm not sure if the squadron leader used up all his chakra to dodge clan head Rinoki's final water dragon bullet, or if it was for some other reason." Yellow Dog's gloomy eyes eased a lot. He said, "That final water dragon bullet from Senjurinoki's last moments, anyone who hesitated for even an instant would have been sent flying sky high by the direct impact. Forget Fox, even I would have certainly died facing such a water dragon bullet. However, even using the body flicker technique at full power to dodge shouldn't consume all one's chakra. Did you see if Fox was hit by the water dragon bullet? If he were hit and had to counteract the terrible water release impact force, that could potentially use up all his chakra." White Goat shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. Both the water dragon bullet and the squadron leader's speed were too fast. Perhaps the squadron leader sensed the water dragon bullet's immense power and unlocked his potential, causing his speed to skyrocket." Yellow Dog frowned in thought. A full minute later, Yellow Dog finally said, "I understand, White Goat. Your intelligence is very useful. However, your information alone isn't enough to label Fox as a spy. There's no compelling reason to eliminate him yet. Nevertheless, I'm assigning you a covered A-rank mission. From now on, keep a constant watch on Fox. Do not slack off even for a moment. Report any intelligence about Fox to me at any time, until I determine that Fox's suspicions have been cleared." "Understood. I will." White Goat left the battalion commander's office, his mind unsettled. He didn't know if what he had done was right. He didn't know if reporting to the battalion commander was right, nor did he know if concealing part of the truth was right. From now on, he would observe the captain even more meticulously. He must help clear the squadron leader's suspicions. End of chapter. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Frequent ANBU Deaths. What? Squadron leader Hippo is dead. 1 week after the Nine Tails transfer and sealing, news spread within the ANBU base. Squadron leader Hippo of the Yellow Dog Battalion had died on a mission somewhere in the Land of Fire. Squadron leader Hippo was very strong, only a step away from being a Jainin. On the night of the Nine Tails transfer and sealing, Hippo was also one of the squadron leaders who had followed Yellow Dog beneath the Nine Tails. Anbu ninja died often. The key point was that, judging from Hippo's corpse, he had been killed by a subordinate attacking him from behind. The fact that there was a spy in the Anbu was somewhat terrifying. Over the next few days, Anbu members died frequently, all killed by their subordinates or squad leaders. The atmosphere within the base in the Forest of Death was tense and fearful. In a forest somewhere in the Land of Fire, members of the Fox Squadron appeared one after another using the body flicker technique. 3 squads formed a circle, some standing on the ground, some on rocks, some on tree trunks. On the ground in the center of the circle lay 2 corpses. 2 Anbu corpses. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. This was the second incident of Anbu members killing each other that the Fox Squadron had investigated recently. After carefully examining the bodies, Purple Cat came to report to YK. Captain, the deceased are 2 members of the Yak Squadron from our Yellow Dog Battalion. One ambushed the other from behind, a ninja sword piercing the other's lung. Afterward, they briefly fought, resulting in both their deaths. YK asked, were they both recruits recently sent by Root? If Root's screening was lax and a spy had been mixed into the Anbu, it was possible that the spy acted violently to obtain intelligence. Purple Cat said, the one who was ambushed was a recruit. But the one who attacked from behind can't be considered new, he had already served in the Anbu for over 6 months. 6 months? Then we can rule out suspicion of him being a spy. White Goat, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow slightly. Could spy suspicion really be eliminated after just 6 months? Then Squadron Leader Fox, who had served in the Anbu for about a year now. YK looked at Purple Cat and said, after the Nine Tails transfer and sealing, just our squadron alone has investigated 2 incidents of Anbu members killing each other. I don't know about the other squadrons, but I estimate there are more. This isn't a coincidence. Besides the possibility of spies, the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique, and some forbidden techniques can all control others to kill each other. Can we rule out suspicion of the Nara or Yamanaka clans? Purple Cat said. The final blow for both was a kunai stabbed into the eye, straight into the brain. The brains were destroyed, making it impossible to extract information from the corpses. However, we can rule out the shadow imitation technique. Anyone under the shadow imitation technique subconsciously exerts force with their feet, trying to break free, so the soil under their feet gets disturbed in the struggle, leaving deep footprints. As for the mind-body switch technique, I cannot rule it out. YK had no other methods either. This investigation mission once again ended without result. The previous time, 3 Anbu ninja were on a mission to assassinate a noble of the Land of Fire, but ended up dead in the noble's garden. Not only did the mission fail, it nearly caused a diplomatic incident. This time, 2 Anbu were delivering intelligence to the front lines in the Land of Grass, but died halfway. The key point was that both times the manner of death was mutual killing, which was extremely rare for the Anbu. Take the bodies back to the village. Let's see if the torture and interrogation corps can get some information out of them. After returning to the Anbu, just as YK delivered the bodies to the torture and interrogation corps, the Yellow Dog Battalion commander's assistant said the battalion commander wanted to see him. Entering the battalion commander's office, YK saw more than a dozen scrolls haphazardly thrown on the desk. Yellow Dog said, the Nine Tails transfer and sealing caused significant Anbu casualties. Recently, there have been over 10 more incidents of Anbu members killing each other. All 6 Anbu battalions have had deaths. What were the results of your investigation today? YK replied. Sorry, same as last time. We found nothing. The brains of the corpses were destroyed. We cannot determine if it was genuine mutual killing or mutual killing under the control of genjutsu, a secret technique, or a forbidden technique. Within a several hundred-meter radius, we found no traces of enemies hiding or lurking. Yellow Dog adjusted his mask, indicating his own anxiety. He said, "The ANBU members all died after leaving the village. The enemy is likely outside the village. The investigations near the village have yielded no results. Fox, take your squadron to the Land of Rain to investigate an ANBU death incident. Your squadron has members from the Yamanaka and Hyga clans, making its abilities quite comprehensive. In the Land of Rain, your tasks are, first, to investigate the death of the ANBU squad, and second, to monitor the combat situation in the Land of Rain for Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo has decided to enter the Land of Rain within the next half or full month. Right now, the most intense fighting is against the Hidden Rain village. The demigod Hanzo is renowned and formidable. Perhaps the deaths of the ANBU are his method of sabotage behind our lines." YK nodded, then asked, "What about the mission to monitor the escalating conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans?" Yellow Dog said, "I will assign that to other squadrons stationed in the village." Friction between the Senju and Uchiha clans was continuous, and incidents involving bloodshed and injury had already occurred. The greatly weakened Senju clan, conversely, was the aggressive one, constantly pursuing and provoking the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, unable to explain the Sharingan from the Night of the Nine Tails transfer and sealing, found it hard to defend themselves and had been exercising restraint. YK left Konoha with his squadron that very day, heading for the Land of Rain. Throughout the journey, YK was very cautious, wary of his surroundings and of every ANBU member behind him, especially the few recruits. Who exactly was killing the ANBU? A name surfaced in YK's mind. Could it be him? Kato Dan? It wouldn't be strange if Kato Dan was involved, but directly killing ANBU members was somewhat strange. Had the Senju clan abandoned their naivety and started resorting to any means necessary to target the ANBU? Arriving in the Land of Rain, YK led his squadron to report to the frontline headquarters first. The commander-in-chief, Mito Kato Homura, did not have the authority to command the ANBU, but needed to be aware of all forces at the front, including the ANBU, to avoid miscalculations. Inside the ANBU tent, YK saw many Jainin. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kato Dan, and others. It seemed a small Jainin meeting had just concluded. YK glanced at Tsunade. The tragic events of the Nine Tails transfer and sealing had long since reached the front lines. Tsunade looked exhausted and sorrowful. Most of her clan had died during the Nine Tails sealing, leaving her in extremely low spirits. YK's gaze swept over Orochimaru. Danzo's Sharingan had probably been transplanted by Orochimaru. He had once disposed of experimental corpses for Orochimaru. The eyeballs of a Shimura clan youth had been removed. He wondered if any other Shimura clansmen had become test subjects for Danzo later on. As for Jiraiya, it was better not to look. He was solely focused on sticking close to Tsunade, nothing else could be discerned. None of these three paid attention to YK, an ANBU member, but YK clearly felt Kato Dan glance at him once more. Turning his head slightly to watch Kato Dan's retreating, YK was thoughtful. Mito Kato Homura said, "Fox, the corpses of the ANBU squad that died under suspicious circumstances are still in the body storage tent in the medical area. You can go investigate." "Understood, Lord Mito Kato Homura." Arriving at the medical tent area, YK saw Tsunade again. Tsunade wore the first Hokage's necklace, retrieved from Nawaki, around her neck and was busy in the medical area. The Hidden Rain village kept salamanders, whose poison was very strong. Many poisoned ninja were in the medical area. Fortunately, Tsunade was here, otherwise, these poisoned ninja would have slowly died. As YK led Purple Cat and White Goat towards the corpse tent, he saw Kato Dan again, who had come to find Tsunade. Kato Dan was followed by 2 ninja, they were the guards assigned to him by the Senju clan. As they passed by Kato Dan, YK carefully observed every detail about him. His body muscles were very relaxed, without any subtle tension that would appear upon seeing an enemy. YK was somewhat puzzled. Had he been mistaken? There was another possibility, squadron leader Fox simply wasn't significant enough to make Kato Dan tense. Chapter End. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Hell Split Dog. Entering the corpse tent, Purple Cat and White Goat began gathering information from the bodies. Just as Purple Cat was about to speak, YK first said to White Goat, "Use your Byakugan to check the area around the tent first, to avoid eavesdroppers." White Goat activated his Byakugan beneath his mask. He turned in a circle, checking front, back, left, and right, but found nothing unusual. Only then did Purple Cat speak. "Captain, the wounds on the 3 corpses were all caused by the same ninja sword, but the wounds on the last corpse are of various shapes: ninja sword, wire, kunai. This means that this time, one ANBU member launched a surprise attack and was then surrounded and attacked by the other 3. That attacking ANBU member was very strong, holding his own against 3 opponents, killing 2 in succession, and then dying together with the final squad leader." After thinking, YK summarized. 2-person ANBU teams, 4-person ANBU teams, the enemy can only control 1 person each time. Time of death. According to the medical ninja's records, the time of death was 10 days ago. 10 days ago. Several ANBU ninja who assassinated the disobedient noble in the Land of Fire also died around 10 days ago. Either it's a large group, or the enemy has teleportation abilities. YK thought for a moment and said, "Have the medical ninja register the bodies and send them back to the village for burial. Let's go scout the location where this squad died." Not long after leaving the corpse tent, YK saw Tsunade. Tsunade seemed to be waiting for him. Tsunade frowned, staring at YK, and said, "Fox, I remember seeing you at Teacher Hiruzen's place, and then I encountered you 2 or 3 more times. You belong to the Yellow Dog Battalion of the ANBU. I am ANBU. I cannot voluntarily disclose my information." Tsunade added, "My impression of you isn't bad. I recall you brought back crucial intelligence from the battle at Ushiga Mountain. On the night of the 9 Tails transfer and sealing, were you also on the scene?" "I cannot answer." YK thought to himself, this isn't the era of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, anymore. Is it appropriate for you to so bluntly question an ANBU member like this? Seeing she couldn't get anything out of him, Tsunade let YK leave. Kato Dan walked over from not far away. "Tsunade, why did you stop that ANBU member?" The matter of secretly investigating the ANBU was known only to 2 people, clan head Senju Hanaki and Kato Dan. Even Tsunade didn't know that Kato Dan was secretly investigating the ANBU. Tsunade said, "Kushina wrote me a letter. She said she is certain that there is a member of the Uzumaki clan in the ANBU, whose chakra contains the power of sealing techniques. If that ANBU member hadn't helped her twice in a row, inputting chakra into her, she couldn't have completed the seal. If the 9 Tails seal hadn't been completed, the situation wouldn't be what it is now. Over 900 ninja of the Senju clan might have all died at the hands of the 9 Tails. Fortunately, Kushina received help from that hidden person, otherwise, the Senju clan would be practically wiped out. I have a faint feeling that this fox is somewhat different, but I'm not sure if it's him. If only I could treat him once, then I would know if he is really from the Uzumaki clan." In the original story's plot, the Senju clan was nearly wiped out due to the 9 Tails transfer and sealing, and Tsunade's sole emotional support became Kato Dan. After Kato Dan's death, Tsunade's spirit completely collapsed, and she developed hemophobia. YK had changed part of the plot, so Tsunade's mental fortitude was much stronger. The Senju clan still existed, her aunt Senju Hanaki maintained the clan's operations, and had made Tsunade the young clan head. Kushina's letter? Aren't you afraid it might be intercepted by the Anbu or others? Kushina's letter was sealed. Without knowing the hand seal method, one can only destroy it, not open it. Kato-dan was very puzzled. The Uzumaki clan sent a spy into the Anbu? That's impossible, right? Even the Senju clan can't interfere with the Anbu now. Tsunade said, I'm not sure either, but I believe Kushina's judgment. She experienced the Nine Tails transfer and sealing firsthand and has no reason to hide anything about this matter. Kato-dan looked thoughtfully at Fox's retreating figure. The Fox squadron left the main camp, bypassed the frontline combat zones, and detoured deep into the land of rain. The Anbu squad they needed to investigate had died deep within the land of rain. YK, wearing a cloak, ran swiftly through the rain. Ahead of him were his 3 Anbu squads. Logically, as the squadron leader, YK should be at the very front to prevent the squadron from rashly entering a trap. However, what required more caution now was the possibility of a certain Anbu ninja suddenly launching a surprise attack. Every member of every squad was under YK's surveillance. Relying on White Goat's jutsu, the squadron avoided the rain ninja outposts and arrived at the place where the Anbu squad was killed. The squadron fanned out, searching the surrounding area for any possible clues. The rain was pouring down. Even if there were traces, they would be washed clean by the heavy rain. YK didn't hold out much hope either, just going through the motions, waiting for the squad's investigation results. He looked up at the sky. The dark clouds obscured the full moon. Above the clouds should be a full moon like a silver platter. The rain was cold, the night was chill. The 3 squads investigated for a long time but found nothing. Just then, a loud, high-pitched dog bark startled everyone, making them turn to look into the distance. YK's heart skipped a beat. Was that the Uzumaki's hell-split dog? The inherited summoning creatures of the Uzumaki clan, such as the Yatagarasu, had been passed down by the elders to Uzumaki Yuka. These few large summoning creatures were the greatest reliance for Uzumaki Yuka and the others to hold on until now. He hadn't been in contact with Uzumaki Yuka recently. Had the Uzumaki remnants encountered some threat, forcing them to use a large summoning creature in battle? YK quickly looked at White Goat, who activated his Byakugan, looking in the direction of the bark. Squadron Leader. 2 kilometers due west, a summoning creature is running towards here. The summoning creature is chasing 3 ninja, they are 3 Konoha ninja. The summoning creature is very fast, estimated to arrive here in a few more minutes. YK thought for a moment and said, we can't stand by and watch Konoha ninja die. Let's wait and see. White Goat continued reporting. Captain, it's a pursuit. The ones fleeing are 3 Konoha ninja. They are carrying 3 people, 2 adults and 1 child. The pursuing giant summoning creature is the Hell-Split Dog. The Anbu has records, it is the village guardian summoning creature of Ozushiagakur. A woman is standing on the Hell-Split Dog's head. YK thought, it really is Uzumaki Yuka. It was raining heavily, the Yatagarasu was affected, so Uzumaki Yuka chose the Hell-Split Dog instead. The over 30-meter tall Hell-Split Dog was very fast, its 4 paws flying through the rain. The Fox Squadron inserted itself between the Konoha ninja and the Hell-Split Dog. An Anbu ninja threw a series of explosive tags. The tags exploded on the Hell-Split Dog's body, causing it to grow several more heads. YK didn't want to fight Uzumaki Yuka in front of everyone. He shouted to the 3 Konoha ninja. We are Konoha Anbu. Please come with us. However, the 3 Konoha ninja acted like they were deaf, continuing forward. Purple Cat said, Captain, they are under a genjutsu. 1 Jainin, 2 Takubitsu Jainin, all are under genjutsu. YK was stunned. Was his suspicion wrong? Were the Anbu deaths not caused by Kato-dan, but by genjutsu? If they died from genjutsu, it would require many genjutsu users operating in many places, making it impossible to leave no trace at all. YK preferred to believe that the current situation was a coincidence. YK looked at the rapidly approaching Hell Split Dog and said, "I'll hold the rear. You continue escorting the village ninja, and find a way to release their genjutsu." Water release, water formation wall. After forming hand seals, YK released a massive water formation wall. Seeing this, White Goat sighed inwardly. Squadron leader Fox's strength was increasing. Judging by the scale of this water release, he wasn't far from Janin level, was he? The Hell Split Dog crashed into the water release, its momentum halting abruptly. Uzumaki Yuka gripped the Hell Split Dog's ears tightly, almost flying into the turbulent water formation wall due to the inertia. When she looked carefully, she saw Fox behind the water formation wall. "It's Fox." YK secretly made a hand gesture, signaling Yuka to go in another direction. Chapter End. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Uchiha Bloodline Limit. Yuka controlled the Hell Split Dog to follow YK. After covering enough distance to be out of the Byakugan's reconnaissance range, YK released a shadow clone to fight the Hell Split Dog, creating a commotion. The Hell Split Dog cooperated, mainly howling, and didn't actually destroy YK's shadow clone. YK and Uzumaki Yuka hid not far away. "Yuka, what happened?" Uzumaki Yuka said anxiously. "Fox, 3 Konoha ninja have kidnapped Nagato and his family of 3. "Kidnapped? Why kidnap?" YK's heart skipped a beat. "Wait, who did you say? A family of 3? N.A. Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato, the little boy among us." YK was stunned. According to the original story's plot, around this time Nagato should be close to awakening the Rinnegan. Nagato had the Rinnegan before meeting Jiraiya, meaning before the war between Omegakure and Konoha ended. Uchiha Madara transplanted his own Rinnegan onto Nagato for his future revival. Uzumaki Nagato's talent was very strong, enhanced by the Uzumaki clan's physique and his descent from the Sage of Six Paths, allowing him to barely withstand the strain of the Rinnegan. Nagato was extremely precious to Uchiha Madara. The 3 Konoha ninja were probably under Uchiha Madara's genjutsu, acting to kidnap Nagato's family of 3. Could Uchiha Madara be nearby? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Remembering that his 3 squads were still pursuing the 3 Konoha ninja, YK quickly said, "Yuka, you go back. You're too weak to participate in what comes next. This matter is far more complicated than it appears. Leave it to me. I'll at least ensure Nagato survives." He couldn't guarantee Nagato's parents' safety, but Nagato himself, under Uchiha Madara's secret surveillance, wouldn't be in mortal danger. Hearing this, Uzumaki Yuka understood that Fox knew more intelligence, hence his advice to withdraw. "All right, Fox, I'll leave now." He stepped forward, hugged Yuka, patted her thin back, and YK turned to leave. "My 3 squads. Uchiha Madara, you'd better leave some of them for me, don't kill them all." When YK found his squadron, he saw all 3 squads gathered at the foot of a hillside. YK breathed a sigh of relief, his squad was still intact. Purple Cat quickly said, "Captain, you drove off that summoning creature." YK asked, "What about the 3 Konoha ninja? Are they still under genjutsu?" White Goat said, "Yes, Captain, still under genjutsu. No matter how we call them, they ignore us. If we try to get close to release the genjutsu on them, they suddenly accelerate, and we can't catch up." YK gave the order. "Maintain distance from the 3 Konoha ninja. This is strange. Be wary of them suddenly attacking us." The many ANBU members nodded repeatedly. Recently, ANBU members kept dying at the hands of their own comrades, making everyone uneasy. The 3 Konoha ninja, carrying their captives, stood beside a large boulder on the hillside. The next moment made YK's scalp tingle. On the hillside, the large boulder suddenly exploded, revealing a cave inside. From the cave, a figure slowly walked out. Unruly, graying hair, the hand holding the scythe had loose skin, his face was deeply lined with wrinkles. But those eyes made everyone freeze in place. The Rin-Egan. Everyone was under the genjutsu, demonic illusion, stakes staking technique. The demonic illusion, stakes staking technique, a genjutsu that renders its victims immobile. YK's body was incredibly stiff, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his feet. In just a few seconds, YK was drenched in sweat from the exertion. Uchiha Madara. His aged figure was stooped, lacking his former vigor, yet now, using a genjutsu with minimal chakra cost, he rendered an entire Anbu squadron helpless. It's over. A level 5 noob character encountering a level 99 max level boss. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his hand, forming a single seal near his chin. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Overwhelming flames instantly filled the entire hillside, swallowing everyone in the squadron. He had just reached the night of the full moon, how could he die so hastily? Detected host death. Mochizuki's arc system starting up. YK's vision went black, then he jolted awake. His eyelids felt hot, everything in his vision tinged with red, as if he were still within those terrifying flames. YK had revived, back to, several dozen minutes earlier. He hadn't even survived the night, killed by the suddenly appearing Uchiha Madara. This was the fastest he had died after a full moon night since his transmigration. The world where the strong were respected was so unfair. Simply carrying out an investigation mission, walking in the light rain, having just met one of his lovers, a powerful being suddenly appeared, raised its foot, and crushed him like an ant. Mochizuki's arc activated. The host has only one chance to revive per month. Upon death, revival occurs on the previous full moon night. Reward, 1 lottery draw opportunity. 1 fire attribute chakra. 2 genjutsu, demonic illusion, stakes staking technique. 3 Uchiha bloodline limit, medium high, dot. Fire attribute chakra, what are you doing here? You're just causing trouble. Wasting a precious slot. Would he have to choose the garbage options first in the future to prevent them from repeating? The genjutsu, demonic illusion, stakes staking technique could make up for YK's weakness in genjutsu, but without the Sharingan, the technique's effect would be greatly reduced. The third option, Uchiha bloodline limit, and a medium-high grade 1 at that. Uchiha Madara's bloodline talent was definitely top tier. YK's current body couldn't withstand a top-tier Sharingan talent, hence the medium-high grade appeared. This time, there wasn't much choice, he directly selected the third option. YK only felt a pain in the back of his head, as if all the blood vessels in his head were about to burst from pressure. The nervous systems in his head and eyes strengthened, making his entire head feel swollen and sore. With the bloodline limit acquired, he would awaken the eyes upon some future stimulus. Without realizing it, YK had actually gathered all of Konoha's top bloodlines, Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha. He quickly looked at his status panel. Host status. Chakra reserve, 3.8x Takubitsu Jainin level. Chakra attributes, Earth, Water, Yang, Yin. Bloodlines, Senju of the Forest, medium high, Uzumaki bloodline, medium high, Uchiha bloodline, medium high, dot. The panel had changed mainly in 3 aspects. After obtaining the Uzumaki bloodline, his chakra reserve was 2.5x Takubitsu Jainin level. In less than a month, it had naturally grown to 2.8x. Now, the chakra reserve had changed from 2.8x to 3.8x. The Uchiha bloodline enhanced spiritual energy. Chakra is a mixture of spiritual and physical energy, so the chakra reserve had also increased significantly. With the support of 3 major bloodlines, YK's chakra reserve would grow naturally, improving his originally plain physique and entering a fast lane for chakra growth. Regarding chakra attributes, he had gained the yin attribute. The yin attribute chakra is the foundation for performing genjutsu and spiritual type ninjutsu. For bloodlines, he had gained the Uchiha bloodline. He hadn't received the necessary stimulus yet, so the eyes hadn't awakened. He would need to provoke Uchiha Ninja a few more times, see if he could get a single Tomo Sharingan. Chapter End. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, The Closest Brush with Death. The thought of having to lay low for an entire month gave YK a headache. A loud, high-pitched dog bark echoed through the rainy night. The hell-split dog was coming. YK pretended to ask White Goat, "What's happening?" White Goat quickly said, "3 Konoha ninja are running towards here, carrying 3 captives, one of whom is a child. Chasing the Konoha ninja is a large summoning creature, the hell-split dog, formerly the village guardian summon of Ozushiagakuer." Time was running out for YK. Uchiha Madara was just a few kilometers away, inside the mountain. If he encountered Uchiha Madara again, Madara had 100 ways to kill him. "Let's go. No matter who they are from Konoha, we can't stand by and do nothing." YK wanted to save Uzumaki Nagato but also avoid facing Uchiha Madara. The best method was to intercept Uzumaki Nagato as early as possible. YK moved quickly, putting distance between himself and the Uchiha Madara behind them, feeling slightly safer. As soon as he saw the 3 Konoha ninja, YK hurriedly said, "These 3 Konoha ninja are very likely under a genjutsu. Their eyes look wrong. You stop our 3 village members. I'll stop the hell-split dog." White Goat was just about to report that the chakra flow in the 3 Konoha ninja was very strange, but didn't expect the captain to notice so quickly. The captain was really sharp, worthy of being a veteran squadron leader who had survived in the Anbu for over half a year. YK pushed off with his legs, leaping high over the 3 Konoha ninja, appearing between them and the hell-split dog. Water release, water formation wall. A massive wall of water surged skyward, blocking the hell-split dog. On the hell-split dog's head, Uzumaki Yuka looked surprised to see it was her acquaintance, Fox. She quickly made the hell-split dog retreat, pretending to be afraid of Fox, and withdrew first. Seeing Fox's appearance, Yuka realized he seemed to have become the squadron leader of 3 squads. She hadn't expected Fox to be so successful as a spy, already becoming an Anbu squadron leader. She remembered when she first met Fox, he was just a low-level Anbu member. After more than half a year, Fox had become a core member of the Anbu, able to obtain more intelligence. Hearing that major events had happened in Konoha, with Lady Mito passing away, Yuka really wanted to ask about the Nine-Tails ceiling and how Princess Kushina was doing. However, now was not the time for catching up or gathering information. The 3 squads rushed towards the 3 Konoha ninja, trying to find a way to release the genjutsu. These 3 Konoha ninja were very strong, 1 Jainin and 2 Takubutsu Jainin. After a few exchanges, Purple Cat immediately discovered the key point: they're protecting the captives behind them. The 3 valued the captives more than their own lives. The fight between YK and the hell-split dog looked fierce, with water release shooting into the air one moment and earth-style rising spears sprouting like a thorny forest the next, but in reality, most of their attacks missed. Taking advantage of the water release obscuring his figure, YK made a hand signal to Uzumaki Yuka, telling her to leave quickly. Uzumaki Yuka trusted Fox completely. Without any extra actions, she decisively commanded the hell-split dog to leave. After the hell-split dog left, YK moved to the rear battlefield. He went to White Goat's side and asked, "White Goat, can you tell what genjutsu it is?" White Goat said, "I can't identify the specific genjutsu. Most genjutsu have fixed effects, either binding or hypnotizing. The genjutsu on these 3 seems more like a powerful psychological suggestion directly imposed using a jutsu, compelling the 3 Konoha ninja to achieve a certain goal." Judging by how they protect the captives even at the cost of injury, the genjutsu's suggestion is to transport the captives. They couldn't waste time, they were too close to Uchiha Madara. YK looked at Uzumaki Nagato. If he could snatch Nagato and get far away from Uchiha Madara, there might be a slim chance of survival. If he could seize Uzumaki Nagato here, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan would rot in its sockets, and the shinobi world would reach its conclusion early. YK charged towards Uzumaki Nagato. He shouted to the Leaf Monkey squad near Nagato, "Cover me. I'll handle them." "Understood, squadron leader." YK observed Uzumaki Nagato, who was unconscious. Ropes were tied around his armpits and waist, binding him tightly to the Konoha Jainin. "Captain!" Purple Cat shouted, his tone full of shock. As Fox passed by him, Leaf Monkey suddenly took a diagonal step forward and thrust a ninja sword at YK's back. Hearing the sound of the blade cutting through the air behind him, YK instinctively sidestepped to dodge. That crucial half-step saved his life. YK looked down, stunned to see the tip of a ninja sword protruding from his left shoulder. Adrenaline surged, he felt no pain, only an intense heat in his left shoulder. He quickly formed hand seals and released the only ninjutsu that could attack behind him, earth-style rising spears. 2 earthen spears shot up, piercing Leaf Monkey behind him. Purple Cat simultaneously used the mind-body switch technique, secret technique. She discovered 2 souls inside Leaf Monkey's mind. 100 li away, Kato Dan suddenly woke up in a cave. A guard ninja next to him asked, "How did it go, Dan? Did you find any rain ninja?" Kato Dan shook his head, lying, "No, didn't find any rain ninja, only some rogue ninja from the land of rain dissatisfied with Hanzo." The matter of targeting the Anbu was known only to himself and clan head Hanaki, he couldn't tell the 2 guards beside him. The guard said, "Hanzo rules his subordinates harshly. It's said no one is allowed within 10 meters of him, otherwise the leaking poison gas can kill people. Without trusted aides, his control is poor, relying only on personal strength for intimidation. Rogue ninja groups are everywhere." Kato Dan leaned against the wall, thoughtful, deeply regretting not finding any clues from the ninja code named Leaf Monkey. Leaf Monkey had participated in the Night of the Nine Tails transfer and sealing, but knew nothing of the truth. All orders came from squadron leader Fox. Within the Fox squadron, Fox was quite strong, and the 2 squad leaders, Purple Cat and White Goat, one from the Yamanaka clan and one from the Hyga clan, both had strong spiritual energies. While his soul was drifting in the air, he noticed that squadron leader Fox's soul was unusually powerful, about twice the strength of an ordinary soul. Clan head Hanaki said there was a Uzumaki spy in the Anbu. Only after confirming squadron leader Fox was not the Uzumaki spy could he be killed. On the battlefield, cold sweat dripped down YK's forehead, smoke bomb. Everything was in chaos. Leaf Monkey had suddenly attacked him, his left shoulder was wounded. Using the cover of the smoke bomb, YK quickly jumped away to escape. There was still a powerful enemy in the shadows. The matter of Nagato would have to wait for now. The 3 Konoha ninjas' goal was capturing Uzumaki Nagato, so they didn't bother with the retreating Anbu. After disengaging, YK said, "Head west. Find a place sheltered from the rain. Let me tend my wounds quietly." Uchiha Madara's cave was to the east, they had to get as far away from him as possible. With his current physique, combining the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, his physical constitution was very strong. As long as he had a chance to rest quietly, relying on the Senju clan's slow self-healing ability, his shoulder wound could recover. After finding a cave, Purple Cat treated and bandaged YK's wound. This was the closest YK had ever come to true death. If not for that final dodge, Leaf Monkey's sneak attack would have pierced straight through his heart. Chapter End. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, The Pressure from Kato Dan. All his subordinates guarded the cave entrance while YK lay beside the fire, silently sensing the changes in his body. His platelets were very active, and the wound quickly stopped bleeding. The wound felt numb and itchy as new tissue slowly grew. The physiques of the Senju and Uzumaki clans gave YK a bit more margin for error. 3 days later, his injury had stabilized and improved. YK met with the ANBU squad members one by one. First were the 3 remaining members of the Leaf Monkey squad. All 3 gave the same account. Squad leader Leaf Monkey had been completely normal before, and they didn't know when he had been controlled. Finding no useful information, YK appointed Flower Deer as the new squad leader. The Leaf Monkey mask seemed too unlucky, whoever wore it died, and it had nearly killed him. It was a pity about Leaf Monkey, killed by his own hand. Changing the squad leader might change this squad's luck. Next, YK met with White Goat. White Goat said he had kept his Byakugan active and found nothing unusual. Within a 3-kilometer radius, no one was hiding. The enemy's methods couldn't even be detected by the Byakugan. Finally, it was Purple Cat's turn. Purple Cat said, "Captain, I used the mind-body switch technique on Leaf Monkey at the end, trying to control him and stop him from attacking you further. My technique failed. There were 2 souls inside Leaf Monkey's body. I've never seen anything like it." YK's expression changed as understanding dawned on him. He had suspected that Leaf Monkey was also under Uchiha Madara's genjutsu, just like the 3 Konoha ninja he saw earlier. He had almost been misled by Uchiha Madara. The recent ANBU mutual killings and Leaf Monkey's attack on him weren't genjutsu, they were soul-type secret techniques. He had finally found evidence. As far as YK knew, only Kato Dan possessed such an ability. Kato Dan, this talented subordinate of the Senju clan, seemed to have truly turned against the village. Thinking carefully, he couldn't blame the Senju clan and Kato Dan for being extreme. The village had been extremely first, far more extreme than the Senju clan. 5 days later, YK finally left the cave. The shoulder wound had healed completely, no longer affecting his combat ability. The enemies were too dangerous, be it Uchiha Madara or Kato Dan. He had to be fully recovered before taking action. Outside the cave, the relentless drizzle continued, never ceasing. YK said, "Let's return to the front-line camp, but we'll take a detour. First, detour through the land of fire, then return to camp. The situation we encountered here is too complex for our squadron to handle. We were only here to complete an investigation mission, with no mandatory objective to achieve. This doesn't count as abandoning the mission." In a cave about 20 kilometers away, Kato Dan said to his 2 guards, "Today, I will use the forbidden technique once more to gather intelligence on Hanzo. Please guard me." The 2 guards stood watch at the cave entrance while Kato Dan leaned against the wall. The Fox ANBU squadron included a Hyga clansman. That Hyga ninja also participated in the Nine Tails transfer and sealing. He must have seen a lot of intelligence. If he could obtain information from that Hyga ANBU member, perhaps he could uncover the truth behind the Senju clan's heavy losses. After forming hand seals, Kato Dan used the forbidden technique, spirit transformation technique. His soul flew out, passing through the mountain above the cave, and appeared in mid-air. The souls of everyone around were like candle flames in the dark. Under White Goat's direction, the Fox Squadron was detouring south, planning to enter the Land of Fire from the southern part of the Land of Rain. Because of Leaf Monkey's previous sudden sneak attack, all ANBU members maintained some distance from each other, allowing reaction time. YK was at the rear of the group, watching every subordinate ahead. Amidst the calm, Antelope suddenly reached into his tool pouch. YK shouted, "Antelope! Don't move! Take your hand out!" However, the next second, Antelope's hand held 5 explosive tags. Dodge! The explosive tags flew in 5 different directions, exploding instantly. In the series of blasts, YK saw Purple Cat thrown against a nearby tree trunk, and Black Ox falling from mid-air, vomiting blood. The Purple Cat squad was heavily damaged. YK quickly moved forward, catching Black Ox, who was nearest to him. Black Ox's chest was blasted, a charred mess with blackened flesh and lumps. Just as he was about to lay Black Ox down, Black Ox suddenly raised a kunai and stabbed at YK's side. On the tree trunk, Antelope said in terror, "It wasn't me. I was just suddenly controlled." Kato Dan's soul had already transferred from Antelope to Black Ox. Black Ox's kunai only struck a lump of human-shaped mud. The soul form Kato Dan paused. An earth clone? Black Ox's kunai missed, and he instead stabbed at the ground beneath him. Unfortunately, YK didn't immediately attempt a sneak attack on Black Ox. Seeing his counterattack fail, Black Ox looked towards Purple Cat, who was nearest. Purple Cat was also blasted, staggering as he tried to stand. Black Ox charged straight at Purple Cat, his movement habits completely different from before. The kunai stopped just 3 centimeters from the center of Purple Cat's mask forehead. YK emerged from underground, his kunai stabbing into Black Ox's arm. He didn't want to kill Black Ox. However, Black Ox opened his palm, dropped the kunai, caught it with his other hand, and continued stabbing at Purple Cat. YK kicked Black Ox away. Black Ox's chest was already severely injured from the blast, and after taking YK's kick, he writhed in pain in the mud. Antelope dropped down from the tree. "Sorry, Captain. I don't know what controlled me." Antelope's tone was full of apology, yet his ninja sword was aimed straight at YK's throat. YK felt his scalp tingle. It wasn't that Black Ox and Antelope were particularly strong, but the feeling that anyone around him could be an enemy made danger feel omnipresent. Water release, water formation wall. A wall of water surged forth, sweeping Antelope away. Antelope crashed into an overhanging tree trunk above, was dazed by the impact, and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to look up, mumbling, "Captain, I really didn't mean it." YK turned to look at Purple Cat. Only Purple Cat now could discern if someone's soul was being controlled. Purple Cat slowly looked up and said, "Captain, I'll use the secret technique now." Purple Cat began forming hand seals. YK thought, even if Kato Dan controlled Purple Cat, he surely couldn't use the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, right? The next instant, the steel senbon hidden in Purple Cat's wrist suddenly shot towards YK. Thwack! YK reached out and grabbed Purple Cat's wrist, lifted him, and punched him in the abdomen, eliminating his ability to resist. In the pouring rain, watching Purple Cat slowly collapse, YK felt his whole body grow hot and his heart grow irritable. Was this the pressure Kato Dan imposed on his enemies? No one around him could be trusted, all squad coordination tactics became a joke. No wonder Kato Dan said he wanted to become Hokage, and even a proud daughter of heaven like Tsunade strongly supported him. An ordinary ninja squad facing Kato Dan would only be slaughtered. If even Purple Cat couldn't be relied on, how was YK supposed to face an elite Jainin who had mastered a forbidden technique? Chapter End. Chapter 90, Chapter 90, Sharingan, Awakening. A ninja from the White Goat Squad, seeing how severe the injury from the explosive tag on Black Bull's chest was, jumped down from the ground, trying to save him. "Wait! Don't get close to him! Be careful!" Just as White Goat called out the warning, he saw his teammate use a kunai to slash open Black Bull's throat. Blood gushed out, drenching Black Bull's chest, a mess of black and red. Chaos, utter chaos! Yoko shouted, "Everyone, move back! Maintain at least 50 meters between each other. No one is to approach anyone else." Hearing the squadron leader's order, everyone retreated. In the rainy night, only the sound of heavy rain pounding on leaves, pooling in puddles, and splashing in mud could be heard. 5 minutes passed. No abnormalities. 10 minutes passed. No abnormalities. 15 minutes passed. Yoko cautiously approached Purple Cat and began treating her injuries. Purple Cat did not attack Yoko. It seemed Kato Dan had withdrawn. He chatted with her, confirming she was normal again, then quietly discussed tactics with her. Next time they encountered the enemy, they had to think of a way, they couldn't be so passive. When they resumed their journey, Yoko ordered everyone to stay 20 meters apart from each other, ensuring explosive tags couldn't harm one another. At the same time, Yoko no longer headed directly southeast towards the Land of Fire, but turned south, taking a much longer detour. He feared Kato Dan would predict their escape route and intercept them ahead. After walking for 2 hours, everything was calm. Yoko slightly relaxed, perhaps Kato Dan had lost patience and let them go. An elite jonin like Kato Dan couldn't possibly keep playing games with them forever, right? The squadron found a grove with dense foliage, each member seeking a large tree to rest under. Yoko stayed alone under a tree. The canopy blocked most of the rain, making it lighter beneath. He looked up at the low, oppressive black clouds, thinking, if lightning struck now, would it hit him? You shouldn't take shelter under a big tree during a thunderstorm. Useless knowledge from his previous life popped into Yoko's head again. Finding a cave wasn't practical. Would they take turns going in? A flash of lightning lit up a bright path within the clouds, followed by a rumble of thunder. Yoko stood up, ready to order them to continue moving. If necessary, they would detour from the south of the Land of Rain to the Land of Rivers, and enter the Land of Fire from there. A second flash of lightning suddenly brightened. Yoko narrowed his eyes slightly. Wrong. Why was this lightning flash lasting so long? An Anbu threw a flash bomb, aiming straight for White Goat. Damn it, how was Kato Dan still haunting them, following them? Yoko formed hand signs, using the body flicker technique to appear in front of White Goat. White Goat was the squadron's scout ninja. He absolutely could not let anything happen to White Goat. Without White Goat, the squadron would find it extremely difficult to move in the dangerous Land of Rain. There weren't just Rain Ninja here, but also Rock Ninja, various rogue ninja organizations from the Land of Rain, and even Uchiha Madara. Flash bombs, smoke bombs, etc., were all methods specifically used against dojutsu users. Under the intense light stimulation, White Goat probably couldn't even open his eyes. Yoko flickered in front of White Goat, kicking away the controlled Anbu. He was unwilling to kill. Leaf Monkey and Black Bull were already dead, having died without any value. At that moment, he heard the sound of something cutting through the air behind him. Crap! Could even a bloodline ninja with a dojutsu like White Goat not resist Kato Dan's forbidden technique? White Goat's taijutsu was much stronger than his squad members, and his speed was much faster. Yoko was prepared, so he immediately moved sideways, turning while dodging. However, White Goat still managed to touch Yoko. Yoko's left shoulder was struck by a palm. He felt his left arm go numb, his tenketsu had been struck. White Goat's gentle fist came at Yoko in an endless stream. The movements weren't as fluid as White Goat's usual style, but they were still at 70 or 80% of his usual skill level. He hadn't expected Kato Dan to have such deep knowledge of the Hyuga clan. After controlling a Hyuga, he could not only strike tenketsu but also use such a high level of gentle fist. After a moment's thought, Yoko understood. The Hyuga clan was often sent to protect Kato Dan, so he was extremely familiar with them. Yoko only used his right arm to fight back against White Goat. While dodging, Yoko hurriedly shouted, "Purple Cat! Help me!" Not far away, Purple Cat quickly used the mind-body switch technique on White Goat. Just then, White Goat's body paused for a moment, and he shouted, "Squad leader! I'm fine. Purple Cat has been controlled by the enemy." White Goat suddenly lunged forward, placing himself between Yoko and Purple Cat, preventing the Fox Squadron leader from being controlled by Purple Cat. Hearing White Goat say he was normal, Purple Cat unconsciously slowed down her mind-body switch technique. However, White Goat suddenly launched a fierce attack, violently swinging a kunai towards Yoko's throat. Yoko turned his head slightly left and lowered it, staring at the approaching kunai. The kunai was too fast. Yoko saw the sharp blade of the kunai slicing through raindrops one by one. Each raindrop shattered in mid-air, turning into tiny droplets. At the critical moment, Yoko instinctively charged forward, crashing into White Goat's embrace. White Goat's kunai pierced the back of Yoko's neck. The tip of the kunai blade penetrated at least half a centimeter into the flesh of Yoko's neck. Ugh! White Goat cried out in pain as the squadron leader's kunai stabbed into his own abdomen. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, everything was instinctive action. If White Goat had been any faster, Yoko's neck would have been pierced. Yoko looked down and saw his own kunai had pierced White Goat's lung. The flat sides of the kunai were also pressing against and breaking White Goat's ribs. In the final instant, Kato Dan controlled White Goat to crash forward, turning a severe injury into a fatal one. White Goat, ignoring his own injury, raised his hand and pointed north. Squad leader. I sensed it, in that direction. Squad leader. I'm sorry. White Goat was dying. In a cave over 20 kilometers away, Kato Dan instantly woke up. What a troublesome squadron. I thought I could control an Anbu with the Byakugan. White Goat had followed Yoko for so long. To Yoko, he was the most important person in the squadron after Purple Cat. Yoko mechanically carried out Anbu missions every day. Among the Anbu, the people he was relatively familiar with were Purple Cat and White Goat. White Goat, like other Hyuga branch family members, was very gentle. Before he could resolve the anguish of the caged bird, he died here, killed by Yoko's own hand. After Yoko crossed over, his underlying nature was apathy. Because he always felt that everyone here was a stranger. This world gave him a strong sense of alienation. Returning to the previous full moon night every month made him feel that nothing mattered. If people died, they died. If people were killed, they were killed. This month, Yoko killed White Goat. He couldn't bring White Goat back to the past, couldn't save White Goat. At this moment, guilt peaked. Rainwater flowed into Yoko's eyes. He felt an unusual soreness in his eyes. Intense chakra surged from his brain, rushing along the optic nerves straight to his eyes. Yoko's eyes suddenly turned blood red. His black pupils shrank into a single tomo, spinning rapidly within his eyes. The Sharingan had awakened. This cursed bloodline, each tomo opened by the death of someone close. For a Sharingan of mid to high talent, it wasn't the death of someone as close as Purple Cat, but the death of someone like White Goat, who had accompanied him for a long time, dying right before his eyes, that caused the awakening. A Uchiha with sufficient talent could awaken even if the family cat died. No wonder the Uchiha clan loved keeping cats and had summoning animals like the cat messenger. The powerful Uchiha ancestors probably thought keeping a cat at home made it easier to awaken the Sharingan. For a Uchiha with insufficient talent, even killing their way through the family register wouldn't open their eyes. Being an enemy of the Uchiha is dangerous, but being a friend of the Uchiha is even more dangerous. White Goat whispered by Yoko's ear, "Squad leader. I reported it over my rank to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. On the night of the Kyuubi, your chakras showed an anomaly once." Yoko's heart trembled. Had Battalion Commander Yellow Dog started suspecting him? He looked at White Goat again. Through the eyeholes of the mask, the white pupils had dilated, like expired, low-quality milk full of flocculence. Yoko stood up. White Goat was dead. He had to protect Purple Cat and the others. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Three Souls. Purple Cat. Hearing YK's shout, Purple Cat knew he was about to use the desperate tactic. That tactic, whether for Purple Cat or for Fox, carried extremely high risks. A single misstep could cost both their lives. YK quickly sprinted in the direction White Goat had indicated, putting on a show of fighting Kato Dan to the death. Purple Cat stared at YK's back and swiftly used the mind-body switch technique, sending his own soul into YK's mind. YK completely relinquished resistance, allowing Purple Cat's soul to enter. Now, there were two souls inside YK's mind. Purple Cat, taking over for YK, controlled his body and rushed forward rapidly using the body flicker technique. YK was gambling. Gambling that when Kato Dan saw him charging towards his hiding place, he would immediately attack. YK was also gambling that 1 + 1 was greater than 2, that his and Purple Cat's combined souls were not inferior to Kato Dan's. At a certain step, YK's figure suddenly halted. Purple Cat's face in the rear instantly turned deathly pale. The skin on his neck, visible below the mask, lost all color. Purple Cat's soul had just collided head-on with the enemy's soul. He lost consciousness instantly. Before fainting, Purple Cat's only hope was that he had helped Fox by consuming some of the enemy's strength. A single person's brain, accommodating two souls, was already crowded and burdensome. The collision of three souls left each one suffering. This was the first time Kato Dan encountered such a situation. The target's brain actually contained two souls. Even though Kato Dan's soul power was extremely strong, facing the two souls of YK and Purple Cat, he couldn't gain an absolute advantage. He had previously observed that the Fox Anbu's soul was unusually powerful and special, its radiance twice as bright as an ordinary person's. YK's sensation at this moment was peculiar. After being hit by the mind-body switch technique, YK couldn't feel his body and had no control over it. Between himself and his body was a large mass of fog. This mass was Purple Cat's soul. Then, another mass of fog rudely squeezed in, breaking the intimate world of YK and Purple Cat. The three masses of fog tangled and fought. Purple Cat's soul was the first to be heavily damaged, consuming a portion of Kato Dan's soul power. Afterward, YK's soul surged out and collided fiercely with Kato Dan's soul. YK's soul originated from another world, inherently different from the souls of this world. If you said your forbidden technique was stronger than mine, he would concede. But if you said your soul was stronger, he refused to accept it. YK's consciousness slammed fiercely into the mass of fog representing Kato Dan's soul. After two consecutive collisions, Kato Dan's soul was defeated and disappeared. Purple Cat's soul, injured, returned to his own body. YK wasn't feeling well either, his head splitting with pain. He immediately stopped and turned back towards the squadron. Before he died, White Goat had only pointed out a direction, not knowing the distance. If the distance was tens of kilometers, by the time he got there, Kato Dan would have long since escaped, or recovered enough to use the forbidden technique to kill YK again. His clash with Kato Dan was only to create an opportunity to escape. Kato Dan, just you wait. Next month, I will be irreconcilably opposed to you. Returning to the squadron, YK carried the unconscious Purple Cat on his back and said to the others, "Run! Get out of the land of rain! Run towards the land of fire!" Purple Cat, on YK's back, breathed slowly, his limbs limp. Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique could not only control others but also directly crush and kill an enemy's soul. YK, walking a tightrope between the Senju clan and the Anbu, was tasting the bitter consequences. He had prevented Danzo from obtaining the Uzumaki clan's sealing scroll and prevented the Anbu from being controlled by Danzo using seals. He never expected that instead of the Anbu purging him as a traitor, the Senju clan's Kato Dan would be the first to move against him. The Senju clan was close to the truth. They believed that both the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan and the heavy losses the Senju suffered on the night of the Nine Tails transfer and sealing were likely the doing of the Anbu and the higher UPS. The Senju clan had extremely strong initiative. Suspecting the Anbu, they acted against the Anbu. At least 20 Anbu members had died by Kato Dan's hand. YK felt a bit like he had dropped a rock on his own foot. I performed great services for the Senju clan. I'm truly the one guiding them. If not for me, over 900 Senju clansmen would have died on the night of the Nine Tails transfer and sealing. Before he died, White Goat told him that Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was starting to suspect him. YK couldn't easily go explain himself to the Senju clan. He couldn't expose his true identity and stance. He needed to lay low for a while, thoroughly dispel Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's suspicions, and then find a way to contact the Senju clan and clear his name. Or, YK suddenly contemplated, perhaps he should just kill Yellow Dog. Being my enemy is dangerous, but being my superior is even more dangerous. YK suddenly remembered something and left behind a shadow clone. I'll have the shadow clone cover our retreat. Keep running. After the squad members had moved farther away, YK's shadow clone arrived by White Goat's corpse. Stealing his heart, he plunged a kunao into White Goat's head. The rain kept falling, washing away the blood beneath White Goat's corpse. This was a cursed country, a place that never stopped weeping. He couldn't let anyone discover intelligence from White Goat's body. No one could know that White Goat had told him that Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was starting to suspect Fox. He could only wrong White Goat's corpse. The shadow clone disappeared after completing its objective, its memories flooding back into YK's mind. YK breathed a sigh of relief. One could never be too cautious around Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. Women and children could afford carelessness, Anbu could not. Upon entering the Land of Fire, YK immediately had his subordinates fire a distress signal flare. Soon, a flare of the same color shot into the sky from a certain direction. Excellent, there were other Anbu nearby. YK urgently needed support, urgently needed to find a medical ninja to treat Purple Cat's soul injury. Moving swiftly through the forest, after rounding two large trees, they saw three people standing on a tree trunk ahead. YK's whole body tensed. The one in the middle was none other than Danzo. They had encountered Danzo, who was on his way to the front lines in the Land of Rain. Before the mission, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog had said Danzo might be coming to the front. Danzo stood on the tree trunk, one eye bandaged, the other coldly looking at his subordinates. Who did you encounter? Why are you in such a wretched state? YK swallowed hard and then said. Lord Danzo, my squadron was ordered to investigate the accidental deaths of Anbu members. We found the suspected culprit in the southwestern part of the Land of Rain. He calculated rapidly in his mind. Could he drive a tiger to swallow a wolf? YK began his report, mixing 9 parts truth with 1 part lie. Lord Danzo, we encountered 3 Konoha ninja in the Land of Rain who were under a genjutsu 1 Jainin and 2 Takubutsu Jainin. I suspect that the genjutsu user is the one killing the Anbu. Only such a powerful genjutsu could kill so many of our Anbu ninja. During our in-depth investigation, squad members were continuously controlled by the enemy, leading to mutual killing. Squad leader Leaf Monkey, squad leader White Goat, and several other members died one after another. I can only determine the enemy's general direction, I cannot get close. YK intentionally conflated Uchiha Madara and Kato Dan, describing them as a single person. He knew about Uchiha Madara. He knew about Kato Dan. None of his squad members knew about either, and Danzo knew even less. Chapter End. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, I'll show you Hashirama's Prime. After hearing Fox's report, Danzo immediately pressed for key information. You're saying someone's genjutsu is powerful enough to control a Konoha Jainin and 2 Takubutsu Jainin? He can also remotely control your subordinates, making them kill each other? And you can't even get close. YK replied. Yes, Lord Danzo. His strength is immense, extremely difficult to deal with. Squad leader White Goat was a Hyga clansman. My squadron lost its reconnaissance capability and couldn't face such a bizarre enemy, forcing us to retreat and seek aid. My squad leader, Purple Cat, was also hit by that strange attack and is severely injured. A root ninja beside Danzo jumped down from the tree trunk to examine Purple Cat. So fortunate, this root member was actually also a Yamanaka clansman. Danzo particularly favored the Yamanaka clan's abilities manipulation, framing, control. They fit his character perfectly. After examining and performing simple treatment, the root ninja jumped back onto the trunk and whispered something into Danzo's ear. Danzo nodded repeatedly, confirming the perpetrator's identity. So it's him. I should have guessed it was him. He's actually killing Anbu members. Anyone who slaughters Konoha comrades must be executed. As there were many subordinates present, Danzo didn't explicitly name the enemy, but he had already deduced it was Kato Dan. After brief consideration, Danzo said, "Fox, the intelligence you brought back is valuable. Lead the way ahead, quickly return to the scene, and find the general area you mentioned. If it's him, having more people is actually a disadvantage. Have your squadron proceed first to the front-line camp in the Land of Grass. Only you will come with me." "Understood, Lord Danzo." YK had the other ninja in his squadron take the unconscious Purple Cat away, while he himself led Danzo. "What should I do? I'm just a lowly Anbu squadron leader, I truly don't know who the enemy is. I don't know where Kato Dan is either. Would it be too much if I coincidentally found Uchiha Madara's hiding place instead? If Madara-sama dies, the shinobi world reaches its conclusion. If Danzo dies, Konoha reaches its conclusion." YK's pace as he led the way grew faster and faster. When people do bad things, the corners of their mouths can't help but turn up. Fortunately, he wore a mask, they couldn't see YK's barely suppressed smile. YK led Danzo straight to Uchiha Madara's cave. He wondered if Uchiha Madara had completed transplanting the Rinnegan into Nagato. Chaos was good. Chaos was wonderful. Danzo had deduced that the person assassinating the Anbu was Kato Dan. He must have thought YK would lead him to kill Kato Dan. In reality, the person YK was taking Danzo to meet was Uchiha Madara, the one who had controlled the 3 Konoha ninja with genjutsu. Thinking about it made him a little excited. YK was in front, 2 root ninja flanked them, and Danzo was at the rear. Soon, YK arrived at the hillside where Uchiha Madara was located. The boulder on the hillside was still there, presumably, the cave entrance's camouflage had been restored after the 3 Konoha ninja entered. Confident in his Mangeki Sharingan, Danzo stood boldly at the foot of the hillside, exuding an air of fearlessness and being completely in control. In his previous life, money was a man's courage. In this life, strength was a shinobi's courage. Danzo looked at YK, "Fox, you go in first to scout. Test how many guards he has around him." YK was extremely reluctant inwardly. His monthly resurrection chance had just been used. Dying again now would be permanent. But to drive a tiger to swallow a wolf, he steeled himself and went. YK created a shadow clone. After his real self and the shadow clone performed a series of confusing position swaps, they finally separated, approaching the large boulder on the hillside from 2 sides. Arriving together with his clone at the base of the boulder, they encountered no resistance. YK sighed thankfully. Could it be that Madara was busy transplanting the Rinnegan and had no time to deal with him? That would be incredibly lucky. YK took out an explosive tag and attached it to the base of the boulder. Still, no one paid him any attention. With a roar, the boulder was blasted open, revealing a dark, gaping cave. YK avoided the explosion and cautiously watched the cave from a distance that was neither too close nor too far. At this distance, Danzo couldn't accuse him of slacking, and he still had a chance to escape. A black figure rushed out of the cave. Suppressing his fear, YK saw it was the Konoha Genin controlled by genjutsu. Following the Genin were the 2 Takubitsu Genin. These 3 Konoha ninja had dull eyes, clearly under control. Danzo glanced over. Indeed, 3 Konoha ninja were controlled, Fox's intelligence was correct. However, this didn't quite resemble the spirit transformation technique. Had Kato Dan's power increased? YK quickly chose the seemingly weakest Takubutsu Jainin, rushed to intercept him, putting on a show of not letting him take another step towards Danzo. The 2 root ninja also rushed up the hillside, each engaging one of the Konoha ninja. Wake up! Don't be controlled by the genjutsu. The Yamanaka root ninja seized the chance to channel his chakra into the Jainin's body, trying to disrupt his chakra flow and break the genjutsu, but he failed. Such a powerful genjutsu! YK had no intention of seriously fighting the Takubutsu Jainin. He pretended to be outmatched, slowly retreating, constantly keeping part of his attention on the cave. From the cave came the sound of slow footsteps. These footsteps overpowered the sound of the heavy rain, reaching everyone's ears directly. The aged Uchiha Madara, leaning on his scythe, appeared at the cave entrance. A flash of lightning crossed the rainy night, its light illuminating Uchiha Madara's deeply lined face. Uchiha Madara's eyes were not the Rinnegan, but an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Madara had already transplanted the Rinnegan to Nagato. Next, he would design Nagato's life, making him more and more extreme. Uchiha Madara stood at the cave entrance and looked down at Danzo below. Shimura Danzo, you've grown quite a bit, to actually find my well-hidden refuge. YK thought to himself, it was because he had followed Nagato in his previous life and found Uchiha Madara by accident, not due to Danzo's ability. Danzo didn't recognize the old man at first glance. On the second look, his eyes showed terror. Uchiha Madara! You're still alive! Excellent, they finally recognized each other. In the original story, did Danzo ever discover Madara was alive? Now, by sheer coincidence, he had. Danzo thought he was about to meet Kato Dan. He never expected to meet the leader of the Uchiha clan from 2 generations ago, one of the 2 founding pillars of Konoha, Uchiha Madara. This was a shinobi on par with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Danzo immediately lifted his bandaged eye patch, revealing the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Despicable thief, you actually got your hands on a Manjiki Sharingan. That Manjiki pattern, it should be Uchiha Kageme's. Foolish Uchiha Kageme, actually believing in Konoha, ended up dead himself, his eyes becoming Konoha's collectibles. No Uchiha who trusts Konoha meets a good end. I told Senju Hashirama long ago that you, Shimura Danzo, have an extreme disposition, are scum, and should have been killed long ago. You should be grateful you hold the status of a Konoha shinobi, that you lived until I left Konoha, lived until Hashirama died. Uchiha Madara's trash talk was in a league of its own. Danzo's face turned green. The Takubutsu Jainin facing YK collapsed, Uchiha Madara had stopped controlling him. YK had by now retreated almost to the bottom of the hillside. When big shots clash, he'd better not get caught in the crossfire. Danzo slowly drew a kunai, spat a wind release onto it, and a vacuum blade formed on the kunai. Uchiha Madara, you have aged so much. I wonder what fraction of your prime strength remains. The vacuum blade was sharper than any longsword. Danzo gripped it and charged straight at Uchiha Madara. Prime? Have you seen my prime? Madara watched Danzo charge and continued his taunts. In my prime, I possessed the Manjiki, yet was no match for Hashirama's wood release. Now you can taste the treatment I once received. I'll show you Hashirama's prime. Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Chapter end. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, the old scoundrel Danzo gets humbled. The ground churned. Thick, sturdy tree trunks burst through the earth, transforming into a dense, sprawling forest. The creaking, groaning sound of twisting wood was unnerving. Danzo was horrified, his face no longer a mask of calm. He knew the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara had a unique relationship, but why did Uchiha Madara possess the first's would release Kekii Genkai? Tree trunks flew everywhere, crashing towards Danzo. Danzo swiftly swung his vacuum blade, slicing through the trunks before him. YK had long since kept his distance from Danzo. Now, at the periphery of the flowering trees, he rolled and leaped backward, evading the technique. The dense trunks blocked the line of sight. Neither Danzo nor Uchiha Madara paid any further attention to the small cannon fodder at the edges. The Yamanaka root ninja was too close to Danzo. Anxious to protect his master, he was pinned by a twisting trunk, his abdomen crushed. Immobilized, he used the mind-body switch technique on Uchiha Madara with his dying breath. Uchiha Madara didn't even glance at the Yamanaka ninja. A mental attack of that level was like an extra gust of wind to Madara. The other root ninja was also quite far from Danzo and, like YK, escaped the range of the flowering trees. The root ninja released a swarm of insects resembling a tree canopy, which gnawed at the wood-release trunks. This root member was from the Aberame clan, trying to relieve the pressure on Danzo. Uchiha Madara tilted his head slightly, glancing sideways at the Aberame ninja, seeming somewhat surprised by his skill. A flower bloomed within the wooden forest, releasing a cloud of poisonous pollen. The insects died in droves on the wood-release trunks, leaving behind clumps of insect corpses. The Aberame ninja switched through 3 types of parasitic destruction insects, but none could withstand the poisonous pollen, dying miserably. As for YK, he diligently attacked the wood-release trunks before him with earth-style rising spears, making a grand show of it while fighting his way farther and farther back. Uchiha Madara, despite his frail, aged appearance, possessed an abnormally vast chakra reserve. He stood upon a rainbow bridge formed of tree trunks, looking down at Danzo. Danzo formed hand seals and used a ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum great sphere. A high-pressure sphere of wind shot from Danzo's mouth, shattering numerous trunks of the flowering trees. Wooden splinters flew everywhere in the rainy night. Uchiha Madara's eyes became slightly more animated, his interest in Danzo growing. "Not bad, your wind release proficiency is passable," Uchiha Madara said. "But how will your wind release handle this technique?" As soon as he finished speaking, a giant wooden humanoid erupted from the ground within the forest of flowering trees. The wooden humanoid swung its fist, smashing towards Danzo. Danzo used wind release, vacuum great sphere again. However, the wooden humanoid's durability was far higher than expected. The surface of the fist cracked thinly, then broke through the wind release and slammed towards Danzo. Danzo barely dodged the wooden humanoid's fist at the last moment. He immediately changed tactics, no longer trying to withstand the attacks directly, but instead leaping swiftly through the forest straight towards Uchiha Madara. He believed Uchiha Madara, in his advanced age, might be straining himself like Uzumaki Mito had, a spent force. Now wasn't the time to dwell on why Uchiha Madara had wood release, he had to kill the aged Madara first. Once Uchiha Madara was dead, it would all be over. Danzo had long wanted to master wood release but hadn't grasped the essentials. Perhaps the secret lay with Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Madara could master wood release, why couldn't he? Danzo's Sharingan spun wildly as he dodged the trunks and vines along his path. The trunks multiplied, growing incessantly. Danzo also utilized his Manjiki Jutsu. Susanoo. A turquoise Susanoo skeleton manifested around Danzo. Seeing the turquoise Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's voice rang out again. "That fool Tobirama taught nothing but trash like you. Using Susanoo before me? Those foolish Uchiha, played by Konoha, couldn't even protect their Manjiki." Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and raised his hand for the first time. For all previous ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara hadn't moved his hands, at most calling out their names. This time, Uchiha Madara formed hand seals, indicating he was taking things slightly seriously. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon erupted from the forest of flowering trees, let out a piercing shriek in the air, and charged straight at the Susanoo. The Susanoo was entangled by the wooden dragon. The dragon devoured its chakra, causing the newly formed muscles of the Susanoo to recede and vanish, leaving only the skeleton. Blood instantly streamed from beneath Danzo's right eye. The Mangeki Sharingan consumed a great deal, compounded by the chakra absorption of the wooden dragon. Danzo felt pain and soreness in his right eye. His vision suddenly blurred. Danzo thought his body had already reached its limit after using the Mangeki only twice. The Susanoo vanished. The wooden dragon entwined around it lost its grip in an instant, finding nothing within. Wind release propelled Danzo, allowing him to leap out of the dragon's coils. While in the air, he formed hand seals and launched a ninjutsu at Uchiha Madara, wind release, vacuum bullets. Accumulated wind release chakra shot from his mouth like bullets, firing continuously with short, sharp exhalations, akin to a machine gun. The wind projectiles carried terrifying, penetrating force towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and also used a ninjutsu. Wood release, wood spikes. Dozens of wooden spikes shot forth from the rainbow bridge beneath his feet. Danzo's vacuum bullets were neutralized one by the wooden spikes. Not only that, but several spikes rapidly pierced Danzo's body. The wooden spikes exploded inside Danzo's abdominal cavity, bursting out from his back. Danzo turned into a pincushion. With such injuries, his internal organs were surely utterly destroyed. YK's eyes were fixed intently on Danzo. His vision blurred. Danzo's figure suddenly vanished, as if he had never been there. The spikes from the wood spikes technique fell from the air. Only the red blood and green bile on the spikes proved Danzo had indeed been impaled. At the foot of the hillside, Danzo emerged from behind a tree trunk and fled hastily into the distance. YK cursed inwardly. Damn it, he didn't even say anything when he ran. From the side, YK saw that the Mangeki in Danzo's right eye had turned pale and white, like a dead fish's eye. Uchiha Kageme's precious Mangeki Sharingan had become a one-time use as an Aga tool for Danzo. YK and the Aberame ninja quickly followed. Uchiha Madara stood on the hillside, showing no intention to pursue. He cast a contemptuous glance at the fleeing figures and turned back into the cave. YK guessed there were still some final steps in transplanting Nagato's Rinnegan. Nagato was far more important than a few Konoha minnows. After putting distance between them, YK felt no relief, but increased tension. Big trouble. YK followed behind the Aberame clansmen, who in turn followed Danzo. YK didn't dare make a sound. He avoided every puddle, every pile of leaves, terrified that any noise might cause Danzo to turn around and kill him to vent his fury. YK's current mood was 3 parts delight, 7 parts regret. He was delighted that the old scoundrel Danzo had been humbled, had a major failure before Uchiha Madara, and painfully lost one Mangeki Sharingan. You have a day like this, too, Danzo. Your fresh Mangeki Sharingan, not even warmed in its socket, was ruined by Uchiha Madara. The regret was that Uchiha Madara was too disappointing. Uchiha Madara talked the biggest game, his taunts were maxed out, yet he couldn't even kill a single Danzo. Would it have been so bad to transplant the Rinnegan a little later? With just an ordinary 3 tomo, what could you really do? Can't even kill Danzo? You're a loser, a total loser. No wonder you never accomplished anything in your life. It wasn't just YK, the Aberame ninja ahead was also trembling with fear, no better off than YK. Chapter End. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Someone Else. Danzo's speed was erratic, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. At times, he would inexplicably stop and stand still, staring blankly into space as if lost in thought. Other times, he would run like mad, so fast that YK and the Aberame ninja were left struggling to keep up. Just thinking about it made one feel sorry for Danzo. He had spent the entire journey planning how to deal with Kato Dan, even devising a combat strategy, only for a dying old Uchiha man to suddenly appear and beat him to a pulp. His newly transplanted trump card, Kageme's Mangeki Sharingan, had been completely crippled by Uchiha Madara. Who was Uchiha Madara? He was the ancestral master of the Sharingan. Even if Uchiha Kagami were still alive, he would have died facing Madara today. While secretly rejoicing in his heart, YK was also fearful. Would Danzo really kill them? Couldn't he kill the Abarame clansman first? He was Danzo's bodyguard. Shouldn't the bodyguard bear greater responsibility for the loss of Danzo's eye? It was like the 6 Hokage guards who went to protect the second Hokage. When the second Hokage died, all 6 returned unscathed. Shouldn't the guards be held accountable? Danzo walked ahead, his face livid, blood continuously flowing from the socket of his right eye. The eye had completely turned into a grayish-white, useless orb. Danzo recalled the overwhelming sight of the wood release from earlier. At the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara's Mangeki had lost to Senju Hashirama's wood release. Now, Uchiha Madara had somehow obtained wood release, and Danzo's Mangeki was again no match for Madara's wood release. This meant it wasn't that he was weak, but that the Mangeki was weak, inferior to wood release. Uchiha Madara had been alive all this time but had never attacked Konoha again. Could it be because he knew Konoha had been researching Hashirama's cells? Was he afraid of Hashirama's cells? Wood release was Konoha's most powerful force, capable of suppressing the 9 tails and also defeating the Mangeki. The sustained use of the Mangeki earlier had placed a heavy burden on his body, the Sharingan hadn't fully acclimated to him yet. He wondered if Orochimaru could find a perfect transplantation method. Danzo secretly resolved that after returning, he must have Orochimaru begin research on wood release as soon as possible. Having witnessed true, overwhelming power, Danzo decided to continue seeking ways to become stronger. Danzo suddenly stopped in his tracks. The Abarame ninja and YK quickly halted, cautiously observing Danzo. Danzo looked at their timid demeanor with his remaining eye and criticized. "Look at the two of you, so cautious and timid. It's merely the setback of a single battle. For the sake of Konoha, what do a few setbacks matter? Even the first Hokage didn't have a smooth journey, he also faced setbacks. This mission has yielded extremely important intelligence. The Uchiha clan's treacherous ambitions persist. Uchiha Madara is actually still alive. He has lived for so long, even longer than Uzumaki Mito. He must be plotting something. After returning to the village, we must strengthen surveillance on the Uchiha clan, purge its dangerous elements, and absolutely cannot allow Uchiha Madara's schemes to succeed." YK breathed a sigh of relief. Danzo was seriously lecturing his subordinates, which proved he hadn't developed killing intent. "Fox, you did well. You discovered extremely important intelligence." Suddenly being named, YK was startled, then hurriedly said, "Lord Danzo, it was my failure in investigation that led to not clarifying the enemy's information." Danzo was surprisingly magnanimous, saying, "An enemy like Uchiha Madara, how could an ordinary Anbu possibly uncover his intelligence? This isn't your fault. Find a tree hollow. I need to tend to my right eye." The Abarame ninja found a tree hollow that could provide shelter from the rain for Danzo. Danzo walked in alone. The Abarame ninja guarded the entrance, while YK stood watch further away. The pouring rain made people feel exceptionally uneasy. YK wondered if Danzo's original eye was still there after he transplanted the Sharingan. The Abarame ninja remained motionless, as if the heavy rain didn't exist, his posture unchanged. After half an hour, Danzo slowly walked out. YK was shocked to see that Danzo's right eye was once again covered with a bandaged eye patch. At the same time, Danzo's aura had drastically changed, filled with confidence once more, as if everything was under his control. The rain around Danzo even seemed to lessen slightly. Had Danzo implanted another Mangeki Sharingan? Kageme's other eye? After Orochimaru's human experiments, Danzo had become the biggest beneficiary, once again obtaining formidable power. The three of them set off again, heading north. After walking for over 10 minutes, Danzo suddenly said, "Wait." YK and the Aberame ninja quickly stopped, unsure what Danzo intended to do. "Something's wrong," Danzo said. "Fox, repeat the circumstances your squad encountered during the mission." YK reported everything again, including the 3 controlled Konoha ninja and the sacrifice of his own team members. Danzo said, "Uchiha Madara's appearance interfered with my judgment. The 3 controlled Konoha ninja were indeed Madara's doing. But the members of the Fox squad killing each other, that is definitely not Madara's style. If it were Uchiha Madara, he would have charged directly into your midst and slaughtered everyone. He may be wicked, but at least he is direct and straightforward in his actions. The real culprit is someone else. There's only one person who could kill in such a manner, Kato Dan. He is nearby. We cannot let him escape." Danzo thought to himself, the Senjua sealing book was such a precious item, still in the hands of the Senjua clan. If he could obtain the Senjua sealing book, he could gain more information about the spirit transformation technique. The Aberame ninja took out a waterproof map and opened it in the rain, saying, "Fox, mark the location where you were ambushed." YK marked the location where his squad was ambushed on the map. The Aberame ninja connected the ambush sites of the Fox squad with a smooth arc, roughly indicating the direction of the center point. YK was startled, it was precisely the direction White Ram had pointed out in the end. White Ram's final words were whispered into YK's ear. The other team members didn't know, it was the most crucial piece of intelligence YK had concealed. He hadn't expected the Aberame ninja to get so close to the truth so easily. Danzo said, "This place is far from Uchiha Madara. There's no need to worry about him anymore. Head towards this area. Kato Dan is also a serious threat and must not be left alive. Otsu, Fox, the two of you agree on a set of coded signals to constantly confirm whether the other has been controlled by Kato Dan." The Aberame ninja's codename en route was Otsu, indicating a very high status. Once they had the direction, Otsu released his insect swarm. From time to time, a few insects would fly back and return to Otsu's body. After searching for over 10 kilometers, Otsu suddenly said, "Found a suspicious cave." YK was again the first to enter the cave to investigate, cautiously using a shadow clone. However, the cave was empty. Otsu followed him in and placed insects on the ground. The insects slowly formed a human shape. Otsu said, "Someone was lying here hours ago. It's highly likely it was Kato Dan. There's also the smell of medicinal herbs nearby, he was probably treating his wounds here. The insects have captured Kato Dan's scent. He can't escape." After leaving the cave, Danzo and the other two picked up their pace, following the insects as they pursued in a certain direction. End of chapter. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, Danzo dies again. In a cave in the land of rain, Kato Dan's face was pale. Since he had mastered the forbidden technique, spirit transformation technique, he had never failed before. His direct combat strength might not match Jiraiya and others, but his deterrence on the battlefield surpassed even 3 Jiraiyas combined. He never expected to suffer a setback at the hands of an Anbu wearing a fox mask. When he tried to control that squad leader, the squad leader had already been controlled by the Yamanaka clan's secret technique. He had never encountered this situation before and couldn't overcome the clash of two souls. This taught him a lesson: be careful when dealing with the Yamanaka clan in the future. Physical injuries could be treated with medicine, but soul injuries could only heal slowly on their own. Kato Dan said to the 2 Senjua guards, "Give me another half hour. After half an hour, I'll use the spirit transformation technique to scout the return route. If there's no danger, we'll return to the frontline camp." Dan was an important elite Jainin of the Senjua clan. The Senjua guard said, "Dan, don't push yourself. Don't leave any hidden injuries." Kato Dan nodded, indicating he knew his limits. Lying in the cave, Kato Dan listened to the sound of rain trickling at the entrance. Clan head Senju Hanaki had tasked him with investigating the truth about the Nine Tails transfer sealing night, and he had probed many Anbu ninja. Unfortunately, the Anbu's command structure was strict. Low-level members knew nothing, only following their squad leaders' orders. Squad leaders didn't know the real orders either, or didn't know the full orders. To avoid exposure, any Anbu he investigated had to be killed. After the Fox squad escaped, Kato Dan worried they might report to the Anbu. He hadn't gained any valuable intelligence from the several Anbu squad leaders he probed. Should he target an Anbu battalion commander? Kato Dan thought about the Anbu battalion commanders he knew and felt it would be extremely difficult. Yellow Dog, a veteran Anbu battalion commander, was the Hokage's right-hand man. Yellow Dog had protected him during the Battle of Ushiga Mountain. He was strong in taijutsu and ninjutsu, and had a resilient will. Black Ant, the Nara clan Anbu battalion commander, was the Anbu strategist, his command authority second only to the Hokage and Danzo. Which Anbu battalion commander should he target? Who exactly knew why the armored Susanoo suddenly appeared on the Nine Tails? The sound of rain grew slightly louder. The terrible weather in the land of rain, he really didn't know why the people here endured hunger and hardship without relocating. Parasitic destruction insects. A Senju guard suddenly shouted. The parasitic destruction insects had actually used the cover of the heavy rain to crawl into the cave. The three inside hurried to the cave entrance. Outside, two Anbu were charging towards them. One Anbu wore a beetle-patterned mask, the other wore a fox mask. Fox mask? Kato Dan was stunned. Wasn't that the Anbu squad leader he had fought before? Had he already been exposed? Kato Dan said, "The Anbu are here to kill me. Stop them." The two Senju guards hesitated for only a brief moment before immediately judging that protecting Kato Dan was more important than anything else. One Senju ninja rushed out of the cave to intercept the two Anbu. The other Senju ninja stayed by Kato Dan's side, guarding against enemy sneak attacks. Water release, water cutting wave. A high-speed water jet shot from the Senju ninja's mouth, sweeping horizontally, cutting the two Anbu in half. Even the large trees behind them were neatly severed. The power of the water-cutting wave was immense. However, the Senju ninja's face changed dramatically. Not good. The Anbu with the beetle-patterned mask shattered into dense swarms of insects. It was an insect clone. The ninja with the fox mask turned into mud and earth clone. As expected of elite Anbu capable of finding Dan, they actually mastered such exquisite clone techniques. Be careful! Inside the cave, the sound of exploding tags suddenly rang out. The Senju clansman guard, using his back to shield Kato Dan, flew out, taking the blast of the exploding tags head-on to prevent Kato Dan from being injured. YK regretfully emerged from the ground inside the cave. The Senju clan guards were very strong, even a sneak attack couldn't secure a victory. Only after the heat from the exploding tags at the cave entrance dissipated did he slowly walk outside. When he reached the outside of the cave, he saw the two Senju guards escorting Kato Dan, fleeing quickly northward, with B in pursuit behind them. YK hurried to follow. Danzo was still hiding nearby. It wouldn't be good if Danzo caught him slacking off. After running for a few minutes, one Senju guard, seeing they were at a speed disadvantage, stopped to cover the retreat of the other two. Go quickly. Don't worry about me. He jumped up, charging towards B in mid-air, but was intercepted mid-air by the Fox Anbu. Such fast body flicker technique. YK's ninjato left its sheath, clashing with the Senju guard's kunao. B continued the pursuit, while YK engaged the Senju guard in one-on-one combat. The Senju guard grew more and more frustrated as they fought. He felt the Fox Anbu opposite him was almost like his mirror image. Similarly skilled in earth and water release, similarly possessing a powerful physique. YK had a slight advantage, but couldn't achieve a quick victory. The Fox Anbu primarily defended using water release, water formation wall, showing little offensive desire, acting as if delay alone meant victory. The Senju guard suddenly realized, the Fox Anbu's delaying tactics proved there weren't just two Anbu, other enemies were hidden in the shadows. The decisive factor wasn't between the two of them, but in the sneak attack of the hidden enemy. The Senju guard turned his head and saw the beetle-masked Anbu also locked in combat with the other guard. The beetle Anbu's movements were more extreme, almost trading injuries for hits, only wanting to get close to Kato Dan as quickly as possible. Kato Dan had already sat on the ground, preparing to use the forbidden technique. No. Once Kato Dan used the spirit transformation technique, his main body would be completely defenseless. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Kato Dan. Danzo held a kunao, coated with the sharp wind release chakra forming a vacuum blade. The vacuum blade swung, slicing the raindrops in the air one by one. Danzo stared at Kato Dan's neck. If he could kill Kato Dan, the trouble would be eliminated. However, the vacuum blade stopped abruptly, 3 centimeters from Kato Dan's ear. Kato Dan's soul was even faster. Truly worthy of the universally praised Kato Dan, his forbidden technique activation speed was so rapid. Danzo's expression changed, his entire aura transforming. Danzo spoke. Lord Danzo, I didn't expect it to be you. Since you've found me, there's no need to hide it anymore. I have been investigating one thing. On the night of the Nine Tails transfer seal, whose Sharingan created the armored Susanoo on the Nine Tails, causing Lady Mito to die prematurely. Danzo's eyelid kept twitching, struggling constantly. Then let me ask you, why have you suddenly started wearing an eye patch? As he spoke, Danzo's left hand reached up and lifted the eye patch. Beneath the eye patch, a new Manjiki Sharingan emitted a crimson glow in the rainy night. So it is you. The vacuum blade in Danzo's right hand suddenly thrust upwards, piercing into Danzo's own throat. The vacuum blade was exceptionally sharp, capable of cutting through giant rocks and even steel armor effortlessly, let alone Danzo's flesh and blood throat, which was like clay. Danzo's throat was instantly pierced. The vacuum blade, lacking Danzo's chakra support, instantly vanished. Blood gushed forth, momentarily even drowning out the sound of the rain, splattering noisily onto the muddy ground. Danzo's corpse fell forward, stiffly landing in a puddle of rainwater. Danzo died again? Twice in one night? Even YK, with his resurrection system, wouldn't dare to die like that. Blood spread in the puddle. B shouted, Lord Danzo. YK felt no joy in his heart, his gaze fixed intently on Danzo's figure. Could it be? End of chapter. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Another Manjiki destroyed. The vacuum blade had killed countless people in Danzo's hands, but today it cut through his own windpipe, blood vessels, and cervical spine. His head and neck were connected only by flesh and skin at the edges. Kato Dan's soul returned to his own body. His expression relaxed abruptly. Facing a high-ranking Konoha official like Danzo had put immense pressure on Kato Dan. The fight had been too intense just now. Now that he relaxed, Kato Dan realized a problem. He had killed Danzo, and this must never be known by anyone in the village. Kato Dan looked at the two Anbu and began forming hand signs. It wasn't the time to confront the village yet, these two Anbu must die. Seeing the fierce look in Kato Dan's eyes, YK's heart tightened. He immediately raised his hand, preparing to use the self-cursing body-binding seal to reveal his identity as an Uzumaki spy. YK had only formed the first hand sign when he abruptly stopped. The situation changed drastically, reversing once again. Kato Dan grunted, The spirit transformation technique halted abruptly. The vacuum blade pierced through Kato Dan's back, exiting from his chest, then slowly dragged downwards. Heart, lungs, spleen, intestines, kidneys all the way down. A horrific penetrating wound appeared on the left side of Kato Dan's torso. Danzo's ferocious face appeared beside Kato Dan's ear. This time, Danzo lacked his usual calm composure, replaced only by violence. Uchiha Kageme's precious Mangeki Sharingan, one was destroyed by Uchiha Madara, and the other, just hours later, was destroyed by Kato Dan. Unforgivable! Kato Dan! How dare you attack me? Blood gushed like a spring from Kato Dan's long wound, flowing profusely. Danzo's neck had been cut until only flesh remained, so why was he alive again? Even Tsunade didn't have such self-healing ability. Kato Dan struggled to complete the final hand sign, wanting to at least transmit the intelligence. However, the battle-experienced Danzo wouldn't give him that chance. The vacuum blade was suddenly jerked upwards from below, severing Kato Dan's left hand. The severed hand fell, landing in the bloody mud on the ground. Dan! One Senjua guard let out a pained cry, then immediately began forming hand signs. B, recognizing the signs for a summoning technique, feared he might summon something troublesome and cause complications, raised his hand and formed a sign. The Senjua guard's hand froze mid-air. Parasitic destruction insects had damaged his tendons, preventing him from completing the hand signs. YK also took advantage of his opponent's distracted state, rushed over, and killed him with a single sword slash. The battle turned from disadvantage to advantage in an instant, and ended just as quickly. All three on Kato Dan's side lay dead in the heavy rain. Without waiting for Danzo's order, B immediately said, "Sir, we will handle the scene right away." Seeing Danzo's ferocious expression, YK quickly lowered his head, rushed over, and busied himself with B. B and YK stacked the two Senjua guards' bodies together. As for Kato Dan's body, it was still at Danzo's feet. Kato Dan's corpse would be very useful. It would be secretly dissected to research the secrets of the spirit transformation technique. YK glanced at the corpse, noticing the first Hokage's necklace still around its neck. YK didn't move, because B beside him didn't move. B didn't move because Danzo stood motionless in the pouring rain. YK remained constantly vigilant, afraid Danzo might kill them to silence them. The likelihood probably wasn't high. Root currently lacked the cursed tongue eradication seal and wasn't fully controlled. Root are subordinates, but are Anbu like stepchildren then? Even if they were stepchildren, could they just be killed arbitrarily to silence them? They waited for a long time, but Danzo didn't come to kill them. The heavy rain poured down as if weeping for a talented young man like Kato Dan. Kato Dan would live on in the memories of many ninja, growing stronger and stronger in their recollections. Years later, some Senju ninja would remember Kato Dan and say that if he were still alive, he would certainly have achieved this or that. This is called the nostalgia filter. Kato Dan's forbidden technique was extremely powerful, but the problem was it rendered him half paralyzed. Once someone got close, that powerful forbidden technique had no room to be used. YK calculated his own gains and losses. Ensuring the Senjua clan's influence to check the higher UPS was YK's plan, now basically successful. Kato Dan destroying one of Danzo's eyes meant YK's scheme had some effect. As for confessing his identity to the Senjua clan, or even informing them, YK glanced at Danzo, remembered that Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was already suspicious of him, and dismissed the thought. Sympathy was one thing, but his own safety was more important. YK carefully observed Danzo from the corner of his eye. Orochimaru provided Danzo with advanced transplantation technology, yet Danzo kept dying. These two deaths and resurrections were just like in the original story where Danzo died repeatedly at Sasuke's hands, using the Sharingan as a substitution technique. B moved. YK hurriedly followed. B approached Danzo and said quietly, "Lord Danzo, it's too dangerous for you to personally take such risks in combat. Let us handle it in the future. Bringing a few more root ninja and a couple of Anbu squads can avoid many dangers." YK cursed B inwardly, "You bootlicker can lick boots by yourself, why drag others into it?" In the end, Others lick themselves to death, and you get all the benefits. Danzo closed his dead fish-like grayish-white eye, his expression grave. My displeasure isn't due to the life-threatening danger, but because these two eyes were entrusted to me by my dear friend Kagami on his deathbed. For Konoha, I long ago resolved to be ready to die at any time, but I must die meaningfully, like the second Hokage-sensei. I absolutely cannot die a worthless death. I must die at Konoha's most critical moment, becoming the last one to protect Konoha. It's a pity about Uchiha Kagami. My friend's entrustment was wasted in a single night. YK thought to himself, Danzo wants to be the last one to protect Konoha? Does that mean Danzo cannot die as long as there is even one person alive in Konoha? In every encounter, the Anbu gather intelligence for Danzo, and Danzo makes the final move. The logic forms a perfect loop. So Danzo doesn't think he's cowardly, he genuinely believes he will be the last one to die for Konoha. B quickly said, I believe Lord Kagami would be comforted seeing his eyes help you overcome two crises. YK was a professional Anbu, no matter what he heard, he would not vomit. Danzo finally said, let's go, to the frontline camp, to find Orochimaru. It was unknown whether Danzo would transplant a new Sharingan or switch back to his original eye. B asked, Lord Danzo, should we give Kato Dan's body to A for dissection by A? Danzo shook his head and said, Kato Dan's death must be kept absolutely secret, Orochimaru cannot know. Orochimaru was Dan's classmate and has deep feelings for Tsunade. If it were leaked, given Tsunade's temperament, she would inevitably break with the village. It's not yet time for a break with the Senju clan. We must at least wait until the Second Shinobi World War ends before researching how to eradicate the Senju clan's potential future threats. B subtly moved his eyeballs, glancing towards Fox's direction, hinting whether Fox was qualified to know such a major secret as Kato Dan's death. Danzo looked at Fox. YK's heart tightened, and he immediately tried to save himself. Lord Danzo, I have a plan that can permanently eliminate the future troubles regarding Kato Dan's death. Surviving in the cracks was too difficult. He had to buy time, delay until the next full moon, so he would have more room to maneuver. Danzo looked Fox up and down and asked, let's hear it. End of chapter. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Kill two birds with one stone. Danzo waited for Fox's reply. YK was extremely nervous inside, if he said the wrong thing, Danzo would surely silence him here and now. He quickly organized his thoughts and said, Lord Danzo, we must widely publicize the news that Uchiha Madara is still alive to the village. This way, the village will organize a large force to hunt down Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara being alive is the village's nightmare. Kato Dan's location wasn't far from Uchiha Madara, and he had Senju guards with him. I think the Senju clan roughly knew Kato Dan's whereabouts. If we just throw Kato Dan's body into the wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees created by Uchiha Madara, and fake the scene that Kato Dan was killed by Uchiha Madara, wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? Danzo raised his eyelid slightly, very interested. How does it kill two birds with one stone? YK thought his plan had struck a chord with Danzo and hurriedly said. First, it explains Kato Dan's death. If Kato Dan dies, Tsunade will definitely investigate by any means necessary. If Kato Dan died at the hands of Uchiha Madara, then there's nothing much Tsunade can do. After all, her grandfather also died prematurely due to his great battle with Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Second, it diverts the trouble elsewhere. The Senju clan will inevitably target the Uchiha clan even more. When the Senju and Uchiha clans are fighting internally, they will have no time to uncover the truth. YK was very certain that Danzo wasn't afraid of Tsunade's investigation, but he would definitely be interested in pitting the Senju and Uchiha clans against each other. Danzo didn't even regard the Senju clan during Senjurinoki's era highly. Now, with Senju Hanaki and a group of old, weak and disabled members, Danzo hasn't taken further action only because it would look bad and risk collective rejection from other ninja clans in the village. Sure enough, when Danzo heard the words internal strife, his interest was strongly piqued. No one understood internal strife better than Danzo. Danzo was the king of conflict in Konoha. B asked from the side, what if Uchiha Madara doesn't admit he killed Kato Dan? YK explained, I've heard some stories about Uchiha Madara. He's killed too many people, he wouldn't remember someone 2 generations younger like Kato Dan. Danzo nodded, that was true. Seeing the situation was favorable, YK stated his ultimate goal. Lord Danzo. I am willing to take the risk and go to the wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees now to stage the scene of Kato Dan being killed by Uchiha Madara. The real time of Kato Dan's death and the fake time cannot differ too much, otherwise people will notice. He needed to get away from Danzo, the current Danzo was too dangerous. As long as he could separate from him, everything would be easier, he would have more room to maneuver. Danzo frowned slightly, looked down at Kato Dan's body, and finally said, good. Fox, your thinking is sharp. You are a natural-born Anbu. Natural-born Anbu. YK felt this phrase sounded like an insult. Danzo added, B, you follow Fox, ensure he completes the plan. I will wait for you here. As expected, Danzo didn't dare to risk himself, he was afraid of dying tonight. Sending B along was due to distrust, fearing YK would tamper with things. YK lifted the bodies of Kato Dan and the 2 guards, picked up Kato Dan's severed hand, and headed back. B followed about 100 meters behind Fox, watching him from a distance. Heading back towards the cave where Uchiha Madara was hiding, B was also afraid. YK had to gamble. He bet that Uchiha Madara would quickly relocate after his whereabouts were exposed. In the original story, after Uchiha Madara gained Hashirama's power, he lost interest in everything in the ninja world, focusing solely on the Eye of the Moon plan. Now that Uchiha Madara had been discovered by Danzo, he might transfer and continue lurking in the shadows. Reviving and initiating the Eye of the Moon plan was Uchiha Madara's goal. Without Hashirama, this world was dull. If Uchiha Madara hadn't left yet. YK moved his eyes. He could only activate his Sharingan and ask Uchiha Madara if he had any romantic liaisons in his youth. Uchiha Madara, do you remember Syayuhi by the Nakano River? But it was hard to say, maybe Uchiha Madara still hated the Uchiha clan for not leaving Konoha with him. In the heavy rain, the distant forest was faintly visible through the water mist. Soon, YK saw the battlefield after the wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Thick tree trunks were entangled and intertwined, dense and numerous. YK looked towards the dark cave above the wooden terrain. He formed hand signs and created a shadow clone. The shadow clone jumped onto the trunks created by the wood release, leaping towards the cave. Standing at the cave entrance, cool gusts of wind blew out from inside. YK was ready to activate his Sharingan at any moment, watching his shadow clone disappear into the cave. 100 meters behind, B also watched the cave nervously. He had secretly left parasitic destruction insects on Fox. If Fox tried anything tricky, he would eliminate him immediately. About 20 seconds later, the shadow clone reappeared at the cave entrance. YK's tense body relaxed. He first put down the bodies, then used body flicker technique to appear at the mountainside cave entrance. The shadow clone burst, returning its memories to YK, but he still wasn't fully assured and walked into the cave. The mountain and the ground beneath had been hollowed out. The space was unusually tall, but aside from a single chair, it was completely empty. That large space was probably meant to accommodate the demonic statue of the outer path. Uchiha Madara, Nagato, and his family of 3 had all disappeared. YK breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Madara had indeed hidden again, plotting from behind the scenes. He returned to the wood release area, saw the 3 Konoha ninja corpses, and also the corpse of the Yamanaka clan root ninja. These bodies had been crushed by the tree trunks, mangled and broken. Observing the gruesome state of the corpses carefully, YK treated the bodies of Kato Dan and the Senju guards similarly. He lifted tree trunks, placed the bodies inside, and then ensured the skulls were crushed, preventing any intelligence from being gathered from the corpses. Only the lower half of Kato Dan's face was visible between the gaps in the trunks, enough to identify him. Be relaxed in the distance, watching Fox work busily. What Lord Danzo said was true. Fox was a natural-born Anbu, ruthless and meticulous in his methods. After finishing the work, YK found B and said, "I request to join the investigation team. When the investigation team returns here, I can guide them to notice the details of Kato Dan's body, ensuring no mistakes." B, however, said, "You can tell me the details. I can also guide the investigation team." YK was taken aback. If he told all the details, wouldn't B still silence him? "All right, let's go over to Kato Dan and discuss the details." Arriving beside Kato Dan's body, YK deliberately made it complicated. "Look at this head, look at this chest." After describing the general situation, he added, "I've also considered the rain washing things away. The investigation team won't arrive for at least 10 days. I think under the rain, his arm might show 4 or 5 different possible conditions. I request to stay here for a few days to observe the effects of rain on the bodies, and also to prevent wild animals or rain ninja from disturbing the scene." B realized Fox had preset many possibilities, making things increasingly complex. After thinking it over, he decided to go back and ask Lord Danzo whether to silence Fox or not. He would better not make the decision himself. "Come back with me to see Lord Danzo first. Let him decide if guarding the scene is necessary." YK followed B back to Danzo. Danzo was still in the same spot, standing in the rain, one eye his distinctive 4 white eyes, the other a greyish-white dead eye. B had Fox wait where he was, then went over and reported quietly to Danzo. After a thinking, Danzo said, "Fox is useful. He considers things thoroughly. Let him guide the investigation team. Fox has been involved in all the major Anbu missions this year, starting from Uzushiagakuer, without making any mistakes. He showed no mercy towards the 3 Senju clan members' bodies. He hasn't considered defecting to the Senju clan or betraying the Anbu in his heart. Do as Fox says. You and he stay here together, ensuring the scene isn't disturbed by passing rain ninja. I will return to the village first and bring the investigation team as soon as possible. The 3rd Hokage will come. Uchiha Madara being alive poses a greater threat to the village than the Second Shinobi World War." "Understood, Lord Danzo." Watching Danzo leave alone, YK let out a long sigh of relief. He had managed to bluff his way through. End of chapter. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, The Lavish Investigation Team. After Danzo left, even the air in the heavy rain felt moist and sweet. YK stood on a tree trunk, using a telescope to look into the distance. B was on the other side of the wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees, also watching the distance warily, as well as Fox. The place Uchiha Madara chose was extremely remote. The rain here was heavier than in other parts of the Land of Rain. There was no human activity nearby, and no ninja had come this way. Days passed, and YK and B had no communication. YK knew that B had reminded Danzo a few days ago about whether to kill YK to silence him. He was probably the Abarame Ryoma from the original story. "Abarame Ryoma, you'd better not leave Danzo's side." Traveling from the south of the Land of Rain to Konoha took 7 days. Even if Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi discussed a plan within an hour or two of returning to Konoha and set off immediately, the round trip would still take 14 days. On the first day of the month, 14 days later, a large group of people appeared in the distance. YK put down his telescope, thinking, did Uchiha Madara really put that much psychological pressure on Danzo? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, and the clan heads of the 5 major clans Senju, Uchiha, Yamanaka, Inyazuka, Abarame, while the Hyga clan sent an elder. The Yamanaka, Inyazuka, Abarame, and Hyga clan heads and elders were here for reconnaissance. Senju Hanaki and Uchiha Kane were the two parties involved. Each brought 2 guards, making the team look exceptionally large. With this level of force, if someone said they were going to attack Omegakure, even Hanzo would shudder. A super lavish investigation team. YK looked specifically at Danzo. Danzo's right eye was still bandaged. It never ends. After tasting the power of the Sharingan, Danzo could no longer resist the temptation. Being able to resurrect? So sweet. Danzo had gained too much from Uchiha Kagami. The group landed around the wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Hiruzen Sarutobi wore combat armor and held the adamantine staff in his hand. A large monkey eye opened on the adamantine staff. Hiruzen, this is the first Hokage's wood release. Hiruzen Sarutobi swung the staff, using some force, and shattered the coiled and twisted tree trunk. He said, "This level of strength is indeed wood release." Everyone else looked at Senju Hanaki. Seeing the wood release with his own eyes, Senju Hanaki was confused and bewildered. Advisor Danzo said Uchiha Madara used wood release? It wasn't some Senju ninja awakening the Kekii Genkai on the battlefield. For Senju Hanaki and Uchiha Kane, this intelligence was too outrageous, to the point it didn't seem fake. Danzo had no need to fabricate such an unbelievable lie about this matter. No one else commented. The Senju clan hadn't produced a wood release Kekii Genkai user for decades. Aside from Nawaki, there hadn't been any exceptionally talented geniuses heard of in the Senju clan in recent years. The members of the Yamanaka, Inyazuka, Abarame, Hyga, and other ninja clans immediately began reconnaissance, gathering intelligence from the area. YK and B landed beside the higher UPS. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't look at Roots B first, but instead looked at the Anbu fox and asked. "Fox, what happened? Tell me in detail from the beginning." YK estimated Danzo had already explained it once, so he briefly recounted how they encountered the 3 Konoha ninja controlled by Madara, and how they were controlled by Genjutsu to kill each other. YK blamed the squad's internal strife entirely on Uchiha Madara. Then he escaped, encountered Danzo, and Danzo brought him back, where they encountered Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara controlled 3 Konoha ninja and fought against Kato Dan's trio. Danzo brought him, B, and C to assist. Kato Dan's trio and C all died in battle. Inyazuka clan head Inyazuka Kari found 7 bodies within the wood release area. YK proactively led the higher UPS to jump onto the wood release terrain, came to the several corpses, and pointed them out respectively. When he pointed out Kato Dan, Senju Hanaki's face instantly turned pale. Between the gaps in the tree trunks, the lower half of Kato Dan's face was visible. Having heard stories of his father dominating the ninja world with wood release, and now seeing one of his clan's most important younger members dead here, Senju Hanaki's heart bled. Kato Dan was not only Tsunade's lover but also the head of the Kato clan, a minor ninja clan affiliated with the Senju. His death was a massive blow to the current Senju clan. Yamanaka clan head Yamanaka Kai said, "The heads of several corpses have been crushed by the wood release. No intelligence can be gained from the brains of the corpses." YK stood on a tree trunk. In the gap beneath his feet was Kato Dan's crushed, severed hand. It was a gruesome sight. Even if Senju Hanaki had 200 meters of surgical thread, he couldn't stitch together half a Kato Dan. After Senju Hanaki had completely despaired and raised no objections, YK spoke again, "Hokage-sama, please follow me to the cave where Uchiha Madara once hid. There is important intelligence inside." Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately said, "Let's go." As they approached the cave, even Hiruzen Sarutobi slowed his pace. Uchiha Madara had left a deep impression on the young Hiruzen Sarutobi and others back in the day. Never mind Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others, even Tobirama Senju wouldn't last long against peak Uchiha Madara. The group entered the cave. The cave dug downwards, hollowing out a tall, large cavern beneath the mountain. In the center of the cave was a stone chair atop steps. Thick dust covered everything. One could imagine that over countless days and nights, Uchiha Madara sat on that stone chair, leaning on his scythe, motionless. He was too old to be willing to move. This world was dull, unworthy of his further attention. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the bottom of the steps, looking up at the stone chair, his expression tense, as if Uchiha Madara was still sitting there. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! YK called out twice before Hiruzen Sarutobi snapped back to reality. YK said, Hokage-sama, behind the stone chair is a very deep pit. It seems like something gigantic was there once. I can't say for sure, maybe a giant, but I don't know what it was. At this moment, aside from Senju Hanaki, all the higher UPS attention was captured by the intelligence about Uchiha Madara. They followed YK around the stepped stone chair and saw a huge, deep pit behind it. YK said, I used a shadow clone to jump down and look. In the pit is the lower half of a large humanoid creature, with legs, knees, and feet. Proportionally, there was once a giant over 100 meters tall here. Even Danzo's gaze was fixed on the pitch-black, deep pit. YK's goal was achieved, no one was considering silencing him anymore. Everyone was puzzled. What was Uchiha Madara planning? What was the giant here? Was it the wood-human technique? Or the Senju Buddha? YK took out a scroll and handed a drawing of the giant's lower half from the pit to the third Hokage. B was very surprised beside him. Had Fox been sending shadow clones into the cave these past few days to draw this? YK thought to himself, former civil engineering buddy, let me show you my drawing skills. The third Hokage looked at the drawing of the giant's lower half and shook his head repeatedly. It was neither the Senju Buddha nor the wood-human technique, it looked more like some malnourished, muscularly atrophied giant. After everyone had digested this information, YK added. Hokage-sama, there's an area to the side with a bed made of wood release, only big enough for a child to lie on. I don't know what Uchiha Madara did on that bed. The crowd swarmed towards the side area. YK completely relaxed. No one was paying attention to Kato-dan anymore, and Danzo had no intention of silencing him either. The mysteries surrounding Uchiha Madara were enough for these people to study for a long time. End of chapter. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Use official titles during work hours. The Anbu is a violent organization directly under the Hokage. The Hokage is too busy, so it's usually managed and commanded by the Anbu commander. Now that the Hokage was present, YK only needed to follow Hiruzen Sarutobi at all times, which was much more comfortable than following Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi patrolled inside and outside the cave several times, constantly asking for details. YK answered what he could, and for what he couldn't, he offered some guesses and suggestions. There were too many mysteries surrounding Uchiha Madara. The reconnaissance ninja led by several clan heads returned. The Hyuga elder, Inyazuka Kari, and the other clan heads came to the Hokage's side, shaking their heads one after another. Inyazuka Kari took the lead and said, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Madara's retreat was very covert. Combined with the heavy rain all around, none of us found any trace of his departure. I judge that the 100-meter giant in the cave was probably a summoning. Otherwise, transferring such a large giant couldn't be so hidden. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and said, Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Please wait at the cave entrance. I have some matters to discuss with the Senju and Uchiha clan heads. The empty cave was left with only the Hokage's side and the two clan heads, Senju Hanaki and Uchiha Kane. Hiruzen Sarutobi first looked at Uchiha Kane and asked, Clan head Kane, does the Uchiha clan still have some channel of contact with Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Kane shook his head repeatedly. Hokage-sama, when Uchiha Madara first betrayed the village, we had already completely severed ties with him. Please believe the Uchiha clan. We are right here in the village, how could we betray the village or have contact with a fiend like Uchiha Madara? I know nothing about Uchiha Madara's affairs. What confuses me more is, even if it is Uchiha Madara, why does he know would release? YK thought, here it comes, Uchiha Kane is starting to deflect blame. He had to. If the blame for Uchiha Madara fell on them, the Uchiha clan couldn't bear it. Hearing this, Senju Hanaki's expression was sorrowful and pained. That's what I want to ask you. Why does a Uchiha master the most precious Kekkei Genkai in our Senju clan's history? Uchiha Madara is from the Warring States period. At that time, marriage between the Senju and Uchiha clans was absolutely impossible. Is it that the Uchiha clan has been secretly conducting human experiments? Have the missing geniuses of my Senju clan ended up on your Uchiha clan's operating tables? Just as the two were about to argue, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "Stop. Don't dwell on matters from the Warring States period." After pondering, he said, "The matter of Uchiha Madara is too important. Clan head Hanaki, clan head Kane, the two of you are responsible for establishing a large investigation team. Use this place as the starting point to search for and scout Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's intention to destroy our Konoha remains, we cannot leave him unchecked. I believe the Nine Tails transfer sealing riot was most likely done by Uchiha Madara. The Nine Tails was once Uchiha Madara's summon. He always wanted to take it back, but just couldn't find an opportunity to act because Konoha was heavily guarded that night." Senju Hanaki was reluctant to accept the third Hokage's explanation, but she couldn't find a reasonable rebuttal in a short time. The Senju and Uchiha clans were already in sharp conflict because of the Nine Tails transfer sealing riot. Having them form a joint investigation team now was just adding fuel to the fire. Uchiha Madara came from the Uchiha clan and mysteriously mastered the Senju clan's wood release. Who else could investigate besides these two ninja clans? Senju Hanaki and Uchiha Kane had no choice but to agree. As for the intensification of conflicts between the two sides, it was inevitable. When both sides were fighting inextricably, Hiruzen Sarutobi would timely mediate, this was what he was best at. Senju Hanaki closed her eyes in pain. Uchiha Madara was alive, so the village would pin the blame for the Nine Tails transfer sealing riot on Uchiha Madara. But Senju Hanaki always felt that things weren't that simple. After leaving the cave, Senju Hanaki had the two Senju guards collect the 3 bodies of the Senju clan members. Senju Hanaki looked at the 3 body bags and murmured, "We'll notify Tsunade at the time of the burial, otherwise, Tsunade won't be able to bear it." Not long after, a Senju guard suddenly said, "Clan head. Dan has the first Hokage's necklace on him." The necklace, made of hard material, had survived. Senju Hanaki took the necklace and put it away, preparing to return it to Tsunade. YK followed Hiruzen Sarutobi all the way back to Konoha village. Another 7 days passed on the road, the next full moon wasn't far away. After returning to Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi took YK directly to the Hokage building. Only Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was waiting in the Hokage's office. "Fox, tell me the real details in full." YK understood that the third Hokage wanted to know what Danzo had actually done. This time, YK recounted everything in minute detail. Encountering the 3 Konoha ninja controlled by Uchiha Madara, being pursued by Kato Dan, the deaths of Antelope, Leaf Monkey and others, using the Yamanaka secret technique to escape. Meeting Danzo, Danzo takes him to find Uchiha Madara, their battle, Danzo trading 1 Manjiki for a chance to escape. "What? You mean that I was destroyed?" YK was startled. Hadn't Danzo disclosed this matter to Hiruzen Sarutobi? Had some rift developed between these two? When the Anbu heavily injured Uegakure and Noki at Mount Ushiga, the Anbu had built momentum for Danzo, claiming it was his primary achievement, but the third Hokage later stopped it. Perhaps these two already had some conflicts now. It's just unknown when the Anbu and route split, with Danzo leading route independently. YK said, "Yes, Hokage-sama, that eye turned into a grayish-white dead man's eye." Continue. YK then recounted how Danzo found Kato Dan and killed him at the cost of another Mangeki. Then came YK's suggestion to place Kato Dan's body into the wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Regarding anything related to Danzo, YK had to tell the truth. If he withheld anything, and if Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo compared notes, he would be finished. Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked his pipe, puffing continuously. Soon, the Hokage's office was filled with smoke, becoming somewhat stifling. Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "Good, I know everything now. Fox, your performance was good, exceeding my expectations. Complete a mission report as soon as possible and have Yellow Dog deliver it to me." "Yes, Hokage-sama." YK went to the Anbu base to write the report. After Fox left, Yellow Dog said, "Father, before this mission, the deceased antelope mentioned that he noticed Fox's chakra was abnormally depleted on the night of the Nine Tails transfer seal. This time, use official titles during work hours." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Yellow Dog, no need to dwell on those details. If Fox could escape unscathed from Danzo's hands, there would probably be no major issue. If Fox had a problem, someone of Danzo's nature would have dealt with him long ago. Fox is a talent worth focusing on. The Anbu is short on skilled hands. Strong Jainin all want to enter the Jainin Commander Council. Jainin like you, who are wholeheartedly dedicated to burning for Konoha, are too few. If you're still uneasy, you can observe him further, but don't let it affect the important use of Fox. If you want to take over the Anbu, you must have several battalion commanders capable of handling matters independently as subordinates. Fox's growth rate is astonishing, he's worth cultivating." "I understand." Yellow Dog said, "It's just a pity that Fox is a civilian ninja. If he were a ninja from our Sarutobi clan, or from the Inoshika CH clans, it would be better." Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "Slowly cultivate the younger generation of the Sarutobi clan and the Inoshika CH clans. There's no need to rush." In the Anbu base, B saw the returning Fox and went to find Danzo. Danzo said, "It seems Hiruzen Sarutobi trusts Fox quite a bit." Given Hiruzen Sarutobi's kind-faced but ruthless nature, if Fox had a problem, he would have been killed long ago. Suspend the investigation into Fox. Just observe him slightly in the future. After YK finished writing the mission report and personally handed it to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, he finally left the Anbu base. He had returned to the village, but his squad was still at the front line camp. This full moon cycle was the most difficult and painful one. Late at night, YK entered the Tsurugatsu izakaya and shouted, "Boss, give me your best sake." Kai saw it was Kage who had returned and hurried over, leaning close to YK's ear to ask, "Do you want spicy sake or salty sake?" YK was puzzled. "Sake can be salty?" "Oh. I get it. I definitely don't want salty sake, but I want you to repay a favor abundantly." The two went into the backyard. Half an hour later, YK said, "Change the sheets. This isn't repaying a favor abundantly, this is repaying with a fountain." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Memorial Stone. In the Fox Squad's changing area within the Anbu base, only YK remained. The empty surroundings made him wish for a purple cat. YK created a shadow clone and opened his Sharingan beneath his mask. He kept changing poses as if for a staged photo. The shadow clone occasionally changed hand gestures, reminding YK when the Sharingan would be visible and when it would be blocked by the mask. Through experimentation, when enemies appeared outside a 30-degree angle from his line of sight, they couldn't see YK's Sharingan. Using the Sharingan required extreme caution. Unless it was a life-or-death struggle, once exposed, things would get very lively. The Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan, and now even the Uchiha clan had spies in the Anbu, and these 3 spies were the same person. His current Sharingan was a single Tomo Sharingan, primarily enhancing insight, which meant an improvement in taijutsu. He wondered if abilities like copying and genjutsu would appear after it evolved into 2 Tomo and 3 Tomo. A few mornings later, YK lazed in bed for a while at Kai's place. Since YK's return, the izakaya had been closing early and opening late. Kai was somewhat sapping her spirit through pleasures. YK advised Kai to train even if she wasn't a ninja anymore, otherwise, she couldn't meet her match in bed. Every time Kai had to trade 2 for 1, no woman could withstand that. Speaking of meeting one's match, YK thought of Uzumaki Yuka. In that aspect, Uzumaki Yuka performed the best. After kissing Kai goodbye, YK went out. He bought a few bunches of white flowers and headed to the memorial stone. Behind the memorial stone, there were many new graves. YK stood among the graves, looking around. This small place probably wouldn't be enough after this war. The forest in the distance would likely be cut down. Following the squad list, YK found the graves of Antelope, Leaf Monkey, and others, and placed the white flowers. Antelope had wronged him by reporting to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, but he was dead now, so the score was settled. Leaf Monkey. Which Leaf Monkey was this who had died? He couldn't quite remember, it seemed like the 4th one. The attrition rate for this mask was too high. Anbu ninja died silently. They were already marginalized figures in the village, either marginalized within their clans or civilians with few friends. If YK died, probably only Purple Cat would come to offer flowers. And that was only if Purple Cat lived long enough and, after being promoted to squad leader, checked the previous squad's records to learn his real name. Turning around, YK saw 2 women in black clothes at the front of the cemetery. Senju Hanaki and Princess Tsunade. Tsunade wore the first Hokage's necklace around her neck. In front of them was Kato Dan's tombstone. The tombstone had Kato Dan's photo and name. As YK passed by the 2, he couldn't help but take an extra look at Tsunade. A strong woman weeping is a pitiful sight. The first half of Tsunade's life was full of ups and, mostly, downs. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, the granddaughter was doted on by the first Hokage. A junior clans member highly regarded by the second Hokage, who appointed Hiruzen Sarutobi as Tsunade's teacher for her sake. With the second Hokage's sacrifice, Tsunade's fate took a sharp turn for the worse. The Senju clan, upholding the wills of the 2 Hokages, charged at the front and retreated last in 2 shinobi world wars, suffering countless casualties, and the clan grew weaker and weaker. Her younger brother Nawake's death by explosion nearly broke Tsunade. Such a strong woman cried for days beside Nawake's corpse. On the night of the Nine Tails transfer seal, Tsunade was fighting on the front lines and couldn't even return. The team of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya was an important deployment by Hiruzen Sarutobi on the front line. That night, Tsunade's grandmother Uzumaki Mito, her father Senju Inoki, and her mother all died at the hands of the Nine Tails. Next was Kato Dan's death. Tsunade buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Senju Hanaki glanced at the young man passing by, hoping he would leave quickly. But he was also here to mourn loved ones, so it wasn't appropriate to hurry him. YK glanced at Kato Dan's tombstone and left the memorial stone cemetery. After Tsunade cried herself out and her emotions stabilized, Senju Hanaki said, "Tsunade, I've been keeping things from you before. In my original plan, you were the bridge between the clan and the village leadership. Even in the most extreme circumstances, as long as you were here, the village leadership wouldn't completely break with the clan. I only told Dan about many of the clan's dark secrets. Now Dan is gone too. The Senju clan is at its most critical moment. Many things can no longer be kept from you. Green medical chakra appeared on Tsunade's hands, healing her swollen eyes and bloodshot redness, restoring her resolute appearance. She said, "And, tell me. I have some guesses too." Senju Hanaki connected the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan and the Nine Tails transfer seal, speculating that a faction within the leadership was systematically targeting the Senju clan. Tsunade listened silently, then turned with Senju Hanaki to look at the Hokage rock. The stone faces of the first and second Hokages gazed down upon the village. It's truly despicable. They can attack comrades within the village, but our Senju clan can't cross that psychological barrier. After thinking, Tsunade said, "And, slowly recall the clan ninja fighting on the front lines and train them in medical ninjutsu. Before we uncover the truth, we can't take any more risks. Konoha has changed. A Konoha like this isn't worth our blood. However, we cannot abandon our love for the village. The village is the life's work of the Senju clan. Train clan members to utilize their physical advantages, transition them into medical ninjas, and continue serving the village. I will find a way to uncover the truth. Don't worry, Aunt, I won't take risks. I know the severity of the situation. I won't die. I will carry their wills and persevere." If following the original story's development, Tsunade would already have developed hemophobia and been utterly disillusioned with Konoha. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi's death, Tsunade never set foot in Konoha again. But now, the Senju clan still had hope. No matter how much Tsunade suffered, she would rally her spirits and continue fighting for her clan. The full moon was like a silver plate, its light resembling white frost. YK finally waited for the full moon and completely relaxed. It was terrifying. This lunar cycle had Uchiha Madara, Kato Dan, and Danzo. It really wasn't easy. In the Anbu base, Yellow Dog summoned YK. "Fox, there's a new mission here. We will follow Lord Danzo into Omegakure." Lord Danzo was supposed to conduct important negotiations with Hanzo last month, but the negotiation mission was delayed for a month due to Uchiha Madara's appearance. From the available intelligence, Hanzo and Omegakure's will to fight isn't firm. Orochimaru and others are leading operations in the Land of Rain, but the Rain Ninja haven't organized any large-scale decisive battles. Lord Danzo has studied Hanzo. Hanzo can be persuaded to retreat through an exchange of interests. Hanzo declared war on Konoha because Noki promised him many benefits. Konoha is prepared to cede a portion of the mission share in the Land of Rivers. In a few days, we will go to the Land of Rain to try contacting Hanzo and sound out his stance. YK nodded, thinking to himself that he had to go to the front lines again. Hiruzen Sarutobi was becoming more and more like a politician, increasingly fond of using compromise to achieve his goals. In the ninja world, weakness is the original sin. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other leaders' strength was inferior to the first and second Hokages. They constantly compromised, repeatedly using Konoha's interests to exchange for stable situations, maintaining Konoha's false glory. A few days later, YK entered the Land of Grass camp with Danzo and finally saw his squad again. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Shame on you for bearing the demigod title. Purple Cat and the others hadn't undertaken many missions and were all still alive, which relieved YK. Soon, YK met the new members assigned to the squad. The most important new member was Antelope, a reconnaissance ninja. Antelope, an Abarame clan ninja, is skilled in insect reconnaissance. Reconnaissance range is about 1 kilometer. YK felt somewhat disappointed inside. The old antelope's Byakugan could scout 3 kilometers, the new antelope's insects only reached 1 kilometer. The reconnaissance capability was much worse. Insect reconnaissance had a lag, the scattered parasitic destruction insects could only relay information when they flew back. Antelope spoke up, "Captain, we've had no prior interaction, but my insects tell me you seem somewhat dissatisfied with me." He hadn't expected Antelope's parasitic destruction insects to sense emotions. YK said. "It's not dissatisfaction, but remembering the previous Antelope. He sacrificed himself on the last mission, just feeling a bit sentimental. Return to the team, Antelope. Get familiar with your teammates, and let your teammates get familiar with you." Battalion Commander Yellow Dog issued the assembly order. At the camp entrance, YK saw Danzo and 2 root ninja. Another mission following Danzo. The Anbu advanced in silence. Leaving the land of grass and entering the basin of the land of rain, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, and soon it began to rain. From a drizzling rain, it turned into a downpour. This country was always weeping. The rain greatly affected daily life, this country didn't produce much grain. The vast majority of crops couldn't survive here. The food consisted of aquatic plants like water caltrop and water shield. Scout teams on the periphery came and went continuously, reporting intelligence to Danzo. These scout teams were responsible for collecting intelligence for Danzo. There were benefits to following Danzo, too, timely intelligence, and Danzo valued his life highly, never placing himself in danger. Soon, Danzo stopped at a location 3 kilometers outside the capital city of the Land of Rain. According to intelligence, Hanzo was inside the capital city of the Land of Rain. The capital city of the Land of Rain was a grey mass in the rain curtain. All the Anbu guarded around Danzo, motionless, letting the rain pour down their cloaks. An hour later, a group of people emerged from the capital. Danzo nodded. The Anbu squad quickly moved, intercepting the group. When they were 50 meters apart, YK saw Hanzo. Hanzo wore a mask, a cloak, and held a scythe. He looked to the left into the distance, then to the right, his tone filled with confusion. "Danzo, my Omegakure has already declared war on your Konoha. How dare you come here? Are you here to die?" Hanzo spoke with strong confidence. The demigod of the ninja world, in this war-torn land of rain, was taken seriously by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, and the third Kage. His strength was unfathomable. But Danzo said, "Hanzo, shame on you for bearing the demigod title, yet being led around by the nose by Noki. Kumagakur has already declared war on Iwagakur. The third Raikage is personally leading a team into the land of waterfalls, attacking from the north of the land of earth. And our Konoha is also pressuring the Iwanin in the land of grass. If you hadn't caused trouble, we would have already broken into the southern part of the land of earth by now. I heard Noki promised you mission shares from the land of birds and a quota for the land of birds Dami's guardian ninja. If you hadn't been deceived by Noki and launched an attack on the land of birds now, with Iwagakur fighting on 3 fronts, wouldn't the mission share of the land of birds still be yours? Noki gives you things he can't hold on to anyway, making you fight for him. What a great deal! Your strength is decent, but you, a leader raised in a small village, have terrible strategic vision. Why not cooperate with Konoha? Let me teach you what the correct approach is." It was rare for Danzo to speak at such length, and his analysis was logical. Everything he said was correct. The problem was, it was a bit too correct. Hanzo was somewhat infuriated and ashamed into anger. Hanzo's political skills were terrible, otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed so many opposition organizations to emerge in the future land of rain. The early Akatsuki, led by Yahiko, was a moderate reformist group, but was eventually forced to become the violent revolutionary group led by Nagato. The angry Hanzo directly formed hand signs. Summoning technique. Disagree? Resort to force. When YK saw the giant summoned, the salamander, he immediately jumped sideways. A cloud of aged poison mist sprayed from the salamander's mouth. Purple mist billowed, and rain falling into the purple mist made sizzling corrosion sounds. Salamanders are a species living around Omegakure, very adapted to rainy weather. This summon was the strongest salamander in the clan. When rainwater entered the poison mist, the mist reacted with the rain, boiling even more frighteningly. Several Anbu joined hands to use wind release, but couldn't stop the poison mist. It was Danzo who personally acted, spewing a fierce wind from his mouth, dispersing the poison mist. YK cursed inwardly, that old bastard Danzo. I just jumped sideways to avoid the poison mist, and you blow it towards the side? The fox squad hurriedly dodged again. However, Hanzo's subordinates were already waiting on the side. Hanzo's men seized the moment when the Anbu ninja were still in the air after jumping and unable to change direction, launching their attacks one after another. Kunao, poisoned needles, and various attacks came in succession. YK formed hand signs, water release, water formation wall. The water release blocked most of the attacks. A fire release, dragon fire technique shot out, scattering Hanzo's subordinates. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog shouted, "Everyone attack Hanzo! Create an opportunity for Lord Danzo to strike." Danzo stood motionless in the rear. This was always his style. Subordinates probe for intelligence, he secretly formulates a plan, delivers the final blow, or executes the final escape. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was too desperate, leading the charge directly towards Hanzo, starting with a fireball dozens of meters in diameter. Half of Hanzo's body was illuminated by the great fireball. However, Hanzo was a master of water release. A water formation wall dozens of times larger than YK's easily blocked the great fireball. YK circled to the side of the water formation wall and was almost hit by the salamander's thick, large tail. Fortunately, his reaction speed was fast, otherwise, he would have been smashed into pulp. Even if he had to die, he couldn't die by the salamander's hand, he had to die by Hanzo's hand. Earth release, Earth-style rising spears. YK's chakra reserve wasn't small. Dense Earth-style rising spears, each over 10 meters high, stabbed towards the salamander. The salamander's skin was slippery, sticky, and very tough, the Earth-style rising spears couldn't pierce it. However, the Earth-style rising spears also acted like pillars, briefly restraining the salamander's left forelimb and left hind limb. Well done! After praising Fox, Yellow Dog immediately used a second fire release. Everyone had their own good at ninjutsu. Knowing many ninjutsu was useless, the ninjutsu you could use in actual combat were the ones truly yours. Since YK first met Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, he had only used one ninjutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique. This technique combines chakra nature transformation and shape transformation, strong in both attack range and speed. 3 consecutive fire release, dragon fire techniques surged towards Hanzo like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, the Anbu ninja on the other side also used fire release. Pincered from both sides, Hanzo had no escape. At that moment, Hanzo raised his hand and formed a single hand seal. Water body flicker. Hanzo and the salamander disappeared together. YK only felt a chill behind him, the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees. The cold-blooded salamander appeared behind him. Hanzo's water body flicker could actually teleport away with such a massive summon like the salamander, escaping the fire release encirclement. The scythe swept across, YK's head flew off. Host death detected. Mochizuki's arc system starting up. Such a powerful water body flicker, he really wanted to possess it. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon. Patreon.com/cnblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Water Body Flicker. His vision shifted, and YK returned to several days prior. He had just received the mission and was about to leave the village with Danzo to negotiate with Hanzo in the Land of Rain. Mochizuki's arc activated. The host has only one resurrection opportunity per month. Upon death, you will revive on the previous full moon night. Reward: 1 lottery draw opportunity. 1. Sword Art, Chain Scythe 2-stage strike. 2. Poison Mist Spray. 3. A rank water release, water body flicker, beginner. The first option was a scythe sword art developed by Hanzo, used in conjunction with a chain, making it elusive. The scythe often appeared behind the enemy, attacking their vulnerable back. This sword art was useless to YK, he didn't want to carry a scythe and chain around all the time. The second option, Poison Mist Spray, was incompatible with his current ability system, so he wouldn't choose it either. The third option, A rank water release, water body flicker, made YK's eyes light up. This was Hanzo's core ability. Body flicker techniques were rare abilities in the ninja world. As the saying goes, in the world of ninjutsu, only speed is unbreakable. As long as you were half a step faster than the enemy, you could suppress them everywhere. No matter how strong a ninjutsu was, if you didn't even have time to form hand seals, you'd be stabbed to death by a kunai the moment you raised your hand. The essence of ninja combat was to deliver a kunai into the enemy's heart in the shortest possible time. YK chose water release, water body flicker, and instantly mastered this body flicker technique. He understood clearly that this technique must be used when the ground was covered with water. By attaching chakra to the surrounding water, when attacked, he could form a single hand seal, his body instantly dissolving into liquid and collapsing, while the water in a nearby location instantly reformed into his body. Taijutsu body flicker involved exerting force downward, jumping and moving quickly. In contrast, the water body flicker involved exerting force upward, causing the body to rapidly liquefy and collapse downward, merging with the water on the ground. It not only had the body flicker effect but, because the body turned into water, it also had an escape effect. YK's Earth-style rising spears had trapped the salamander, but Hanzo used the water body flicker not only to dodge the fire release but also to free the salamander simultaneously. The difficulty of this technique mainly lay in the instantaneous liquefaction of the body. This brief liquefaction effect was surprisingly similar in concept to the Hazuki clan's hydrification technique. The Hazuki clan's hydrification technique could be maintained for a relatively long time, while the water body flicker's liquefaction only lasted for an instant. Omegakure and Kirigakure ninja were both proficient in water release, and Hanzo's water release talent was so high. Fortunately, his talent was now all mine. YK had mastered another ninjutsu that couldn't be revealed openly. Those who could use the water body flicker had to be, at the very least, Hanzo's biological son. Even a closed-door disciple wouldn't be qualified. Should YK go investigate Hanzo's life story to see if there was a woman he couldn't forget from his youth? A ninja's trump card would never be easily passed on to others. YK felt some regret. This technique was powerful, but it couldn't be used as a conventional means, only secretly employed in desperate situations. Arriving at the frontline camp, the Fox Squadron was replenished with new members like White Sheep. Afterwards, Danzo led the Yellow Dog Battalion into the Land of Rain. The ground was covered with puddles and flowing water. YK tried to attach his chakra to the water on the surrounding ground. If someone attacked him now, he could form a single seal and immediately body flicker to another location, even appearing behind the enemy. In a water-filled environment, this was like a poor man's version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo found Hanzo outside the capital of the Land of Rain and began negotiations. Hanzo, of course, wouldn't admit he had been fooled by Noki. The conversation turned sour, and they directly started fighting. Exactly the same as the previous timeline, YK used Earth-style rising spears to trap the salamander, and Hanzo used the water body flicker to evade all attacks. Before the Yellow Dog Battalion commander used his fire release, YK had already prepared the hand seals for the Earth clone. Hanzo and the salamander body flickered behind YK, the chain scythe hooking towards his neck. However, the scythe only caught a puddle of mud. YK had used the Earth clone to swap places with the soil underground, simultaneously using the Earth release, fish and Earth reflection technique to travel swiftly underground. Hanzo, having missed, let out a puzzled sound. Even the salamander seemed surprised, shaking its head as it searched for the Konoha Anbu who had turned into mud. The Yellow Dog Battalion commander, seeing his dragon fire technique only hit a large puddle of water, quickly turned his head and saw Fox, who had dodged Hanzo's attack. Well done, Fox! Making Hanzo miss his attack was a great morale booster. The Yellow Dog Battalion commander used fire release again, attacking Hanzo and the massive salamander. By the time the fireball struck, the salamander had already spewed poisonous mist, instantly killing a squad of ninja. YK looked over and breathed a sigh of relief. It was a squad from the Hippo Squadron, not from the Fox Squadron. He got up from the ground and quickly formed hand seals to use Earth release, Earth-style rising spears. Hanzo and the salamander used the water body flicker several times, disappearing and reappearing. YK's Earth release couldn't keep up at all. Not just YK, even the Yellow Dog Battalion commander's fire release couldn't keep up with Hanzo. In just over 10 seconds, the Yellow Dog Battalion had lost 3 squads. This was the strength of the demigod of the ninja world. The water body flicker and poison were too powerful. Danzo, positioned at the very rear of the team, spoke up to deploy tactics, use lightning release. 3 Anbu ninja, hearing this, hurried forward and used lightning release techniques on the ground. Lightning release, earth running. Lightning crawled over the ground like a spider web, indiscriminately attacking everyone's feet. The numbness in his feet made YK feel reassured. Sure enough, the next time Hanzo and the salamander appeared, they kept their distance, far away from the range of the lightning release. Both sides created some distance. Just as everyone was slightly catching their breath, Danzo abnormally jumped backward. Somehow, many explosive tags had appeared in the puddles on the ground. Exploding flame formation. The explosive tags detonated, killing the 3 Anbu lightning release users. Hanzo was not only proficient in poison mist and water release, explosive tags were also one of his specialties. After Danzo jumped back to avoid the explosive tags, he stood on a tree trunk and said to Hanzo, "Hanzo, I can't do anything to you, and you can't do anything to me either. Think carefully. Don't think that just because your strength is top tier in the ninja world, you can do whatever you want. In Nokia's eyes, you're just a foolish, usable thug. Cease hostilities. Do not interfere with Konoha's attack on the land of Earth in Iwagakur. If you come to your senses, send someone to contact me at any time." Having said that, Danzo jumped down from the tree trunk and turned to leave. "Wait!" Hanzo called out to stop Danzo. Everyone looked at Hanzo, unsure what he intended to do. Hanzo looked at the corpses of his fallen rain ninja subordinates on the ground. He wasn't afraid of anyone from Konoha, but the quality of the rain ninja was far inferior to that of Konoha shinobi. Hanzo said, "Your Konoha has vast resources and a great foundation, you can easily rebuild even if all your Anbu are wiped out. My Iwagakur's reserves are not as rich as Konoha's. These subordinates of mine were all carefully selected, and now they've all been killed by your Anbu. Danzo, my subordinates cannot have died in vain." He took out a scroll and threw it towards Danzo. "These are my terms." The scroll flew swiftly but was intercepted midway by the Yellow Dog Battalion commander. If it turned out to be a scroll full of explosive tags and Danzo got blown up, that would be laughable. Yellow Dog opened the scroll to inspect it, then body flickered to Danzo's side and handed it over. The scroll stated that after Iwagakure declared war on Konoha, quite a few Sunanin had appeared in the southern part of the Land of Rain. The Sunanin were lurking suspiciously near the Yoshimizu River in the Land of Rain. Hanzo's meaning was for Konoha to help deal with the Sunanin. In return, Omegakure would withdraw from this war and no longer interfere with Konoha's actions against Iwagakure. Things were getting more and more chaotic. Tsunagakure had also entered the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain truly lived up to its name as the crossroads of the ninja world, the land of constant conflict. Hanzo had one core demand: drive the Sunanin out of the Land of Rain. Danzo thought for a moment and handed the scroll to Yellow Dog. You handle it. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, The Abarame clan is this messy too? After moving far away from the capital of the Land of Rain, Danzo issued commands to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog in the Heavy Rain, then left with the Root Ninja. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog came before the 3 squadron leaders and assigned the mission. Omegakure's unexpected participation in the war forced the village to make 2 preparations. First, on the main front, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are leading troops into the Land of Rain, seeking to annihilate Omegakure's main force. Second, attempting negotiations. Hanzo proposed terms: he is willing to negotiate as long as we drive out the Sunanin. Both the main battlefield and the negotiations are essential for winning the war. Based on the intelligence provided by Hanzo, our battalion will head to the Yoshimizu River in the southern part of the Land of Rain to investigate the Sunanin's purpose and drive them out of the Land of Rain. The war against Iwagakure is the core conflict of the Second Shinobi World War. To quickly pincer attack the Land of Earth with Kumagakure from north and south, we must resolve the issue with the Rain Ninja as soon as possible. The 3 squadrons will investigate the 3 sections of the Yoshimizu River separately, capture Sunanin prisoners for interrogation, and find out what conspiracy the Sunanin have near the Yoshimizu River. YK was assigned to investigate the middle section of the Yoshimizu River. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog now defaulted to the Fox Squadron, being the strongest, so they received the most difficult tasks. His recent performance had been a bit too good, he still needed to lay low. Just like in his previous life working at a company, more work didn't lead to more reward, more work just led to even more work, continuously. If you said you knew how to do double-sided copying, all the department's copying would become your job, and you could never escape it short of resigning. Having received their orders, the 3 squadrons dispersed in 3 different directions. After walking for half a day, White Sheep suddenly said, "Squad leader. There are a large number of ninja ahead." YK quickly moved the squadron to higher ground with a better field of view. Through the binoculars, everything was obscured by rain and mist, making it hard to see clearly into the distance. He missed the previous White Sheep. If he were here, he could have identified the distant ninja long ago. "Squad leader. My insects have detected Abarame clan insects in the distance. They are Konoha ninja." "Oh? That's great news. It might be the main force commanded by Jonin Orochimaru." YK sent White Sheep to liaise with the main force, informing them that they were Anbu to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Before long, 4 ninja appeared from the other side. The leader was a female ninja wearing a mask, with a high collar and an insect gourd on her back, an Abarame clan ninja. After the Abarame ninja approached, she scanned the area, her gaze settling on the ninja wearing the white sheep mask. "Is it you?" YK was taken aback. Was she identifying a fellow clan member among the Anbu based on their insects? YK stepped in front of White Sheep and said, "Abarame ninja, mind the Konoha confidentiality regulations. Even if you recognize a fellow clansman, how can you say it out loud?" "Sorry, Captain," the female ninja said. "I am Abarame Shim. I'm here to relay orders from Vice Commander Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru-sama said that if you are an Anbu ninja, please have the Anbu squad leader come to see him. YK was somewhat puzzled, unsure why Orochimaru wanted to see the Anbu. Orochimaru was Rutsuki no, possessing the authority of an Anbu battalion commander, so YK had no choice but to comply. Along the way, Abaramashim kept glancing back at White Sheep. Even though the Anbu squad leader had reprimanded her, she couldn't help but want to look at White Sheep a few more times. White Sheep hid at the very back of the squadron. YK also went to the rear of the squadron and asked, "White Sheep, did you have any unfinished business before joining the Anbu? Who is Abaramashim to you?" White Sheep felt somewhat panicked. The Anbu required absolute reliability from its members. The squad leader would judge his eligibility to remain in the Anbu based on his answer. White Sheep said, "Squad leader, the Abarame clan raises insects inside their bodies, making it difficult for us to marry outside the clan. Abaramashim is the fiancé assigned to me by the family, but I truly cannot develop feelings for her. Abaramashim is a good girl. To make her forget me, I chose to disappear and join the Anbu." YK spoke in a knowing tone, "Joining the Anbu can indeed help you lay low for a while. When it comes to women, familiarity breeds affection, the key is how long you last. Why trouble yourself over it?" White Sheep didn't understand what his captain was implying and just shook his head. "Captain, you don't understand. I cannot develop any feelings for Shim. More importantly, the insects inside me reject the insects inside Shim." "Wait. YK seemed to have uncovered another secret of the Konoha clan. You're saying that when you and Shim are together, the insects inside both of you also need to be compatible?" "Yes," White Sheep said. "On the wedding night, just like the exchange of bodily fluids, our insects also need to exchange and mate. My insects detest her insects, we can't be together. An Abarame couple gives birth to a child, and the insects reproduced from the couple's insects become the child's parasitic destruction insects." YK sucked in a cold breath, a vivid image appearing in his mind. While an Abarame couple enjoyed their wedding night, countless densely packed insects on the floor, walls, ceiling, and windows might also be enjoying their own wedding night. He had already learned a little about how messy the Inoshika Ch trio of clans could be. Who would have thought that the usually quiet, reserved Abarame clan was also this messy, and in a way that made one's scalp crawl? YK said, "That really is a physiological aversion, not just from you, but also from your insects. I'll warn her again not to look for you or inquire about you." YK returned to the front of the group, found Abarame Shim, and said, "Squad leader Shim, please stop looking back. There is no one you know in my squadron, understand?" Shim was dejected, her lips turned downwards, almost crying. "I understand, Captain." Following Abarame Shim, they entered the Konoha troops. The Konoha ninja rested wearily against trees. In this heavy rain, it couldn't really be called rest, at most, it was relaxing their tense muscles. Over 400 ninja were searching for an opportunity to engage the rain ninja in a decisive battle in the pouring rain. The land of rain and the land of wind could be called the two most disliked places by Konoha ninja. The environment here was terrible, a single trip would make you lose at least 10 pounds. Reaching the front of the troops, YK saw the front-line commander for this battle, Orochimaru. Standing beside Orochimaru were Tsunade and Jiraiya. Jiraiya was chattering non-stop in Tsunade's ear, completely unaware of YK's arrival. As YK got closer, he could hear Jiraiya comforting Tsunade, urging her not to be despondent over Kato Dan's death. Tsunade leaned away from Jiraiya with disgust, her expression and posture screaming revulsion. Orochimaru asked, "Fox, if I recall correctly, you are from the Yellow Dog Battalion. Is your mission related to the war in the Land of Rain? If so, report the mission details to me to facilitate my planning." YK glanced at the people around Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and two staff officers. This wasn't according to protocol. Seeing impatience flash across Orochimaru's face, YK quickly averted his gaze. Given how favored Orochimaru was by the third Hokage and his importance to Danzo, Orochimaru was the protocol. YK told Orochimaru about encountering Hanzo outside the capital of the Land of Rain, especially the conditions Hanzo had proposed. After listening, Orochimaru said, "Advisor Danzo actually agreed to Hanzo's terms. I will defeat Hanzo on the main battlefield, there's no need to make any compromises with him at all. Fox, you may leave." YK thought to himself, "I hope you can still be this confident when Hanzo is beating you down." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 104. Chapter 104, I must criticize you for this. The Fox Squadron traversed more than half of the Land of Rain and arrived at the northern bank of the Yoshimizu River. The Yoshimizu River originated from a large lake northwest of the Land of Rain, gathered several tributaries, flowed along the southern edge of the Land of Rain's basin eastward, and finally entered the Land of Rivers. Arriving near the Yoshimizu River, YK saw the majestic Yoshioka Mountains rising abruptly in the distance, grand as a city wall. It was that very mountain range that separated the Land of Rain from the Land of Wind. The Yoshimizu River's surface width exceeded 100 meters, making it vast and mighty. YK found a large tree to shelter from the rain and unfolded the map. The Yoshimizu River didn't have much strategic value. A 100-meter wide river could be used by water release users to form a defensive line. Most Sunanin were wind release users, even if they occupied this river, they couldn't hold it. YK scanned the map and saw the largest town in the vicinity, Tsutamidani Town. Let's go, first investigate Tsutamidani Town. See if the people in the town have seen any Sunanin. Reaching the vicinity of the town, YK had the other squadron members conceal themselves outside the town. He and Purple Cat disguised themselves as travelers and entered the town. Purple Cat took off her mask, wearing a long waterproof cloak. The chin revealed beneath the hood was small and smooth. The two walked through Tsutamidani Town. There were few people on the streets, many didn't go out on such a rainy day. After walking for a while, the two sat on a long bench, observing their surroundings while resting. A small figure approached through the rain in the distance. She was about 8 or 9 years old, carrying a basket. "Mister, is this lady your girlfriend? Would you like to give her a blue flower? It's a rare little blue flower that only grows on the banks of the Yoshimizu River." Hearing this, Purple Cat lifted her hood slightly and looked with delight at the small blue flowers in the basket. Seeing Purple Cat liked them, YK said, "I'll buy all your blue flowers and give them to my girlfriend." After paying, the little girl was very happy, and Purple Cat was even happier. YK casually asked, "Little girl, what's your name? Have you seen any special people recently?" "My name is Khan. The most special ones are you two." "All right, besides the two of us, are there any other special people?" YK said, "We got separated from our friends in the heavy rain and are anxious to find them." Khan looked at the money from selling the flowers and said, "Okay, I'll take you to find them." Khan first took YK to the town's umbrella shop. The uncle at the umbrella shop is a very special person. He always fixes broken umbrellas and gives them to us orphans. Seeing Khan's expectant gaze, YK had no choice but to buy 2 umbrellas. Khan then took YK to the town's bakery. The auntie at the bakery is also very special. She always gives us bread that is almost expired but still edible. Khan again looked at YK with expectant eyes, forcing him to buy 2 loaves of bread. After that, YK bought shoes, bought gloves, and bought salted fish. He even bought paper and pens because the stationery shop owner usually taught the orphans how to write. It was clear that this small town took good care of its orphans. "All right, Khan, we can't buy any more. I can't carry anything else. Laden with numerous bags, YK had to refuse Khan's next request. Please, mister, just one last person. The uncle who patrols the riverbank always takes us to do work and gives us a little money as payment. The uncle who patrols the riverbank. YK's interest was piqued. The only noteworthy feature of this town was the riverbank north of the town. All right, let's go see this last person you think is special. Leaving the town, Purple Cat gestured to the squadron members in the distance, telling them not to approach. YK and Purple Cat followed the little girl to the base of the riverbank. The river patrol uncle came down from the bank and saw Khan with two unfamiliar young people. The two strangers were laden with bags hanging from their shoulders and held in their hands, not idle at all. Sorry. The river patrol uncle stepped forward and said. Khan is always like this. Because we take care of her and the other orphans a bit, she always recommends the town's shops to any travelers she meets. I hope you didn't spend too much? I can reimburse you. Khan's mouth quivered, on the verge of tears. Purple Cat quickly said, No, the bread Khan recommended was delicious. I already finished it on the way. YK said. Uncle, we are travelers from the land of grass and don't know the situation here. Can the Yoshimizu River really be held back by this embankment? Isn't it a bit dangerous? The river patrol uncle explained. The Yoshimizu River changed its course over 100 years ago. After the course change, a breach was left here. The daimyo sent people to build this embankment to block the breach. The people of Tsutamidani town are the descendants of the laborers forcibly conscripted by the daimyo back then. Fortunately, this place is poor, so not many ninjas come here. If ninja were to damage this embankment, Tsutamidani town and over a dozen villages behind it would all be flooded. YK looked at the embankment, then at the towering Yoshioka mountains in the distance. Did the Sunanin want to use this embankment for something? After returning from the embankment, YK found an inn and checked in with Purple Cat. Purple Cat, drying her hair, said hesitantly, Squad leader, the rest of our squadron is stationed outside the town in the heavy rain. Is it right for us to stay in a warm hotel? What's wrong with that? When you go back, just say we booked 2 rooms. Don't say we booked 1 room, isn't that fine? Replacing the Hyga clan ninja with an Aberame clan ninja for White Sheep had actually freed YK, giving him more freedom. Purple Cat, blushing, said, wouldn't emphasizing it specifically make people more likely to get the wrong idea? YK scooped Purple Cat up by the waist and carried her towards the bed. Her towel loosened, revealing her long legs. Getting the wrong idea is a problem for tomorrow. Your most important task today is to keep your voice down. We are Anbu, we must never expose our identities. Don't you agree? I absolutely will not make a sound. Absolutely not. All night, Purple Cat kept her lips tightly pressed together, muffling her moans, her pretty face flushed red from the effort. She was an Anbu ninja, she must not be exposed. Several days of investigation yielded no results. Instead, Khan, along with 3 or 4 other orphans, followed YK and Purple Cat daily, eating either bread or rice balls, getting fuller and fuller. YK sent the 3 squads to disperse and investigate nearby villages, but still gained no intelligence. He began to suspect Hanzo's goal was simply to divert the Anbu? To concentrate his forces against Konoha's main front? Unknowingly, the night of the full moon had arrived again. The full moon was invisible, hidden by clouds covering the sky. Seeing YK standing by the window, Purple Cat said shyly, again by the window tonight? I'm so afraid someone might see. As your squadron leader, I must criticize you for this. We are here to gather intelligence, not specifically to stay in a hotel. Of course, we'll be by the window tonight. What if we miss some important intelligence? Purple Cat, while letting her towel drop, came to the window with a face full of spring radiance, carefully positioning herself to the side of the window. The next morning, YK stood by the window, looking out at the Yoshioka Mountains. On the other side of the Yoshioka Mountains, the climate of the Gobi Desert was a world apart from here. Khan hurriedly ran through the streets, shouting that the river patrol uncle had been captured by ninja. YK put on his mask. Purple Cat, let's go. The two jumped out the window and landed on the highest nearby roof. Outside the town, Sunanin were fighting the town's dozen or so samurai. The fight was one-sided, the samurai were no match for the Sunanin at all. More and more Sunanin were appearing in the distance. Where were these Sunanin coming from? Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The Sunanin's Limestone Cave. Evading the Sunanin, YK and Purple Cat quickly moved outside the town to reunite with their squadron. White Sheep released his parasitic destruction insects, while the others used binoculars to observe the distance. A moderate rain fell from the sky, the dense water mist making for poor visibility. Squad Leader. It's Tsunagakure's elite jonin, Matsu. The Anbu had intelligence on important figures from other villages. Matsu was a noteworthy jonin from Tsunagakure, famous for his wind release ninjutsu. He had bandages wrapped around his head to protect against wind and sand, a relatively distinctive feature. They had unexpectedly encountered an elite jonin from Tsunagakure. In the distance, Matsu led over 100 Sunanin charging towards the town. YK quickly said to White Sheep, White Sheep. Take your squad to find Battalion Commander Yellow Dog and report the situation here. I'll continue reconnaissance. Yes. White Sheep left with his squad. The Fox Squadron's mission was reconnaissance. Facing a large force of Sunanin led by an elite jonin was impossible. YK thought Matsu would lead the Sunanin to charge into Tsutamidani town. However, Matsu turned midway and charged towards the river embankment. Upon reaching the embankment, the 100+ Sunanin, organized into 2 battalions, began placing explosive tags on the ground. They weren't just placing them on the surface, they first used earth release to bore holes, then buried the explosive tags deep within. This section of the embankment was over 50 meters thick and more than 10 meters high, very sturdy. The Sunanin formed hand seals simultaneously. A continuous series of explosions sounded, some on the surface, some deep within the embankment. After the explosions, the soil expanded and softened. The Sunanin rushed forward and used earth release to completely breach the embankment. To the side of the embankment, the river patrol uncle was tied up like a zongzi and trampled under a Sunanin's foot. He was shouting something in agony, powerless to do anything. The Yoshimizu River was nearly 100 meters wide. After the embankment was blown, the great flood surged down, rushing towards Tsutamidani town. The destructive power of the ninja was too great. Building such an embankment required years of effort from the ancestors of Tsutamidani town, but destroying it only took the ninja half an hour. Outside the ninja villages, all civilians feared and despised ninja. The river water rushed into Tsutamidani town, instantly submerging it to the height of a single story. The small town was thrown into chaos. Screams could be heard faintly from the town. The screams rose and fell with the flood waters, then were swallowed by the deluge. Squad Leader. The Sunanin have spotted us. Retreat first. The 2 squads of the Fox Squadron were no match for the Sunanin. YK led the 2 squads to retreat further away, the Sunanin did not pursue. The Sunanin gathered around the breach, widening the gap. Some Sunanin followed the flood crest downstream. YK said, let's go, see what the Sunanin aim to achieve by breaching the embankment. The Yoshimizu River was a major river in the southern part of the Land of Rain. Because it was too close to the Yoshioka Mountains, there wasn't much room for development nearby, so the population was sparse, and there were few valuable targets. Were they only trying to flood one small town and over a dozen villages? Why bother? With 2 battalions of Sunanin, killing people directly with Kunao would be faster. Following the flood for 2 or 3 kilometers, YK saw even more Sunanin. These Sunanin stood in 2 rows, forming hand seals one after another. The ground between the 2 rows of Sunanin sank, forming a channel. The floodwaters no longer rushed aimlessly but flowed into the channel planned by the Sunanin. Following the direction of the channel from a distance, the Fox Squadron arrived at the base of the Yoshioka Mountains. The Yoshioka Mountains were hard stone mountains, their soil cover long since washed clean by the rain. The rock faces were steep, abruptly rising hundreds of meters from the flat ground. At the base of the Yoshioka Mountains, YK saw the Sunanin's handiwork. It was a massive cave entrance. A continuous torrent of floodwater poured into the entrance. What exactly were the Sunanin trying to do? Did they want to use the flood to collapse the Yoshioka Mountains? YK said, "The rest of you, fall back and wait for Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. Purple Cat, come with me to get closer and capture a prisoner for questioning." The floodwater disappeared underground. The closer they got to the channel, the clearer the roar of the water became. The Sunanin watched the channel, each looking exhilarated, as if they had accomplished something incredible. YK and Purple Cat lurked in the shadows, approaching the outermost Sunanin. Purple Cat used the mind-body switch technique to control one Sunanin. That Sunanin slowly retreated. When the distance was close enough, Purple Cat released the mind-body switch technique, and YK instantly killed the Sunanin and took the body away. 3 minutes later, Purple Cat had obtained the intelligence. After hearing it, YK thought, Matsu truly lives up to being an elite jonin from Sunagakure, he's a talented individual. The Yoshioka Mountains separated the desert of the Land of Wind from the rainy basin of the Land of Rain. Matsu had led the Sunanin to scout the Yoshioka Mountains for several months and found several underground limestone caves. The Land of Wind lacked water. Matsu conceived a plan. He carefully selected several caves, connected them, creating a passage that precisely ran through the Yoshioka Mountains. By diverting the water from the Yoshimizu River to fill the caves, it would flow out from the Gobi Desert on the southern side of the Yoshioka Mountains, creating a fertile green area in the north of the Land of Wind. Purple Cat suddenly alerted him, "Squad leader, the residents of Tsutamidani town have been swept here by the flood crest." "Squad leader? It's Khan." Pieces of wood floated on the turbulent flood waters. On one piece sat a little girl, her body curled into a ball, tightly clutching a broken umbrella. Crucially, there were several hands around the wooden plank. Several people in the floodwater were strenuously lifting the plank. YK recognized one of the hands, it belonged to the shoe-selling uncle he had met days before, identified by a distinctive thimble on his finger. There were many such wooden planks, each carrying 1 or 2 children. Some were children of residents, others were orphans. However, they didn't know that their desperate efforts were meaningless. The flood would carry them into the seemingly bottomless underground limestone cave. It was unknown how long it would take to fill the underground caves, and they couldn't float out from the other end of the mountain range. "Squad leader," Purple Cat murmured. Even though she was an Anbu, seeing a little girl like Khan, who was trying so hard to survive, about to perish in the flood, was hard for Purple Cat to accept. YK assessed the strength of the Sunanin at the cave entrance. Perhaps he couldn't save many people, but he could at least save Khan. He said, "Wait for me. I'm going to the cave entrance." YK body flickered towards the cave entrance. After killing 2 Sunanin, YK leaped up, jumping over the cave entrance. The cave entrance was like a dark, gaping maw, with rough waves, the sound of water dull, as if no amount of floodwater could fill it. While in midair, YK flung out a steel wire attached to an iron ball. The iron ball wrapped around Khan's waist once and pulled her up. Khan struggled in the air, "Uncle! Auntie! There's a big hole ahead." The cave entrance swallowed the wooden plank, along with several Tsutamidani town residents beneath it. They tumbled in fear in the waterfall-like torrent, completely disappearing into the bottomless darkness below. At that moment, Elite Jonin Matsu suddenly appeared. Wind release, wind cutter. Countless wind blades shot forth, severing YK's steel wire. Khan, who had just escaped danger, fell into the dark opening of the limestone cave. Her broken umbrella slipped from her grasp, and she, along with it, was slammed away by the floodwaters. YK himself was also cut by the wind blades, impacted by the strong wind, and slammed against the rock face above the cave. Hanging onto the rock face with a kunao, YK heard the people falling into the cave entrance emit dull, successive screams. Khan. YK flung the wire and iron ball again, trying to entangle Khan. Khan reached out, trying to grab the iron ball. But, missing by just 1 meter, Khan was engulfed by the crashing floodwaters. YK hung stiffly from the kunao. A thought suddenly arose in his heart. This was the first time he actively wanted to die. He wanted to change Khan's fate. YK raised his head and stared at Matsu. Sunanin, even if you want to divert water into the land of wind, you don't have to be so despicable about it. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Jonin Level Chakra Reserve. Matsu glanced at YK's attire and asked, "You, a Konoha Anbu, instead of dealing with Hanzo, what are you doing at the Yoshioka Mountains?" YK, hanging one-handed from the kunao embedded in the rock face, exerted force with his arm, performed a giant swing, and landed standing on the kunao. He said, "You not only washed the people of one town and over a dozen villages into the Yoshioka Mountains limestone cave sewer, but you're also meddling in other people's business. Why do you care which village's Anbu I am?" YK considered himself to have a strong sense of detachment from this world, feeling little sympathy for its people, and he was no saint. However, Matsu's methods still made YK feel they were utterly inhumane. With Matsu's strength, there must have been ways to avoid killing people, but he didn't pursue them, only focused on achieving his goal. How many people from the land of rain died wasn't within his consideration. Matsu was almost amused by the anger. Are the young people in Konoha so fearless of death nowadays? Over 20 Sunanin landed behind Matsu, confronting the fox Anbu on the rock face. YK assessed the wounds from Matsu's wind release. They didn't significantly hinder his movement. He said, "I'm not afraid of death right now, so, what are you going to do about it?" The next moment, Matsu's eyes widened in shock. This person wasn't a Konoha Anbu, but an Omegakure Anbu. But why wasn't he wearing the poison mask commonly worn by rain ninja? The reason Matsu thought the fox Anbu was from Omegakure was because he used Hanzo's signature technique. Water release, water body flicker. After forming a single hand seal, YK body flickered and appeared behind the Sunanin. The heavy rain continued. Water was everywhere, a perfect place to use the water body flicker. Since he didn't plan on living anyway, YK threw out all his explosive tags in one go. Ah! Ah! Screams rose one after another. Out of the 20+ Sunanin, over 15 were blasted away by the explosive tags. Only then did Matsu turn to look behind him. Such a fast body flicker technique. With just one hand seal, it's almost like teleportation. Is this Anbu Hanzo's disciple? The dust from the explosive tags was quickly suppressed by the heavy rain. The fox Anbu burst through the smoke and charged straight at the Sunanin. YK, holding a ninjato, advanced rapidly close to the ground, slashing fiercely at Matsu's legs. A whirlwind suddenly appeared around Matsu. The whirlwind was filled with wind blades of various sizes, instantly shredding YK. Poof! After a puff of white smoke, Matsu realized it was a shadow clone. YK crouched not far away, watching the whirlwind around Matsu slowly diminish. Whirlwind for defense, wind cutter for offense. Matsu's offensive and defensive system was very solid, worthy of an elite jonin from Tsunagakure. YK adjusted his mask, preparing to go all out. He had to force Matsu to reveal his trump cards, gain more intelligence, and secure an advantage for dealing with Matsu in the next life. His eyes suddenly turned crimson, a single Tomo Sharingan appearing. Don't underestimate the single Tomo Sharingan. Matsu was stunned once more. What's going on? Why would Hanzo take a Uchiha as a disciple? And teach a Uchiha a top-tier body flicker technique like the water body flicker? Is the collusion between Omegakure and Konoha this deep? Or is Hanzo using the Uchiha clan to deal a heavy blow to Konoha? It's too mind-boggling. Matsu felt his brain couldn't keep up. Conspiracy. A shocking conspiracy. After forming a single hand seal, YK disappeared using the water body flicker. The next instant, YK had already appeared behind Matsu. Matsu instinctively used his whirlwind wind release. YK used his Sharingan to track the wind release, contorting his body into an extremely awkward posture mid-air. Shoulders down, waist up, legs back, he precisely dodged the wind blades within the whirlwind. His ninjato thrust forward, aiming for the back of Matsu's head. Matsu lowered his head, avoiding the strike. What followed was YK's relentless assault, the ninjato whistling through the air as he hacked and slashed. The more he slashed, the more alarmed YK became. Matsu hadn't moved from his spot, always accurately dodging every one of YK's strikes. Was the gap in their raw strength really this large? At a certain moment, Matsu suddenly raised his hand and grabbed YK by the throat. YK was suddenly startled. So that's it. Before his throat was gripped by Matsu, he first felt significant wind pressure. In other words, Matsu's body was covered by a dense layer of air. This layer of air amplified the airflow brought by all attacks. Looking carefully, not a single drop of rain fell on Matsu. When the ninjato was still 20 centimeters away from Matsu, Matsu had already sensed the wind pressure, allowing him to dodge in advance. What kind of ability is this? A wind release cloak? Matsu exerted a little force, snapping YK's neck. Whether you are Hanzo's disciple or an Uchiha genius, you will die tonight. Host death detected. Mochizuki's arc system activating. YK's vision changed. He appeared on the previous full moon night, still in the inn at Tsutamidani town. In his arms was the sleeping purple cat, the blush on her pretty face and long, fair neck not yet faded. Outside the window was a peaceful rainy night. His own strength still had a significant gap compared to an elite jonin. Even using all his trump cards was useless. Death accompanied everyone as commonly as breathing. The ninja world was so cruel. Without the focused care of a clan or village, even geniuses couldn't grow up. Namikaze Minato had Jiraiya's guidance, and Kakashi, in turn, had Namikaze Minato's care. Even so, Kakashi's teammates Obito and Rin both died in the Shinobi World War. Most geniuses died in obscurity, only those who survived became heroes. Mochizuki's arc activated. The host has only one resurrection opportunity per month. Upon death, you will revive on the previous full moon night. Reward, 1 lottery draw opportunity. 1. Wind attribute chakra. 2. Special Jonin level chakra reserve. 3. Bandage style taijutsu, beginner. Wind attribute chakra didn't fit YK's current combat system, choosing it would be useless. Even if he learned wind release ninjutsu, it would only be the icing on the cake. When times were peaceful and combat less intense, YK could slowly shore up his weaknesses. During wartime, it was better to focus on strengthening immediate combat power. The third option was also excluded. Bandage style taijutsu. Matsu had thick bandages wrapped around his head, it seemed to be one of his secret techniques. YK chose the second option, Special Jonin Level Chakra Reserve. During his last lottery draw, YK's Chakra Reserve was 3.8 times the Special Jonin level. During this period, the potential of his special physique continued to be released, and his Chakra Reserve naturally grew to 4.5 times the Special Jonin level. After choosing the Chakra Reserve option, which added 1 times the base amount, it now became 1.1 times the Jonin level. His Chakra Reserve had finally reached the average level of a Jonin. After completing this mission, he would try to apply to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog for special Jonin certification. The benefits for a Chunin were few. After becoming a special Jonin, his authority within the Anbu would be greater, and he would be qualified to access more intelligence. YK got up, dressed, and then shook Purple Cat's small, pert buttocks. Purple Cat squinted, lazy like a kitten not yet fully awake. Again? Then I'll go wash up first. YK patted Purple Cat's cheek and said. While you were asleep, I left a shadow clone to guard you and went out myself to gather intelligence. Let's go quickly, we need to find Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. What time is it, and do you still want to wash up? Are you Purple Cat or a greedy cat? It's the ox that gets tired to death, not the field that gets plowed to ruin. Even if you don't need rest, I still do. Purple Cat's heart tightened. The squad leader went out scouting? How did she not know at all? Was she sleeping that soundly? Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50 plus advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter End. Chapter 107, Chapter 107 The Only Mastered Jutsu. YK arrived at the north bank of the Yoshimizu River and followed the codes to find Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. Battalion Commander, I captured a Sunanin in Tsutamidani town and obtained their intelligence. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's heart swelled with joy. Fox, you're as capable as ever. Purple Cat felt a surge of annoyance nearby. Extracting intelligence should have been her job, but because the captain was too capable, and she had slept so soundly, he had handled everything himself. Purple Cat suddenly remembered that precisely because the captain was so capable, she had been able to sleep so soundly. YK said. Battalion Commander, the Sunanin are led by elite Jainin Matsu. Matsu discovered several limestone caves within the Kick mountain range. They've interconnected these caves, creating a passageway through the entire mountain range. The Sunanin plan to blow up the riverbank north of Tsutamidani town tomorrow morning, diverting the water into the caves. It will eventually gush out from the southern side of the Kick mountain range, creating an oasis on the Gobi desert there. After receiving a signal from Captain Fox, Purple Cat unfolded a waterproof map for the battalion commander. Yellow Dog looked at the map and said, The Yoshimizu River isn't just a major river in the Land of Rain, it's also a crucial waterway in western Land of Rivers, flowing past its capital. If the Tsunagakuer diverts the Yoshimizu River here, the Land of Rivers capital would be severely impacted. Whether to weaken the Land of Wind or to protect the capital of our Land of Fire's vassal state, the Land of Rivers, we cannot stand idly by. A prosperous Land of Wind means more income for Tsunagakuer, which is disadvantageous for us Konoha. The Land of Rivers is one of Konoha's important sources of missions. Even without Hanzo's request, we must thwart Tsunagakuer's plan. Fox, assemble the Hippo and Yak squadrons. Tomorrow, we will crush Tsunagakuer's scheme. After gathering the 3 squadrons, Battalion Yellow Dog crossed the river overnight. A sensor ninja detected the Sunanin. There's a Sunanin team near a hut by the river bank. YK looked over, it was the remote hut where the river patrol uncle lived. With the river patrol uncle controlled, there would be no early warning. YK and squadron leader Yak took action, silently eliminating the 4 Sunanin. The Sunanin squad leader's body was brought before Yellow Dog, who ordered Purple Cat to extract intelligence. Besides the intel YK had already reported, Purple Cat added that Matsu had brought 2 full battalions of Earth Release Ninja. 2 battalions. Yellow Dog said, not impossible to fight. Fire release counters wind release. I'll hold off Matsu later. Fox Squadron and Hippo Squadron, you will each engage 1 Sunanin battalion. Yak Squadron has the most Earth Release users. Yak Squadron is responsible for collapsing and filling the caves to prevent the water from passing through. Once the caves collapse, each squadron will provide covering fire in sequence and withdraw in an orderly manner. YK thought to himself, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog really doesn't care about his subordinates' lives. 1 squadron holding off an entire battalion? Wouldn't his squadron suffer massive casualties again? And that last part about covering fire in sequence, orderly withdrawal, it made his throat itch just hearing it, feeling like a death sentence. Providing rear cover was the most dangerous task of all, bar none. Saying it had a 1 in 10 chance of survival would be an understatement. Battalion Yellow Dog advanced further, bypassing the quiet Tsutamidani town. YK looked at the town, thinking, this time, you won't die so tragically. You shouldn't die so tragically. The battalion soon discovered Sunanin using Earth Release to dig a channel. A Sunanin battalion was positioned on each side of the channel. YK charged at the forefront. Drawing on nearly all his chakra, he formed hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground, using Earth Release, Earth-style rising spears. In front of YK, across an area over 50 meters long and nearly 5 meters wide, dense clusters of Earth-style rising spears erupted violently, resembling giant thorns. Nearly 10 Sunanin, unable to dodge in time, died in this technique. Matsu, from the side, saw the fox Anbu and angrily launched a wind release, wind cutter. However, YK, as if he had anticipated Matsu's attack, leaped into the air, head down, waist up, legs kicking backward, perfectly dodging the 3 wind blades. Fortunately, I gained a lot of intel on Matsu in my previous life, otherwise those 3 wind blades would have been trouble. Yellow Dog saw the scale of Fox's jutsu and marveled inwardly. With this power, Fox could practically be considered a Jainin. He hadn't expected Fox's growth rate to be so rapid. Matsu. Your opponent is me. A massive fire release, blazing shot illuminated the rainy night, rushing toward Matsu. Team White Martin protected YK, allowing him to recover his chakra. Teams White Ram and Kika intercepted the charging Sunanin. After recovering slightly, YK drew on his chakra once more. Another large-scale earth release, Earth-style rising spears killed 7 or 8 more Sunanin. After 2 large-scale techniques, the 60-strong Sunanin battalion had been reduced by nearly 20 men. YK drew his ninjato and charged toward the Sunanin battalion commander. White Ram was struggling desperately under the Sunanin battalion commander's assault. White Ram! Let me handle this! White Ram breathed a sigh of relief. He was no match for the Sunanin battalion commander. After just a few seconds of combat, he already had 2 wounds. Earth Release, Flying Rebel. The Sunanin battalion commander formed hand seals and slapped the ground. The earth in front of him shattered, and over a dozen large rocks shot out violently. YK weaved left and right among the stones, occasionally using his ninjato to slice apart those he couldn't dodge. The Sunanin battalion commander had thought the fox Anbu was a ninjutsu specialist, never expecting his taijutsu to be so strong as well. He increased the power of his technique, hurling large chunks of rock everywhere. Before long, the area around YK and the Sunanin battalion commander was piled high with stones. YK looked at the complex terrain and the chaotic state of the other battlefields, thinking, I can find an opportunity to end this quickly. After dodging another volley of flying rebel, YK charged at the Sunanin battalion commander. Near the commander, YK formed seals and used Earth Release, Earth-style rising spears. The Sunanin battalion commander hastily jumped upward. However, this time the Earth-style rising spears formed a ring, trapping both YK and the Sunanin battalion commander inside. When the Sunanin battalion commander landed, he found the surrounding flying rebel propped up by the Earth-style rising spears, enclosing them both. No one could see inside, especially since battalion commander Yellow Dog was locked in a perilous, back-and-forth battle with Matsu. YK used his strongest technique. After forming a single-hand seal. Self-cursing body binding seal. This sealing technique was YK's true specialty. After obtaining the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, the power of YK's sealing techniques had increased dramatically. It was the only technique of his rated at mastery. Sealing formulae appeared on the ground, instantly crawling up the Sunanin's legs, waist, shoulders, and head. The Sunanin's gaping mouth couldn't even close. His eyes filled with terror, he couldn't form a single-hand seal. The Uzumaki clan was wiped out, it seems Konoha gained the most from it. How else could an Anbu squadron leader master such an exquisite sealing technique? The rain could not obscure the dazzling gleam of the blade. The Sunanin battalion commander's forehead was brutally split open by the ninjato, his brains forced out. The origin of the sealing technique must remain unknown. I must ensure no one finds out. I must destroy his brain. After the Sunanin battalion commander died, YK leaped out of the enclosure formed by the flying rebel and Earth-style rising spears, his first glance going to battalion commander Yellow Dog. Yellow Dog was still locked in fierce combat with Matsu. Even with fire release countering wind release, battalion commander Yellow Dog still couldn't gain the upper hand. Matsu's proficiency in wind release was extremely high. Seeing that battalion commander Yellow Dog hadn't noticed the anomaly here, YK breathed a sigh of relief. There were no Hyga in the battalion. As long as visual contact was blocked, he wouldn't be exposed. He needed to free up his hands quickly to assist his squadron. He didn't want the squadron to suffer heavy casualties. If protecting the residents of Tsutamidani town resulted in massive deaths within his squadron, it would be a net loss. Leaping down from the enclosure, YK plunged into the fray like a tiger among sheep. The ordinary Sunanin were completely no match for YK. Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 108, Chapter 108 Cave Collapse. Yoko was undergoing a transformation in his tactical system. Possessing Chunin-level chakra reserves allowed him to pursue a ninjutsu-focused path. Water release, water formation wall. A wall of water blocked 3 Sunanin. With rainwater everywhere, the chakra consumption for water release was minimal. Earth release, earth-style rising spears. The 3 Sunanin, forced back by the water wall, leaped backward. However, while still in midair, several earth-style rising spears emerged, piercing through their lower backs. 2 other Sunanin, seizing the gap between jutsu, charged at YK from left and right. Kunao tipped with black-purple poison shot towards him. Earth release, earth clone. The poisoned Kunao only struck a patch of soft mud. Underground, YK traveled using the earth release, fish in earth reflection technique, emerging from another location. 1 attack, 1 defense, 1 substitution, 1 infiltration. YK cycled through these 4 techniques, continuously harvesting Sunanin lives. The rest of the squadron, bolstered by their captain's support, fought with renewed vigor. Parasitic destruction insects, Kunao, explosive tags, all sorts of attacks assailed the Sunanin. The battlefield shifted due to the Fox Squadron's overwhelming advantage, forcing the Sunanin into a retreat. Matsu suddenly felt one side of his vision clear. An entire Sunanin battalion had actually been defeated. He turned his head and saw that Anbu's squadron leader he hadn't instantly killed earlier. This is what's so troublesome about Konoha. Vast resources, always producing these genius figures. Logically, with his strength, one wind release technique should kill 3 Konoha squadron leaders. This Fox squadron leader was unexpectedly strong, having actually killed a Sunanin battalion commander. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog shouted, "Well done, Fox. Support Yak Squadron." Although Yellow Dog couldn't defeat Matsu, Matsu couldn't overcome Yellow Dog quickly either. YK looked towards the Kick Mountain range, from where a rumbling sound emanated. "Team Kika, stay behind and hold off the remnants of the Sunanin battalion. Purple Cat and White Ram, follow me." Leaving one team to deal with the few remaining Sunanin, YK led the others charging towards the base of the mountains. Below the mountains, Yak Squadron was simultaneously fighting the Sunanin guarding the cave entrance and sabotaging the caves. Squadron leader Yak stood horizontally on the cliff face, continuously releasing jutsu. Earth release, splitting earth palm. Each jutsu release caused a large section of rock to fall into the cave entrance. If they could completely collapse the upper part of the mountain, the hundreds of meters high rocks tumbling down would surely block the cave. Besides Yak, 2 other team leaders were also using earth release to destroy the mountain rock. YK didn't know the splitting earth palm. He charged at the Sunanin, dealing with the enemies here. Before long, YK saw the other Sunanin battalion break through Hippo Squadron's blockade and charge towards the cave entrance. He called Kika over and whispered something in her ear. Kika nodded and disappeared with a body flicker technique. YK had no choice but to intercept the other Sunanin battalion first. After fighting for a few minutes, YK shouted to Purple Cat, "Fire the signal flare." A red signal flare shot into the night sky, illuminating the tall, sheer rock face. Soon after, signal flares lit up one after another in the distance. YK yelled, "Hold on! Our reinforcements are coming." Matsu and the Sunanin battalion commander also saw the 2 distant signal flares. Large numbers of Konoha ninja in the vicinity had seen the distress signal and were rushing here. Matsu decisively gave the order to retreat. After forcing Yellow Dog back with a massive wind release, Wind Cutter, he led the remaining Sunanin up the rock face, heading for the mountain peak. Mission failed. Matsu thought, the Konoha ninja can at most destroy this cave near the Land of Rain. Once we free up resources and mobilize more Earth Release ninja, this cave passage can be fully reactivated. Upon reaching the mountain peak, the rain lessened considerably. Halfway across the Kick Mountain range, the rain stopped completely. By the time they reached the southern side of the range, the dry, hot wind irritated Matsu. Descending the Kick Mountain range, Matsu saw Sunanin waiting at the southern base. The person at the head was Tsunagakure Elder Ebis. Matsu hurriedly reported to Ebis. "Elder, the covert operation failed. The Omegakure didn't notice us, but Konoha Anbu appeared inexplicably." Disappointment flashed across Ebis's face. This cave passage was the Land of Wind's hope, capable of bringing the most precious resource fresh water to the nation. Ebis had thought an oasis was about to appear north of the Land of Wind. Ebis said, "Young people of Tsunagakure, do not despair. The war between Konoha, Omegakure and Iwagakure is not over yet. After I return to the village, I will persuade the Kage to declare war on Konoha. With our puppet techniques and wind release, we can surely crush Konoha while it is weak. Even with 20,000 ninja, Konoha cannot fight a war on all fronts. Once we defeat Konoha, there will be no more obstacles. We can divert the water into the Land of Wind without worry." North side of the Kick Mountain range. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog and YK watched together as Yak Squadron destroyed the cave. Squadron leader Hippo had just died in battle, killed by a Sunanin battalion commander. That Sunanin battalion commander was very strong. Faced with the collapse of an entire squadron, Yellow Dog was utterly indifferent. He turned to YK and said, "Fox, you did well. Not only did you defeat a Sunanin battalion commander head-on, but you also used signal flares to fake reinforcements and scare off Matsu. Coupled with the fact that you were the first to discover the Sunanin's trace, I will assign you the primary credit for this operation in the mission report." YK had killed the Sunanin battalion commander using an ability that couldn't see the light of day, the self-cursing body-binding seal. Wanting to gain more authority and more presentable abilities, he asked, "Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, what are the conditions for an Anbu ninja's promotion to Takubutsu Nin?" "Battalion Commander, does my strength and mission record qualify me to become a Takubutsu Nin?" "Qualified? Of course, you're qualified." Battalion Commander Yellow Dog liked capable subordinates, not those who died frequently, forcing squadrons to be constantly rebuilt. Last time, in front of the third Hokage, the third had said he should cultivate some capable right-hand men, building a talent reserve for eventually taking over as Anbu chief. Yellow Dog said, "After we return, I will take you to see the Hokage. The conferment of Takubutsu Nin is personally assessed by the Hokage. With your mission record, the Hokage will not be stingy. Thank you for your mentorship, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, and for the Hokage's trust." Yellow Dog was very satisfied. After 4 hours of busy work, Yak's squadron finally collapsed the mountainside, filling the cave with rubble. Yellow Dog said, "Let's go. We need to reach Omegakure quickly and secretly contact Hanzo's people. By thwarting the Sunanin's plot, we've shown our sincerity. I wonder if Hanzo is willing to cease hostilities with Konoha." By the time they returned to Tsutamidani town, it was early morning. YK saw Xiaolan from a distance, untying the river patrol uncle. Xiaolan, unaware of what had happened, was frantically crying and tugging at the knots, but couldn't undo them. A kunao suddenly flew through the air, embedding itself in the ground at Xiaolan's feet. Xiaolan looked around in fright, then boldly picked up the sharp kunao and cut the rope. For the first time, YK felt that his system might have some use. Some people's fates had been changed by Mochizuki's arc. Having been a villain for over a year since transmigrating, occasionally having a pang of conscience and doing a good deed felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Young people, still a bit impulsive, hey! Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 109, Chapter 109 The Name of the Sunin. After a day of high-intensity travel, Battalion Yellow Dog arrived outside Omegakure. Yellow Dog deliberately revealed himself, standing on the water surface outside the village. His subordinates, including YK, hid inside nearby abandoned pipes. Omegakure was a strange village, full of pipes, horizontal ones and thick vertical risers. The buildings here were all modified from large pipes. Soon, a team of Aimnin emerged from the village. Their leader was named Lizard Rain, a high-ranking official in Omegakure. Lizard Rain stared at Yellow Dog and asked, "What are you doing here, Konoha Anbu? Don't you know our villages are at war?" Yellow Dog took out a scroll and threw it to Lizard Rain. "Our Lord Dans of Konoha once met with your village leader, Hanzo. Hanzo said that if Konoha showed sincerity, Omegakure would consider a ceasefire. This is our sincerity. You can take a look." Lizard Rain opened the scroll, only to find the ink wasn't waterproof and had bled under the rain. Knowing this was one of Konoha's little tricks to gain leverage, Lizard Rain quickly scanned the contents. After reading the scroll, the confusion in Lizard Rain's heart was resolved. The Sunanin had been skulking around in the Kick Mountain range for a long time, so they had found several connectable limestone caves. By linking a few caves, they could channel the land of rain's water into the land of wind. Lizard Rain immediately thought, couldn't we use the Yoshimizu River to pressure the Sunanin then? If a Megakure is displeased, we could completely block or divert the Yoshimizu River. This was important intelligence. Lizard Rain discarded the completely smudged scroll and said, I understand. I will relay the message to the leader. However, your actions are too slow. Leader Hanzo is probably already engaged with your Konoha forces. I wonder how many of your Konoha troops will remain by the time we arrive. Yellow Dog's expression changed. He immediately led the battalion towards the main battlefield. After several hours, YK saw vast clouds of poison mist covering the rainforest in the distance. Avoiding the areas with dense mist, they burst out of a patch of forest, and the battlefield unfolded before them. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade stood panting in the mud, surrounded by gruesomely killed corpses. There were bodies of Konoha shinobi and Aim Nin alike. The fighting had been so fierce that all their subordinates had been wiped out. On top of his salamander, Ibus, Hanzo glanced into the distance and saw Lizard Rain and Yellow Dog. He had met Yellow Dog outside the capital last time and remembered him well. Seeing Lizard Rain and Yellow Dog standing together now, Hanzo understood that Lizard Rain had obtained the outcome Megakure desired. Hanzo looked down at the three Konoha elite Jainin below Ibus. He couldn't defeat these three quickly either. Sarutobi Hiruzen taught 3 excellent students. Truly enviable. Might as well seize this opportunity to back down. Hundreds of his own loyal subordinates had died. Loyal followers were hard to find, with rebel organizations everywhere in the land of rain. War between hidden villages isn't about winning or losing a single battle, but about overall comprehensive strength. He had suppressed Orochimaru and the others, and with his occasional assistance, over 700 Aim Nin and 400 Konoha shinobi had annihilated each other. Konoha could easily field another force of several hundred, but a Megakure couldn't withstand many wars like this. Hanzo withdrew his sickle from in front of him to his back and said, "Consider Konoha the victor of this battle, for now. I spare your lives." Jiraiya shouted, "Take back your pathetic pity. Come on. I can still fight." Hanzo said, "You have held out against me until now. Your strength is commendable. From this day forward, I, Hanzo of the Salamander, name you Konoha's Sunin, 3 Ninja. Henceforth, you shall call yourselves by this title, earned at the cost of your lives." Ibus turned and left the corpse-strewn battlefield. Jiraiya still wanted to charge forward but was held back by Tsunade. "Jiraiya! Calm down." Battalion Commander Yellow Dog appeared with a body flicker next to Orochimaru. Seeing Yellow Dog, Orochimaru initially thought he had brought reinforcements, but turning his head, he saw that Yellow Dog's Anbu battalion was also under strength. After a brief report from Yellow Dog, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that the compromise negotiations he had sneered at would become a key factor in prompting Hanzo's departure. Battalion Yellow Dog began clearing the battlefield. YK saw a man standing motionless and was about to tell him not to slack off. Looking closer, it was White Ram. At White Ram's feet lay his fiancée, the one he had fled to avoid marrying, Abarame Chima. Chima's body was covered in a thick layer of parasitic destruction insects, most dead, a few still alive. White Ram knelt down and stretched out his hand. Small, dense holes appeared on his forearm. The living insects from Chima lined up and filed one by one into the holes in White Ram's wrist. White Ram had once said his insects strongly resisted Chima's insects. Now that Chima was dead, their insects became a new colony, no longer resisting each other. Each insect seemed to grieve. A low, continuous chirping emanated from within White Ram's body. YK found the bodies of the logistics team and retrieved sealing scrolls from their tool pouches. The scrolls contained over 400 body bags, the logistics ninja's worst-case preparation for the worst outcome. Processing 400 Konoha shinobi bodies was heavy work, taking several hours to complete. Handling so many corpses left YK exhausted. He stared blankly at the AIM nin bodies. Why wasn't a Megakure coming to retrieve their dead? They'll rot quickly soaked in water. Orochimaru approached again, specifically requesting the Fox Squadron to follow him. YK felt apprehensive. He soon realized it was just simple corpse collection. In shinobi warfare, one important prize for the victors was the bodies of the defeated side's ninja. Orochimaru walked among the AIM nin corpses, pointing at one every few steps. YK ordered his subordinates to collect them. These AIM nin bodies might yield valuable intelligence. A Megakure had few bloodline clans. After picking and choosing, Orochimaru deemed only 30 or so corpses worth taking. Hanzo had issued a stern parting remark, but he evidently considered a Megakure the loser, otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Orochimaru to pick through the AIM nin corpses here. The next day, Konoha reinforcements arrived. The reinforcement ninja took charge of the Konoha shinobi bodies. Battalion Yellow Dog returned to the Land of Grass headquarters camp with the reinforcements. They waited for several days, but only Orochimaru and Tsunade returned. Orochimaru said that Jiraiya had stayed behind in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya had encountered the child of prophecy spoken of by the great toad sage of Mount Maiboku. YK looked towards the Land of Rain, thinking, the gears of fate have begun to turn. Nagato's power will soon increase rapidly. I wonder why Uchiha Madara was so certain Jiraiya would take Nagato in. Perhaps if Orochimaru and the others posed a threat to Nagato, Uchiha Madara would have immediately emerged to protect him, even killing the Sunin. With Black Zetsu and White Zetsu scouting, Uchiha Madara's control over the Rinnegan remained absolute. Nagato was far too important to him. Hanzo announced the ceasefire, bringing the war in the Land of Rain to a temporary close. YK embarked on the journey back to the village. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog would apply for a Takubutsu Jainin position for YK. Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50 plus advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 110, Chapter 110 Takubutsu Jainin, 2-in-1. With Hanzo's declaration of withdrawal from the war, Konoha's conflict in the Land of Rain concluded. The pressure on Konoha suddenly lessened. At the frontline headquarters camp, one portion of ninja continued participating in the Land of Grass war, planning to invade the Land of Earth. Another portion, including Battalion Yellow Dog, rotated out for rest and returned to Konoha village. After returning to Konoha, YK entered a meeting room within the Anbu base. The empty room was dark, with only a single spotlight illuminating his seat. YK sat under the spotlight, the feeling of being exposed in the light made him uncomfortable. Before long, 3 Jainin entered the room. They sat at the front podium. 3 desk lamps lit up, illuminating their table surfaces, but only their silhouettes were visible, making identification impossible. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's voice sounded, allowing YK to relax slightly. Fox, to become a Takubutsu Jainin, you need recommendations from 3 Jainin, with final audit and approval by the Hokage. The internal Anbu review will now commence. Answer the questions well. YK nodded. He looked at the 3 silhouettes and waited. The middle one was likely his battalion commander, the identities of the other 2 were unknown. Each had a scroll in front of them, probably containing records about YK. The person on the left spoke. Mission records indicate you killed a Tsunagakuer Jainin in the Land of Rain. Describe the combat process in detail. Do not omit anything. YK's heartbeat quickened slightly. When he killed that Tsunagakuer Jainin, to end the fight quickly and avoid heavy casualties among his subordinates, he had used the self-cursing body binding seal. He didn't want his squad to frequently rotate due to deaths, so he had used a trump card. Could it be, the Anbu discovered something? YK recalled his mission report and strictly reiterated what was recorded there. That Tsunagaku Jainin was proficient in earth release, but my jutsu execution speed was faster. Earth-style rising spears constantly clashed with his flying rebel. My techniques were faster than his, and his responses became increasingly rushed and panicked. Finally, I seized an opportunity and struck his head with my blade, killing him. As soon as YK finished speaking, he saw the left Jainin move. The ground below the podium cracked, and numerous chunks of rubble shot out towards YK. YK formed hand seals, and earth-style rising spears erupted from the ground in front of him. YK's eyes darted constantly as piece after piece of rubble was intercepted by the spears. The left Jainin's skill was formidable. The impact points of the rebel and the earth spears crept closer and closer to YK. The rebel came nearer and nearer, so close that after being shattered, fragments continued flying towards him, grazing past his ears towards the back. Too close. The nearest one was only half a meter away. Amidst the chaos, YK switched techniques. Water release, water formation wall. A violent wall of water erupted from the ground, blocking the remaining rebel. As the water subsided, YK looked towards the podium. He was slightly sweating. This Anbu Jainin's ninjutsu was powerful. Yellow Dog said, "Alligator Snapper, I told you Fox's ninjutsu proficiency is high." YK breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just testing his ninjutsu level, not discovering his use of the sealing technique. The Jainin on the right stood up and said, "Assume I am a noble of the land of fire opposing Konoha. Your mission is to assassinate me. To avoid exposing your identity as a Konoha ninja, you can only use taijutsu. Come." YK drew a kunao from his tool pouch and swiftly raised it to block. The Jainin's kunao clashed against his own. The Jainin said with surprise, "I can tell just from the initial contact, your arms are remarkably strong." YK thought, "I have the Senju clan's bloodline physique, my taijutsu isn't bad." They exchanged blows, kunao clashing repeatedly in the air, sparking in the darkness. YK had also learned cloud-style sword technique, making his joints extremely flexible, allowing him to thrust his kunao from bizarre angles. The Anbu Jainin commented while sparring, "The kunao taijutsu carries hints of sword technique. The sword style is insidious, venomous, and versatile. Good taijutsu skill." After testing for a minute or two, the Anbu Jainin retreated. Yellow Dog said, "So, Alligator Snapper, Hummingbird, are you both willing to join me in recommending Fox for Takubutsu Jainin? You have a capable squadron leader. Stronger than my squadron leaders." The three signed the recommendation scroll in turn. Yellow Dog said, "Come, Fox, follow me to see the Hokage." YK felt a weight lift. The internal Anbu assessment had passed smoothly. Hokage building. Squadron leader Yellow Dog went up first to report. After over 10 minutes, Yellow Dog came downstairs and brought YK up. Seeing Fox at the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was mild. "Fox, come here." Only the Hokage and battalion commander Yellow Dog were in the office, so they could speak freely. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the documents and said, "Fox, real name YK. Born in the village in Konoha year 23. Became an orphan unfortunately in Konoha year 28, raised by Konoha village. Graduated from the Ninja Academy in Konoha year 33. Passed the Chunin exams in Konoha year 38, last year. Other than you, your team members sacrificed themselves successively in 2 missions. You were rescued by the Anbu and subsequently selected by them. Since joining the Anbu, you have demonstrated outstanding performance in multiple missions across the Land of Waves, Land of Whirlpools, Land of Grass, and Land of Rain. Received praise multiple times from former squadron leader Black Gorilla and current battalion commander Yellow Dog. Now, Yellow Dog recommends you for Takubutsu Jainin." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyes, looking at YK, and said, "Fox, speak about the changes in your mindset since joining the Anbu. The Anbu is my direct force, the blade in my hand. However, at this moment, I wish to hear your true thoughts." YK thought, the internal Anbu assessment tests strength, the Hokage's personal audit tests loyalty. Quickly organizing his words, YK said, "Hokage-sama, my parents, team leader, and comrades all died in war or conflict. Originally, I had a death wish, joining the Anbu seemed the most fitting end for me. During my time in the Anbu, my heart has slowly come back to life. Anbu missions are cold, brutal. Yet, these brutal tasks can make the village better. I endure the cruelty so that others in the village may enjoy warmth because of it. Hokage-sama, the reason Konoha, this great ship, continues forward is because people like you bear the heavy burden and march on. And I am willing to be an aid in bearing that burden, pledging my loyalty to you." YK thought, such flattery, who wouldn't be swayed? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Bearing the heavy burden? Yes, bearing the heavy burden. At this moment, all his actions found an anchor, a meaning. For the village, he had always been bearing the heavy burden, aging rapidly these past few years. Clearly only middle-aged, yet he looked much older than the idol Akimichi Torifu. Good, good. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly signed the document and said, "YK, I now approve your promotion to Takubutsu Jainin. It is precisely because of outstanding young people like you that Konoha village can overcome crises time and again. And because of vibrant young people like you, Konoha becomes more prosperous." Sarutobi Hiruzen called him YK, not his codename Fox, showing familiarity. YK felt somewhat unaccustomed, being used to being called Fox. He said, "Hokage-sama, I will certainly live up to the Anbu's training, will not betray the will of fire, and will continue to complete missions for you." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded repeatedly. This young man's growth was rapid, he was a core strength of the Anbu. Anbu Takubutsu Jainin are rewarded with 1A rank jutsu. "Tell me, what type of jutsu do you wish to learn now?" YK thought and said, "Hokage-sama, I wish to learn a water release offensive jutsu. I am currently lacking in offensive capability." Hearing this, the Hokage gestured for Yellow Dog to fetch a scroll from the side bookshelf. Yellow Dog brought a blue scroll and handed it to YK. Opening it, YK saw it read, "Sarutobi Hiruzen Water Release Jutsu Compendium, a catalog of water release techniques." His eyes immediately fell on one name, water release, water cutting wave. This technique was one of the signature water release techniques of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, pushing the offensive power of water release to its extreme. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the reincarnated second Hokage used this technique to slice through the god tree's branches. Its potency was extremely high. YK said, "Hokage-sama, I wish to learn the water release, water cutting wave." "Oh!" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly filled with nostalgia. He said, "This is a water release developed by my teacher. It has a very high difficulty. I am truly glad someone can inherit this technique. I hope you can make a name for yourself with this jutsu in the future, telling the ninja world that your lineage comes from my teacher, from the second Hokage, Lord Tobirama. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama. This technique will surely shine again in my hands." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded repeatedly, unsealing a scroll and beginning to transcribe the jutsu. As Konoha's professor, Sarutobi Hiruzen had learned all of Konoha's jutsu. Yellow Dog handed over the completed scroll. YK carefully blew the ink dry and stored the scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Fox, after returning to the Anbu, practice the jutsu gradually. Next, stand on my other side. We will receive someone together." YK quickly moved to stand on the Hokage's other side, flanking him with Yellow Dog on left and right. This symbolized the Hokage's trust and mentorship. He just wondered who they were receiving that required 2 Anbu standing guard, making such a formal display. Before long, a white-haired ninja carrying a short sword entered the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen said cheerfully, "Sakumo, please sit." "Greetings, Hokage-sama." Hitaki Sakumo sat on a sofa to the side. He first glanced at the 2 Anbu. The Anbu on the right was Yellow Dog, whom Hitaki Sakumo had met a few times, formidable in fire release and taijutsu. The Anbu on the left was new, wearing a fox mask. Hokage assigned missions are never simple. Anbu casualty rates are significantly higher than regular ninja, so new faces are normal. Hitaki Sakumo glanced at the fox Anbu's posture and could tell from his muscle tone that this fox Anbu was also quite skilled. And his talent was extremely high, far from reaching its limit. YK's heart raced. He was actually meeting Konoha's White Fang. At this time, Hitaki Sakumo hadn't yet killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law and hadn't earned the title White Fang. Hitaki Sakumo asked, "Hokage-sama, for what reason have you summoned me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for Fox to hand a scroll to Hitaki Sakumo. YK picked up the scroll from the desk and delivered it to Hitaki Sakumo. While waiting for him to read it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Just as the war with Omegakure ended, Tsunagakure has declared war on us." Battalion Yellow Dog thwarted a covered plot by Tsunagakure. They actually planned to divert the land of rain's water into the land of wind. With that plan foiled, and both Omegakure and Konoha now alert. Tsunagakure believes we suffered heavy casualties on 3 fronts: land of hot water, land of grass, land of rain, and sees an opportunity to attack us while we're weak. It's unavoidable. Konoha will face Tsunagakure in the land of rivers. Sakumo, I want you to serve as deputy commander of the land of rivers battlefield. The Jonin commander, Nararokaku, will serve as overall commander. You will be the vanguard spearhead at the front. Hitaki Sakumo fell silent. YK was slightly surprised that Hitaki Sakumo didn't immediately agree. In the original story, he valued comrades above all else. Why would he refuse commanding the village's war? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Orochimaru remains in the land of grass. Commander Mitokado Homura wants to launch the next offensive, invading the land of earth. Jiraiya encountered some personal matters and must honor an agreement with Mount Maiboku, fulfilling their request. Sakumo, among the younger generation, only you are qualified for the deputy commander role. Hitaki Sakumo said, "Hokage-sama, I have no intention of shirking, but I have one request." "Speak." Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was less warm than before. As if not noticing the change, Hitaki Sakumo continued. "Hokage-sama, I hope to implement an assessment system for Takubitsu Jainin and Jainin promotions in the land of Rivers War, rather than the recommendation system. Promotions to Takubitsu Jainin and Jainin in the village are based on recommendations from Jainin and elders, with your audit, Hokage-sama. Your audits are flawless. However, many capable Chunin still remain undiscovered, failing to obtain positions matching their strength. I believe an assessment system should be implemented during wartime. Completing a stipulated number of A-rank missions should automatically grant Takubitsu Jainin promotion. Completing a stipulated number of S-rank missions should automatically grant Jainin promotion. This way, the numerous Chunin would have more motivation, and ninja strength and rank would align more reasonably. Besides rank, Jutsu could also use an assessment system. After completing stipulated missions, one could obtain high-rank Jutsu. The specific quota for assessment missions would be entirely decided by you, Hokage-sama. YK was very surprised internally. What is Hitaki Sakumo trying to do? The recommendation system ensured the Hokage's absolute authority and was a key means of distributing rewards. If changed to an assessment system, wouldn't that mean anyone with strong ability could become a Jainin? Wouldn't that be chaos? He never expected Hitaki Sakumo to have such a political agenda. YK suddenly felt a pang of bitterness. He fought life and death battles in the Anbu and only obtained 2 jutsu from them in the end earth-style rising spears and water-cutting wave. If it became the assessment system Hotaki Sakumo described, at least there would be a progress bar. Hokage building reminder, you are 100 S-rank missions away from obtaining an S-rank forbidden jutsu. Forget whether he could complete it or not, at least the goal would be clear. YK thought, if I weren't in the Anbu, I would definitely support Hotaki Sakumo. Wait. YK suddenly thought, just because I'm in the Anbu, can I not support Hotaki Sakumo? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lowered. He said, Sakumo, the recommendation system was established by the second Hokage. It cannot be changed in a short time. I will consider this matter seriously. Right now, dealing with Tsunagakuru's provocation is more urgent. Hotaki Sakumo said, I accept the position of Deputy Commander for the Land of Rivers battlefield. I also ask you to consider my request, Hokage-sama. After Hotaki Sakumo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Yellow Dog. Yellow Dog, a group of followers has gathered around Hotaki Sakumo, agitating for some fair assessment system. Add a long-term task, investigate Hotaki Sakumo's followers, gather intelligence, and find out what they truly aim to achieve. Understood. Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50 plus advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 111, Chapter 111 Water Release, Water Cutting Wave. The task of investigating Hotaki Sakumo and his followers ultimately fell upon the newly promoted Takubutsu Jainin, Fox. YK's heart itched with the desire to immediately learn the water release, water cutting wave, but for the mission's sake, he had to follow Hotaki Sakumo from a distance. Hotaki Sakumo walked slowly on Konoha's streets, his steps heavy. Assuming the role of deputy commander placed great pressure on him. The pressure was even greater after mustering the courage to voice his request to the Hokage. Hotaki Sakumo was well aware that one of the cornerstones of the Hokage's power was the recommendation system for ninja ranks. But many of his friends were stuck, unable to get promoted due to this system, suffering through missions. Who had the right to recommend was decided by the Hokage. It wasn't possible for just any ninja to walk into the Hokage's office and recommend someone for Takubutsu Jainin. The outcome of the recommendation was also decided by the Hokage. Starting from the promotion from Genin to Chunin, the recommendation system influenced every ninja's destiny. Whether one was qualified to take the Chunin exams depended on a recommendation from their team leader. The Chunin exams selected not the strongest Genin. The Hokage assessed the overall capabilities of the participating Genin before deciding who could be promoted. The first place finisher in the exams wouldn't necessarily become a Chunin, while lower-ranked Genin might be promoted instead. The explanation would be that the higher UPS deemed they had special talents. In the original story's Chunin exams, Shikamaru forfeited in the third round but was promoted to Chunin. If the exams hadn't been interrupted, Sasuke might not have been promoted even if he won first place. This was Konoha's version of the double-slit experiment. Whether a ninja was promoted depended on whether they were observed by the Hokage and his advisors, much like the wave-particle duality of particles depended on the presence of an observer. Through the recommendation system, the Hokage maintained firm control over ninja promotions. If it changed to an assessment system, Konoha's advancement structure would undergo a fundamental shift. Whether a Genin took the Chunin exams would be determined by their mission count. Whether they passed the exams would be determined by their ranking. Whether a Chunin could promote to Takubutsu Jainin, or a Takubutsu Jainin to Jainin, would be entirely determined by their mission record. Jutsu acquisition would also be determined by mission performance. Konoha's fairness would be greatly enhanced. Hotaki Sakumo, who valued his comrades immensely, had keenly identified what his companions, the civilian-born ninja around him, needed most. Fairness, fairness, and still more fairness. But besides civilian ninja, who wanted fairness? My clan has accumulated power for 3 generations, why should I lose to your 10 years of hard training? YK hid in the canopy of a roadside tree, using only his peripheral vision to watch Hitaki Sakumo on the street. There were many Anbu within Konoha, concealed at street corners and in woods. Jainin, who spotted them, wouldn't say much, assuming it was routine intelligence gathering for the Hokage or some secret mission they weren't privy to. Hitaki Sakumo's death is still about 5 years away, YK pondered, how should I walk my future path? Stay in the Anbu as a Black Ops agent forever? He looked at Hitaki Sakumo's retreating back, his eyes flickering. In the original story, Hitaki Sakumo seemed like a trustworthy person, didn't he? YK saw Hitaki Sakumo return home. A nanny came out carrying an infant, handed the child to Hitaki Sakumo, and then left the Hitaki residence. That infant was probably Kakashi. Before long, 3 people entered Hitaki Sakumo's house. YK carefully memorized their appearances, planning to check Konoha's ninja registry back at the Anbu to confirm their identities. Throughout the night, over 20 people came to visit Hitaki Sakumo. Not only does Hitaki Sakumo propose an assessment system, but he also forms cliques. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen dislikes him. Criticizing village governance, forming factions for private interests. If Hitaki Sakumo weren't so powerful, he'd already have a death sentence. Someone like him wouldn't survive 2 episodes in a historical drama. You're so naive, it's hard for me to help you. I need to plan this carefully. Returning to the Anbu, YK used the ninja registry to identify the over 20 people and submitted their names to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. Well done, Fox. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was a workaholic, still working in the Anbu late at night. He immediately had his assistants collect intelligence on these individuals. Seeing it was late, YK decided to learn the water-cutting wave tomorrow and first headed to the Tsuragitsuo Izakaya. Kai was already accustomed to YK suddenly disappearing for a while and then just as suddenly reappearing. Her private room in the rear was always open for him. After their passion, YK felt refreshed and invigorated, while Kai lay limp on the bed. Kai mumbled, "Kage, could you go hang the closed sign out front? I won't be able to get up tomorrow." YK patted Kai's rounded buttocks. "Kai, even if you're not a ninja, for my sake, you shouldn't neglect your physical training." Kai shot YK a glare, feeling infinite grievance inside. He actually complains about her poor stamina? Clearly, it's Kage who has become too strong. She didn't know what Kage had been through, but his strength had grown so rapidly. The next day, he went to the north side of the Forest of Death, where there was a small lake. Taking out the Jutsu scroll, YK began studying the water release, water cutting wave. Learning Jutsu on your own is such a hassle. You have to figure it out, study it. The system was much better in that regard, aiding and you learned the Jutsu. Water release, water cutting wave required 5 hand seals. The first seal created water in the mouth using chakra. The next 3 seals pressurized the water. The final seal expelled the pressurized water from the mouth, forming a high-speed water jet. Once mastered, the high-speed jet could cut through tree trunks and even mountain rock. Its power was astonishing. YK formed the first seal, and a large amount of water appeared in his mouth. There was too much water, puffing his cheeks out like a toad's. Forming the second to fourth seals, he created high pressure within his mouth. The pressure nearly burst his cheeks, and he hastily spat the water out. The water shot forth, breaking the bark of a tree. First attempt, failure. Rubbing his sore, stretched cheeks, YK suddenly remembered a concept he'd learned in his previous life. The incompressibility of liquids. No matter how much pressure you apply to a liquid, its volume remains almost unchanged. Which meant he shouldn't have too much water in his mouth, otherwise his cheeks would bear the force and couldn't withstand it. It should be a continuous process, continuously creating water, continuously pressurizing it with chakra, continuously expelling it. YK looked at the scroll written by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It contained no learning tips, only the 5 hand seals and the chakra flow method. The scroll is too rudimentary. YK gathered a smaller amount of water in his mouth again. He formed the seals slowly, carefully sensing the chakra flow. Upon reaching the 3rd seal, YK noticed the water in his mouth begin to rotate. Last time, with his mouth too full, he hadn't noticed the rotation starting at the 3rd seal. As the water rotated, the pressure increased. So the water pressure wasn't created by the mouth itself, but by the pressure generated from the water's rotation. Wasn't this the principle of a centrifugal pump? Centrifugal pumps use high-speed impeller rotation to generate water pressure. When the pressure peaked, the water was expelled from his mouth in a single burst. A thin stream of water shot towards the tree trunk ahead, piercing through it. Not bad, not bad. Starting to get the hang of it. The key to the water-cutting wave was providing the water stream with stronger, greater water pressure. The higher the pressure, the more powerful the water-cutting wave's stream. After several consecutive practice sessions, YK's water-cutting wave slowly cut through the 5-meter-thick tree in front of him. YK's expectation for the water-cutting wave was for it to become one of his trump card jutsu. This level of power wasn't impressive enough. He trained hard until late at night before returning to the izakaya. Kai's heavy, ample bosom trembled as she moved, creating a slight breeze. A breeze? YK suddenly had an epiphany, a brilliant idea for practicing the water-cutting wave. When using the water-cutting wave, the water formed a single vortex in the mouth, and the pressure it provided was somewhat lacking. What if he tried to create 2 vortices in his mouth, one rotating clockwise, the other counterclockwise, like a gear pump? Not only would the rotation provide pressure, but the 2 vortices squeezing the water between them should generate even greater pressure. After Kai's moment of confusion passed, YK kissed her deeply. I love you. Thank you for the hint. YK pulled his pants on and rushed straight back to the secluded lake north of the Forest of Death. Kai tried to grab Kage, but he was too fast. What hint did she give him? She didn't know anything about it. Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 112, Chapter 112 Twin Vortex Water Cutting Wave. YK returned to the small lake. Senju Tobirama was truly a genius, creating such a unique jutsu. Common water release techniques primarily relied on impact damage. However, Senju Tobirama had developed a method similar to centrifugal pump pressurization, using chakra to increase water pressure, giving the water stream an extremely high initial velocity. But this wasn't the limit. YK had a new inspiration: he could completely use 2 centrifugally pressurized water vortices to simulate gear pump pressurization. In his previous life, gear pumps could generate much higher water pressure than centrifugal pumps. 2 gears rotating in opposite directions, their meshing points spinning at high speed, continuously creating a vacuum, thereby providing high water pressure. YK formed hand seals and first gathered a mouthful of water. Not too much water was needed, it could be produced as needed. Then, he slowly formed seals, creating 2 water vortices in his mouth. One vortex spun left, the other right. He controlled the 2 vortices, slowly moving them towards the center. When the 2 vortices collided, they meshed in the middle. Not only was there the centrifugal water pressure from the vortices themselves, but also the squeezing pressure from the vortices meshing together. YK felt the water pressure in his mouth instantly increase. A stream of water shot out, this time moving faster. The water stream pierced the first tree and embedded itself into the trunk of a second tree. By continuously maintaining chakra and sweeping slightly, the water-cutting wave sliced through two large trees. Success! With a slight modification using the gear pump principle he learned in his previous life, he had obtained a more powerful water-cutting wave. He named this improved jutsu water release, twin vortex water-cutting wave. After practicing over 10 times consecutively, YK became increasingly proficient. He found a rock and used the water-cutting wave on it. The rock was quickly cut in two by the water-cutting wave. With this level of offensive power, it would become YK's sharpest blade in actual combat, a sharp water blade. His exploration of the water-cutting wave paused here for now. Next, it was time to spend a significant amount of time honing this jutsu. Proficiency, chakra consumption, power enhancement, etc., all required a relatively long period. There was also hand seal training. Forming seals wasn't just about the hand signs but also required practicing the corresponding chakra flow to increase the speed of seal formation. YK remembered in the original story, Sage Fukasaku had used a technique similar to the water-cutting wave to slice through Nagato's summoned creatures. If he could achieve that level of power, then this technique would be extremely threatening. Its ultra-fast speed and wire-cutting range would be enough to serve as a Janin's signature technique. The next afternoon, YK received a mission to be responsible for the security defense during the Janin commander meeting. It was a particularly easy task. No spy would attack during a Konoha Janin assembly, right? The place is full of Janin, that would be too stupid. During Janin commander meetings, the Anbu served more as the Hokage's backdrop, or to quickly relay the Hokage's commands or scrolls, or to temporarily summon someone to speak at the meeting. On the second floor of the Hokage building, aside from the Janin at the front lines and in the Anbu, the remaining 90+ Janin were all present. YK stood in a corner of the conference room, performing the boring guard duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, and Udaten Koharu sat at the podium in the front. The Janin commander, Nara clan head Nararokaku, said. All Janin have heard the news, Tsunagakuer has declared war on Konoha. This Janin commander meeting is primarily to announce personnel assignments for the Land of Rivers battlefield, including the commander, deputy commander, various battalion commanders. Wait! Hearing a voice, YK immediately perked up. Someone actually dared to interrupt the Janin commander's speech? Quite bold. Seeing it was Tsunade, YK wasn't surprised anymore. Tsunade, sitting in the first row, stood up and said. Deciding matters for the Land of Rivers battlefield isn't urgent right now. Shouldn't we first address the issues in the Land of Grass and Land of Rain wars? Konoha lost too many ninja in the Land of Grass and Land of Rain. Is there no one who thinks we need to reflect, that someone needs to be held responsible? Hearing Tsunade's words, everyone looked towards the higher UPS on the podium. YK felt Tsunade's questioning was forceful, but too rash, it might not effectively challenge the higher UPS. Sure enough, Nararokaku said. The village deeply mourns the sacrifices in the Land of Grass and Land of Rain. However, according to the battle reports sent back by Commander Mito Kato Homura, we have already driven the Iwanin from the Land of Grass and successfully negotiated Guardian Ninja positions with the Land of Grass Daimi. Henceforth, Konoha Ninja will serve as the Land of Grass Daimi's Guardian Ninja. After the war, we will obtain a share of missions from the Land of Grass. Sacrifices are unavoidable for the sake of the village. Nararokaku's words were high-sounding. A simple for the village could shut others up. But Tsunade wasn't buying it now. Tsunade continued. I once proposed that every team should be equipped with a medical ninja. As long as a team has a medical ninja, the mortality rate of ninja would be greatly reduced. If you claim it's impossible to assign one medical ninja per team, then what about increasing the number of medical ninja overall? Just doubling the number of medical ninja at the front lines would significantly reduce the casualty and disability rates. Why is the village unwilling to do something so obviously correct? I have never hesitated to sacrifice for the village. But everything has a limit. Why can't we do something to reduce the sacrifices? Udadan Koharu, responsible for internal affairs, had to step in and explain. Princess Tsunade, training a medical ninja requires a long time. Basic dissection technique, medical principles, medical ninjutsu. It takes at least 5 years to train a genin into a qualified medical ninja. The scrolls on medical principles alone would fill a large cart. The village understands the benefits of training medical ninja. The village is willing to reduce the ninja casualty rate, but the investment is too great, the cycle too long, and it's unfeasible during wartime. After this great ninja war ends, I am willing to listen carefully to your suggestions. Udadan Koharu's words weren't fully explicit, but everyone understood the underlying meaning. The resources required to treat a single injured person were too high. In comparison, training more cannon fodder was clearly more cost-effective. Using genin as disposable cannon fodder and genin as cannon fodder squad leaders resulted in a higher input-output ratio for the war. Among the genin, most clan genin supported the village's approach. But those civilian-born genin, who had truly fought life-and-death battles, managed to develop a fighting system that suited them, and were fortunate enough to be promoted, wore expressions of sorrow. At that moment, Senju Hanaki, the head of the Senju clan and also the director of Konoha Hospital, stood up. Senju Hanaki said, "Hokage-sama, my Senju clan still has 227 ninja. I am willing to contribute the Senju clan's strength by having them become the village's medical ninja to treat the wounded. The Senju clan has a special physique, and most have learned some medical ninjutsu. We currently have 112 medical ninja. For the remaining 114 ninja, Tsunade and I are confident that within 1 month, we can train at least 50 of them into qualified medical ninja." All the genin stared in shock at Senju Hanaki and Tsunade in the first row. What was the Senju clan doing? They were using the pretext of becoming medical ninja to withdraw the majority of their clan members from the combat roster. Withdraw from the front lines, and fully enter the medical system? To avoid giving ammunition to critics, the Senju clan still kept 64 combat ninja. For the village, they contributed resources to train medical ninja. For the village, they kept 64 ninja on the front lines. From any angle, it seemed impossible to fault the Senju clan. A woman leading the household is indeed more realistic. Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon. Patreon.com/cnblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 113, Chapter 113 Political Credit. YK scanned the shocked expressions of the genin, finding it quite amusing. Before today, the Senju clan had always been the ones who fought the most desperately on the battlefield. Whether in the First Great Ninja War or the ongoing Second, the Senju were always at the forefront of the charge. From genin to genin, the Senju clan had lived up to the village and the will of fire. The ninjas who became genin were no fools. The Senju clan's proposal to strengthen the village's medical system was, in reality, an attempt to withdraw from the combat roster. More importantly, it represented a significant signal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's political credit with the Senju clan had collapsed. The Senju clan would no longer support Sarutobi Hiruzen unconditionally. By laying everything out on the table, Senju Hanaki and Tsunade presenting the clan's ninja numbers explicitly, they demonstrated just how much the Senju, once Konoha's largest clan, had sacrificed for the village. Simultaneously, any future large-scale casualties among the remaining Senju ninja would be meticulously recorded, every single one. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said, Transferring over 150 Senju ninja to become medical ninja would have too great an impact on the village. Tsunade, don't be willful. You are already an elite Jonin, and you, alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya, forced a stalemate with Hanzo of the Salamander, earning the title of Sunin. The Senju clan is one of Konoha's founding clans. Surely you don't want to leave behind a reputation for fearing battle. This was practically an insult. Tsunade angrily slammed her fist on the table. Third Hokage. To say the Senju clan fears battle is going too far. Over 700 of my clansmen sacrificed their lives in the first Great Ninja War. My grandfather died prematurely due to his fight against Uchiha Madara. My father, my mother, my grandmother, and over 700 clansmen all died for the village's tailed beasts. Not counting the Nine Tails transfer seal, over 300 of my clansmen have died in the Second Great Ninja War. My younger brother died for the village in the Land of Grass. My granduncle sacrificed himself to protect you few on this very platform. And you tell me the Senju clan fears battle. In terms of the will of fire, the Senju clan, with only over 200 ninja left, were practically burning violet with it. Tsunade's retort was scathing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face visibly darkened. Especially upon hearing that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had died protecting those on the platform, the Jonin couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The fate of the Senju clan made the Jonin feel a sense of shared peril. Some looked at the high-ranking officials on the platform with unfriendly and scrutinizing eyes. YK recalled the original story. Sarutobi Hiruzen's political credit had collapsed with Tsunade, which was why she never returned to the village until after his death. His political credit had collapsed with the Hyuga clan. YK didn't believe the Hyuga hadn't noticed something during Orochimaru's invasion. His political credit had gradually crumbled through repeated internal consumption. In the end, he faced his student-turned-murderer, Orochimaru, alone. The simple-minded Might Guy tried several times to rush to the rooftop to rescue the Hokage but was repeatedly stopped by Kakashi. It was hard to say how much political credit Sarutobi Hiruzen still held with Kakashi. A politician's death does not occur on the day they die physically, but on the day their political credit is lost. The Jonin's murmurs made Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others' expressions even uglier. Even Dan's, usually impassive, had a twitching eyelid. Tsunade hadn't stopped her storm-like offensive. She continued shouting. The Senju clan has sacrificed so much. Has the village grown stronger? When the Senju clan helped found the village, the clan had over 3,000 ninja, plus over 2,000 in-laws from the Uzumaki clan. Now the Senju clan has only over 200 ninja left, and the Uzumaki clan only has Kushina remaining. Has Konoha, built upon the sacrifices of the Senju clan, properly protected its own villagers? My brother, Nawaki, died on the front line at age 12. Are even half of Nawaki's classmates still alive today? Third Hokage, I do not approve of your method of protecting Konoha. I admit what you said is true. During wartime, there's little that can be done. I lack the power to change Konoha's current order. I will devote all my efforts to supporting Konoha's medical system, protecting Konoha in our own way. The Jonin understood. This was a firm notification, not a discussion with the third Hokage. The Senju clan remained the clan that loved Konoha the most. However, continuous death had shattered their perseverance. The blood remains hot, but it's hard to keep it from cooling. Entering the medical system was this clan's final resistance, their ultimate decision. YK suddenly remembered a conspiracy theory from his previous life. It was said that many emperors of the Ming dynasty died at the hands of the imperial physicians. One renowned imperial physician, Lu Wenta, was credited with double-killing two emperors, Emperor Xianzong Zhu Jianshen and Emperor Xiaozong Zhu Yutang, both allegedly treated to death by him. The Jiajing Emperor purged the entire Imperial Medical Institute and lived past 60. If the Senju clan controlled Konoha Hospital and the frontline medical departments, their influence wouldn't decrease but might instead increase. YK had saved some Senju clansmen on the night of the Nine Tails transfer. Now, the Senju clan's counterattack had arrived. Tsunade used her storm-like assault to shatter the false facade meticulously maintained by the higher UPS. And they could do nothing to Tsunade. Be it her status, strength, or personality, she was not someone they could easily control. In this Jonin meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other elders lost face, thoroughly slapped. Tsunade's accusation that the villagers weren't being properly protected was something Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't refute. Too many villagers had died, so many that people were already discussing when the cemetery behind the memorial stone would need to be expanded. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said, "Tsunade, won't you even call me sensei anymore?" Tsunade yielded not an inch. Third Hokage, this is a Jonin meeting, not a place for reminiscing. During official business, please refer to yourself as the Hokage. YK sucked in a sharp breath. As expected of Tsunade, the number one true female lead in Naruto, second only to Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen, facing another rebuff, said. The matter regarding the Senju clan's proposal to strengthen Konoha Hospital and the frontline medical departments involves significant complexities and will be discussed in detail later. Today, we first discuss the more pressing matter, the war in the land of rivers. Tsunagakure has declared war on Konoha. Konoha has just experienced two major conflicts in the land of hot water and the land of grass, the latter also involving the land of rain battlefield. In the face of Tsunagakure's declaration, Konoha must not show weakness. Now, announcing the commander and deputy commanders for the land of rivers battlefield. Seeing the third Hokage change the subject, Tsunade did not delay official matters and sat down. Her goal was achieved. The Senju clan's goal was achieved. Narashikaku took out the previously prepared list and glanced at the third Hokage. On this list, one of the deputy commanders was Tsunade. Receiving no further instruction from the third, Narashikaku read according to the list. Commander of the Land of Rivers Battlefield, Narashikaku. Deputy Commander Princess Tsunade, concurrently responsible Jonin for the frontline medical department. Deputy Commander Hitaki Sakumo, responsible Jonin for the Top Action Squad. List of remaining mobilized Jonin battalion commanders includes. Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50 plus advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 114, Chapter 114 Uchiha, highlighting weaknesses, hiding strengths. The Sunanin's poisons constantly changed their formulas. Administering poison was easy, developing an antidote was difficult. Throughout all of Konoha, only Tsunade had the ability to concoct antidotes within a short time frame. The war in the Land of Rivers could not proceed without Tsunade. Even though Tsunade had just publicly erupted in anger, the higher UPS had no choice but to endure it and send her to the front lines. The reading of the lengthy list continued, eventually naming 40 Jonin. If each Jonin commanded a battalion, that meant dispatching over 2,000 ninja to the Land of Rivers. After finishing the list, Narashikaku looked towards Tsunade. Seeing that Tsunade showed no intention of causing further trouble, he breathed a sigh of relief. If Tsunade refused to go to the front lines, his role as commander would be fraught with difficulty. The Nara clan raised deer for Konoha, and their deer forests also cultivated other precious medicinal herbs. Their relationship with Tsunade had always been good. When Tsunade was young and learning medical ninjutsu, she spent an entire year in the Nara clan's deer forests just to understand the properties of medicinal ingredients. The named Jonin looked towards the three commanders, mentally planning their own positions. Amidst the silence, Uchiha clan head Uchiha Kane slowly stood up. Hokage-sama, my Uchiha clan is also willing to take to the battlefield and fight for Konoha. The Uchiha clan has not yet contributed to the village in the Second Great Ninja War. Why are there no Uchiha Jonin on the list? Sarutobi Hiruzen was already thoroughly annoyed the Senju causing trouble, and now the Uchiha were restless too. Furious inside, he maintained a patient expression. The later stages of a great ninja war leave Konoha increasingly vulnerable. We must remain vigilant against surprise attacks from other villages at all times. The Uchiha clan is responsible for the Konoha military police force, Konoha's final line of defense. Unless absolutely necessary, the Uchiha clan should not be deployed to the front lines. The Mist Village elder Genji has been restless. Sporadic Kirinin have been spotted in the land of whirlpools. We must be prepared. If Kiri declares war, then the military police force, as our last reserve force, will also take to the battlefield. Please be patient. Faced with the third Hokage's explanation, Uchiha Kane couldn't say much more. He glanced enviously at Senju Hanaki. The Senju clan had far more room to maneuver than his Uchiha clan. In the First Great Ninja War, the village had sent the Uchiha to deal with the Kirinin. While others played to their strengths, the village elders had repeatedly forced the Uchiha to highlight their weaknesses and hide their strengths. The Uchiha excelled at fire release, which was countered by the Kirinin's water release. The first war had been fought with great difficulty, resulting in many Uchiha deaths. Seeing that no one else wished to speak, Hatake Sakumo stood up. Hokage-sama, please believe me, in the Land of Rivers War, Konoha will be victorious. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened considerably. Hatake Sakumo's strength was worthy of trust. Konoha was rich in talent, possessing many geniuses, and Hatake Sakumo was an exceptionally brilliant one. Hatake Sakumo continued. Hokage-sama, I believe Princess Tsunade's proposal is worth considering. The Sunanin puppet masters are highly skilled with poison. The adequacy of the frontline medical system and the timeliness of antidote administration will determine our casualty rates. Every Konoha ninja is our comrade and partner. Princess Tsunade could bring experienced Senju medical ninja to the front lines to safeguard our advantage. Tsunade was taken aback. She hadn't expected Hatake Sakumo to extend an olive branch. When Hatake Sakumo served as an Anbu battalion commander under the second Hokage, he had been strictly impartial, never showing favoritism towards the Senju clan. After the third Hokage took office and purged the Anbu, Hatake Sakumo had never contacted the Senju clan again. In Tsunade's view, Hatake Sakumo was a just, principled, and powerful ninja who had neither offended nor had any significant dealings with the Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned his head. Dan's even sat up straighter, his gaze repeatedly shifting between Hatake Sakumo and Tsunade. Hatake Sakumo was immensely powerful, but his actions often carried an air of naivety and oversimplification. The several elders all stared at Hatake Sakumo, yet he remained completely forthright. He made the suggestion for Konoha's sake, without any personal agenda. YK thought to himself, Hatake Sakumo's political acumen is inversely proportional to his combat wisdom. Or perhaps, this man is too principled, stubbornly adhering to his own values. How could he openly support the Senju clan in such a situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling weary and wanting to end the Jonin meeting, said. This Jonin meeting is adjourned. Shikaku, Sakumo, Tsunade, and the 40 Jonin, cooperate well and face Tsunagaku together. The Jonin meeting concluded in a strange atmosphere. The elders' objectives were met, but they also encountered many unexpected developments. The three elders returned to the Hokage's office. Not long after, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog assigned YK a mission. The Hokage was furious and demanded close surveillance of the Senju clan and Hatake Sakumo to see if they were colluding. YK accepted the mission and left the Hokage building. Monitoring an elite Jonin like Tsunade was more likely to lead to exposure with more people involved, so YK operated alone. Hitaki Sakumo remained in the Hokage building with the 40 mobilized Genin, studying maps and analyzing the terrain of the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers. Senju Hanaki, Tsunade, and the other Senju Genin left the Hokage building. YK followed them. Tsunade and the others entered Konoha Hospital. A construction crew was working in the hospital courtyard, building the new outpatient building number 2. Building number 2 would be connected to the original outpatient building via a corridor. At the end of the old outpatient building's hallway, windows and walls had been removed, temporary barriers installed, preparing for the connection to the new building. With so many Senju ninja entering the medical nin ranks, the hospital was no longer sufficient. These 160-plus medical ninja would be dispatched to the front lines in batches during wartime and would work in Konoha Hospital during peacetime. YK looked towards the director's office in the outpatient building, pondering how to infiltrate and gather some intelligence. Senju Hanaki and Tsunade were extremely busy, working continuously from noon until evening. It was only late at night that the two finally finished treating patients and planning the expansion. Inside the director's office, Tsunade stood by the window, staring blankly outside. Senju Hanaki asked, "Tsunade, was it really alright to confront the third Hokage so directly in the Jonin meeting?" Tsunade said, "I understand Sarutobi Hiruzen. To some extent, he's someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. If you appear gentle and cooperative, he will press his advantage. If you resist fiercely, he will retreat and seek compromise instead. He is a man skilled in compromise. Don't worry, Aunt. I've maintained contact with Orochimaru, and I have my own resources. At critical moments, even Sarutobi Hiruzen will have to give in." Senju Hanaki asked, "Is Orochimaru reliable?" "More reliable than that idiot Jiraiya, at least." Tsunade closed her eyes, recalling unpleasant memories. She said, "When Sarutobi Hiruzen was my Jonin sensei, he was so kind, so meticulous in his teachings. I don't know when it started, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, and the others began acting more and more extreme. Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you." End of chapter. Chapter 115, Chapter 115 Eavesdropping at Konoha Hospital. Tsunade couldn't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions were becoming increasingly extreme. Senju Hanaki wanted Tsunade to fight resolutely for the Senju clan and not be hindered by sentimental teacher-student bonds. She said, "Tsunade, this is your first time being exposed to Konoha's political struggles, so there's much you don't understand. The fundamental reason why the third Hokage, who was so gentle and valued comrades as Uncle Tobirama's student, has become increasingly hypocritical as Hokage is his lack of sufficient strength. Both father or uncle could suppress the entire Konoha. No one dared to pay lip service to orders from the Hokage building. Forget Konoha, back then, which hidden village in the entire ninja world dared to confront Konoha alone? At the first 5 Kage summit, father wrote a few letters, and the other 4 Kage had no choice but to attend. Although the third holds the title of professor, his strength is far inferior to father's and uncle's. The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and top-tier geniuses like Hitaki Sakumo all have their own thoughts and demands. The third Hokage has no choice but to rely on Shimura Dans, using sinister, underhanded methods to achieve his goals. Since the outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War, countless village members have died or been injured, Konoha's strength has greatly declined, and his authority has been further damaged. You, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru forcing a stalemate with Hanzo and earning the title of Sunin has, to some extent, salvaged some face for the third Hokage. Tsunade, the Senju clan can use the medical system to lie low for a while. But we know ourselves that this hibernation is only a temporary expedient. We will ultimately return to the forefront. The foundation of struggle is strength, is combat power. You should accelerate the research progress on those forbidden jutsu concepts of yours. Having only elite Jainin strength and the title of Sunin is not enough for the Senju clan's revival. Look at Hitaki Sakumo. He was the Anbu battalion commander during Uncle Tobirama's era. After the third became Hokage, he had Hitaki Sakumo retire from the Anbu, yet still has to rely on him in war. In Konoha, strength is always paramount. Tsunade nodded repeatedly. Her aunt's analysis was very accurate. She should focus on mastering the Yin seal and must break through to the threshold of Kage level as soon as possible. Just then, Tsunade suddenly turned her head, looking towards the bathroom next door. She slammed her elbow through the bathroom wall, but the room inside was empty. She then swiftly rushed out into the corridor outside the office. The corridor was also empty. At the end of the corridor was the gap where the window and wall had been removed for the expansion. Tsunade looked down. Water had somehow flowed out of the bathroom, covering the floor. The water flowed to the end of the corridor and dripped down through the opening. There were no footprints on the ground, and no one else's chakra nearby. But she had clearly sensed someone there just a moment ago. Who had such fast escape means, vanishing as if teleporting? Senju Hanaki followed her out. What happened? Tsunade said, I sensed someone in the bathroom next door. Their speed was incredible, they vanished with a body flicker. Senju Hanaki's expression turned serious. Being inside Konoha village yet feeling danger everywhere. In the woods behind the hospital, YK, seeing that no one was pursuing him, breathed a sigh of relief. He had taken advantage of Senju Hanaki's busy schedule to hide in the bathroom next to the director's office beforehand. He slightly opened the bathroom faucet, letting water trickle onto the floor until it flowed to the end of the corridor and down the wall. After being discovered by Tsunade, YK promptly escaped using water body flicker. Wherever there was water, he could use the water body flicker. Reaching the courtyard, a hose used for wetting bricks was continuously running. Under cover of darkness, YK used a second water body flicker and quickly left the Konoha hospital area. The risk was worth it, he had overheard significant information. First, the Senju clan's stance. The Senju clan had abandoned illusions, recognized the situation clearly, and stood firmly opposed to the Konoha leadership. Senju Hanaki was a clear-sighted individual who had begun guarding against the village. She was more rational and calm than Tsunade and held the crucial position of Konoha hospital director. After earning the Sunin title, Tsunade's status within the village had risen significantly, she was no longer just a decorative princess. Tsunade was researching forbidden jutsu suitable for herself, and her strength would soon increase further. Second, intelligence about Hitaki Sakumo. Judging by his age, Hitaki Sakumo was a genius Anbu battalion commander in his teens, but later retired from the Anbu after Sarutobi Hiruzen took office. Thus, a potential alliance between Hitaki Sakumo and the Senju clan had some foundation. No wonder the higher UPS suspected collusion between the Senju clan and Hitaki Sakumo, there was this underlying connection. Hitaki Sakumo plus the Senju clan, if this force continued to develop, it would be enough to rival the Konoha leadership. YK suddenly felt his allegiances shifting somewhat, even considering betraying the Anbu, what to do. Returning to the Anbu, YK reported to Yellow Dog. Battalion Commander, Senju Hanaki, and Princess Tsunade have been busy at Konoha Hospital the entire time. No evidence of collusion with Hitaki Sakumo was found. Yellow Dog nodded and said, the Anbu monitoring Hitaki Sakumo also reported that he spent the whole night studying maps and didn't meet with any Senju clansmen. YK asked tentatively, is the Senju clan truly transitioning into the medical system? How will the village respond? Yellow Dog said. Senju Hanaki has been actively shaping public opinion in the village, stating that the Senju clan sacrificed Lady Mito, clan head Senju Rinoki, and nearly 700 clansmen for the village's 9 tails. She even publicized that Uzumaki Kushina is the 9 tails Jinkraki, showing no sense of secrecy. The village had no choice but to increase the security level for Uzumaki Kushina. These maneuvers by Senju Hanaki have garnered significant sympathy for them among many in Konoha. Coupled with the heavy casualties among Konoha ninja and the severe shortage of medical ninja, the Senju clan's entry into the medical system faces little resistance. At least, most of the village's Jainin support it. As for the Chunin and Genin, they welcome skilled Senju medical ninja even more. Senju Hanaki is more troublesome to deal with than Senju Rinoki. Senju Rinoki would never abandon the Senju clan's glory, but that woman Senju Hanaki is extremely pragmatic. Princess Tsunade, having lost her brother and lover, acts like she's swallowed explosive tags, no one dares to provoke her. Tsunade has saved many people on the battlefield and holds the highest prestige among the Sunin. With Orochimaru and Jiraiya supporting her, there's not much that can be done against Tsunade right now. The older one gets, the more one fears their children. For some reason, the Hokage-sama seems somewhat afraid of his 3 students now. YK thought, it seems Senju Hanaki becoming clan head turned out to be an unexpectedly clever move. Under Senju Hanaki's leadership, the Senju clan was cautious and pragmatic, no longer shouting about dedicating everything to the village or becoming Hokage. They were avoiding risks and seeking to lie low. Yellow Dog handed YK a scroll containing a new mission. Fox, you previously submitted a list of Hatake Sakumo's followers. The Anbu will investigate their attitudes and motivations one by one. One of these followers, named Shina, only has Chunin level strength yet holds a relatively high position within that group. It's strange. He is about to be dispatched to the Land of Wind for preliminary intelligence gathering. Follow him. Investigate him and see if there's anything unusual about him. Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50 plus advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 116, Chapter 116 Hatake the Great. YK left the 3 squads to continue monitoring the Senju clan and departed the village alone to carry out the investigation mission. The target, Shina, was a 32-year-old Chunin, one of Hatake Sakumo's followers. He was relatively older among the followers and attended every gathering. A ninja who lived to 32 might not be exceptionally strong, but their experience was certainly rich. Hatake Sakumo was famously known for valuing his comrades and treating people sincerely. After every mission, he would become friends with his team members. He and his friends often gathered, and he enjoyed an excellent reputation among both civilian-born ninja and even clan ninja. They frequently visited Hatake Sakumo's home and often went to barbecue restaurants and izakayas together. In Hatake Sakumo's view, every friend was worth cherishing, as the next gathering might require a visit to the memorial stone to see them. Arriving at the village gate, YK spotted the target team. The leader was Takubitsu Jainin Sarutobi Senzu, age 14. The other 3 were all Chunin. This configuration was considered an elite team within Konoha. The team quickly left Konoha, and YK followed. With the Land of Rivers War about to begin, many ninja departed through Konoha's main gate today, heading west. YK followed behind them and soon noticed something strange. YK had worked hard to become a Takubitsu Jainin at 17. Sarutobi Senzu, promoted to Takubitsu Jainin at 14, should have been a minor genius, yet his breathing was more labored than the other 3 while traveling. YK put down his binoculars, opened the mission scroll within the tree canopy where he was hiding, and carefully reviewed the target team's information. Sarutobi Senzu had completed an extremely difficult prisoner capture mission in the Land of Grass and was recommended for Takubitsu Jainin by Mito Kato Homura. During that mission, the remaining team members all sacrificed themselves, only he and the prisoner returned to the base. It seems his taijutsu level is average. I wonder if he's a ninjutsu specialist. On the roads of the Land of Rivers, there were many civilians migrating with their families. Hearing that war was coming, the people of the Land of Rivers were moving to remote southern areas. It was currently spring planting season. Much land lay fallow, suggesting a potential famine in the autumn. The civilians also had experience. Ninjas often disguised themselves as civilians for mutual assassination attempts. When the war reached its cruelest stage, civilians would die too. Team Sarutobi Senzu traversed the Land of Rivers and entered the deserts of the Land of Wind. Finding an oasis on the border of the Land of Wind, Sarutobi Senzu lay behind a sand dune. You three, approach the oasis from 3 different directions and investigate the intelligence inside. The 3 Chunin looked at each other. Shina, as the oldest ninja, tried to offer a suggestion. Captain, the oasis has fresh water, it's a natural supply base, so its defenses will be the tightest. Shouldn't we proceed step by step, gathering intelligence slowly? First, investigate the Sunanin transport teams entering and leaving the oasis, based on the types of supplies they carry. For example, based on the number of puppet joint actuators, we can roughly estimate how many puppet masters will be deployed on the battlefield. Sarutobi Senzu's expression changed. Are you disobeying orders? Disobeying orders, refusing missions. These were serious crimes in Konoha, punishable by direct execution in severe cases. In the distance, YK watched through his binoculars as Shina and the other 2 Chunin dispersed and infiltrated. He was utterly shocked. Isn't this a suicide mission? Who devised this tactic? 3 team members infiltrating the oasis directly from 3 different directions? From the binoculars, he could see there were over 100 Sunanin in the oasis. Soon, the 3 Chunin encountered danger. Squad leader Sarutobi Senzu, however, remained steadily prone in the distance, looking as though he didn't want to miss any detail. In Konoha's system, when the squad leader was incompetent, team members died very easily. YK, from afar, calculated whether he should intervene to help Shina. The key to helping Shina or not was essentially whether Hitaki Sakumo was a worthwhile investment. After this period of investigation, YK was certain Hitaki Sakumo had a sterling reputation and treated those around him very well. Precisely because he valued his comrades, a group centered around him had formed, but he remained completely unaware of the danger this posed. The higher UPS weren't afraid of disorganized civilian ninja, they feared civilian ninja organizing and uniting. An atomized village was the easiest to control. Disobedient ninja clans and organized groups of civilian ninja were prime targets for the higher UPS. What Hitaki Sakumo lacked was someone who could shield him from the darkness. YK pondered repeatedly, grabbing handfuls of sand over and over. Without being humble, YK walked in darkness and was part of Konoha's dark side. He was plenty dark himself, perfectly suited to shielding Hitaki Sakumo from the shadows. Hitaki Sakumo in the light, YK in the dark, plus the prestige of the Senju clan. Such a combination would be enough to give the higher UPS a headache. YK even imagined staging a "It's Getting Cold" ad a robe scene for Hitaki Sakumo someday in the future. Hitaki Sakumo, holding the Hokage's ceremonial robe in his left hand and the Hokage's hat in his right, saying remorsefully, "You have truly brought hardship upon me." Hitaki the Great was worth investing in. Partnering with Hitaki Sakumo, one in the light, one in the dark, would be one of YK's future arrangements. Having made his decision, YK quickly stood up and pursued them. As an Anbu, if YK approached Hitaki Sakumo directly, Sakumo would not, and likely dared not, trust him. Trying to save Shina and using him to send a signal, gradually building trust with Hitaki Sakumo, was the way. 3 teams rushed out from the oasis. The 3 Konoha ninja were surrounded by Sunanin. The 3 Konoha ninja were in 3 separate locations, unaware of each other's situations, yet they tacitly sped up. trying to gather more intelligence about the Sunanin forces in the oasis. Shina glanced in the direction where Captain Sarutobi was hiding, hoping his death would be meaningful. YK sighed from a distance. Such good subordinates, given to Sarutobi Senzu, it's simply wasteful, cruel. 3 Sunanin blocked Shina's path. Wind release, gale palm. Gales appeared in their hands. Instead of attacking the Konoha ninja directly, the winds rushed towards the sand on the ground. Instantly, the ground was covered in rolling yellow sand. Shina's vision was obscured, he couldn't see anything. He desperately dodged to the left, trying to escape the dust cloud. As soon as he broke through, he saw an alligator puppet waiting beside him. The alligator opened its mouth, filled with steel senbon, ready to fire. The tips of the needles gleamed with the black purple of poison. The mechanism clicked. At the critical moment, an Earth-style rising spear pierced through the ground, skewering the alligator puppet's upper and lower jaws together. Shina turned his head and saw an Anbu wearing a fox mask. A Konoha Anbu? An iron ball attached to a wire flew over, wrapped around Shina's waist, instantly pulling him backward. Shina flew just above the ground for dozens of meters. Before reaching the Anbu ninja, he suddenly fell onto the sand. He scrambled up and looked back, seeing 4 puppets surrounding the fox Anbu. These puppets had various forms: humanoid puppets, beast-shaped puppets. The movements of humanoid puppets were somewhat predictable, similar to humans. Beast-shaped puppets were the hardest to deal with, their hidden weapons were concealed in odd places. Shina watched as the fox Anbu dodged and weaved among the 4 puppets. After leaping out of the encirclement, the fox Anbu formed hand seals. Water release, water cutting wave. A high-speed water jet shot out, sweeping through the air, slicing all 4 puppets to pieces in one go. The air was filled with halved puppet parts, kunao and senbon from the puppet mechanism spilled out. Shina was dumbfounded. Those terrifying puppets, were just cut apart? YK threw 2 kunao to the side, forcing the puppet masters hiding in the sand to reveal themselves. The 2 puppet masters had just jumped up when they saw the incoming water jet. The 2 puppet masters were bisected at the waist. Yellow-pink intestines splattered onto the sand. The newly learned water release, water cutting wave had extremely high lethality, elevating YK's combat power by a significant level. After killing the few pursuing Sunanin and ensuring no one had witnessed his presence, YK shouted, "Follow me." Shina hurriedly followed. "Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter." Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, I will protect your secret with my life. After escaping with their lives, YK had Shina lie face down in the sand. He looked towards the direction of Sarutobi Senjin. That man could not be allowed to live. His private connection with Hitaki Sakumo had to remain absolutely secret. Stay here and don't move. My mission isn't finished yet. In the distance, Sarutobi Senjin was lying prone on a sand dune, carefully observing the situation within the oasis. During his last promotion to Special Jainin, he had used his teammates' lives to complete the mission. This time was the same. He planned to use the Sand Ninja's reactions to write a perfect Oasis reconnaissance report. To his surprise, a root ninja had appeared near Shina's location. That root ninja was probably a Konoha ninja passing by who had saved Shina. Sarutobi Senjin then looked towards his other 2 subordinates. Those 2 subordinates weren't lucky enough to have a passing root ninja save them, they died one after another at the hands of the Sand Ninjas. That's about enough. This information is sufficient. This oasis contained roughly 100 Sand Ninjas, about 10 of whom were puppet masters. Sarutobi Senjin cautiously crawled backward, disappearing into a sand pit. His foot suddenly bumped against someone's leg. When he turned his head in terror, he saw a fox-masked root ninja. Self-cursing body-binding seal. Sarutobi Senjin couldn't move a muscle, even his jaw was locked by the cursed seal. A kunai was thrust into the very center of Sarutobi Senjin's forehead. This was a sand pit. No one could see YK acting here. YK returned to find Shina and brought him into the land of rivers, stopping beside a river. At the bottom of the deep river valley, torrential waters rushed by. The sounds of flowing water and wind surrounded them. YK stood with his back to Shina and asked, "Can you tell? You were sent by your squad leader to die." "I can," Shina said, looking at the root ninja's back. Sarutobi Senjin has at most Chunin level strength. The main reason he was promoted to Special Jonin is largely because of his surname. He can't complete missions relying on his own ability, so he uses despicable tactics. YK said, Sarutobi Senjin has sacrificed his teammates multiple times to complete missions. He has a good surname. If anyone investigated him properly, he would have been executed long ago. Shina's eyes were sorrowful. How many classmates and comrades had died under unclear circumstances? Shina was silent for a moment before saying, during the Land of Grass War, the number of Special Jonin and Jonin from the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inoshika Ch clans increased dramatically. Over 40% of the new Special Jonin came from those 5 clans. We are in agony. Even though we work harder and risk our lives more than them, we can only watch them get promoted. The ninjas from those 5 clans are becoming increasingly arrogant, even unscrupulous. They sacrifice their fellow villagers just to pad their own mission records. Thank you for saving me. Without you, I would be dead. Through Shina's response, YK was fairly certain that Shina held significant resentment towards the clans and the higher UPS. He could be a potential collaborator. To successfully execute the plan with Hitaki Sakumo, one operating openly, the other in secret, they needed to be prepared to take risks. YK said, "I saved you so you can deliver a piece of intelligence to Lord Sakumo for me." "What intelligence?" "The Konoha higher UPS have their eyes on Lord Sakumo's group. Including you, all of Hitaki Sakumo's followers. Tell Lord Sakumo to be careful, not to take it lightly, and to deal with it seriously." "Group?" Shina said, puzzled. "We're not a group. We're just some like-minded friends. It's not about what you think, but what the higher UPS think," YK said. "When the higher UPS judge you to be a group, no matter how you explain it, you are already a group. The reason I help you in secret is that I agree with Lord Sakumo's ideal: the assessment system should replace the recommendation system. Otherwise, clan ninjas will gradually monopolize the village's Special Jonin and Jonin positions. It would be one thing if they were truly strong, but if they are as weak as Sarutobi Senjin yet get promoted to Special Jonin and command others as squad leaders, then the ninja mortality rate will keep rising. Ninja combat is extremely dangerous. Strength is paramount. An incompetent squad leader only gets his subordinates killed for nothing." Shina understood, and much of the confusion in his heart dissipated. This root ninja also couldn't stand the darkness in the village and was secretly supporting Lord Sakumo. YK said, "Do not reveal my identity. Keep my secret. I will help you again at the appropriate time. Remember to remind Lord Sakumo to take the darkness in Konoha seriously and to be wary of it. For your sake, I am also taking a great risk. Do not betray my expectations." Shina nodded solemnly. "I will protect your secret with my life. Not because you saved my life, but because you share the same ideal as us." YK nodded. Shina's credibility was quite good. He knew full well that Sarutobi Senjin was sending him to his death, yet for Konoha's sake, he obediently served as bait, resigned to his fate. Now that he promised to protect YK's secret with his life, he likely wouldn't betray him easily. YK said, "You've been a Chunin for many years. You're experienced. I trust you know how to report on this mission to leave no flaws. Shina said, I won't return to the village immediately. I'll pretend to be severely injured, forced to hide in a safe place until my wounds heal before returning. By then, Lord Sakumo will have left Konoha and established his field headquarters. I'll report the mission directly to Lord Sakumo. YK disappeared using the body flicker technique. Shina collected himself, found a secluded cave, took out a kunao, and forcefully stabbed it into his own abdomen. He had dissected corpses before, he knew how to make the cut look gruesome but not actually be fatal. Shina's heart was filled with pain. Why was it so difficult just to want to make Konoha a better place? YK quickly returned to Konoha village. Back in the route headquarters, YK found Battalion Commander Yellow Dog and reported on his mission. Battalion Commander, the target Shina is only a Chunin and doesn't seem to possess the core secrets of Hitaki Sakumo's group. He didn't show any unusual behavior along the way. During the mission to scout the Sand Ninja Oasis supply base, Shina was severely injured and fled in panic deep into the desert. I didn't pursue him deeply and chose to return. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog nodded and said, Shina is one of the weaker Chunin in Hitaki Sakumo's group. It's normal that you couldn't find out much. Next, Root will surveil other members of Hitaki Sakumo's group. YK asked, is there a need to send a spy to infiltrate that group? If needed, YK was willing to go. As a Root agent going undercover in Hitaki Sakumo's group, and as a Hitaki Sakumo supporter going undercover in Root, it was a closed loop. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog thought for a moment and said, not for now. Hitaki Sakumo is busy establishing his headquarters. We probably won't find out much during this period. YK left Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's office and went to the Root archives. The archives contained the complete list of all current Konoha ninjas. YK looked at the special Jonin promotion records for the past year. Just as Shina had said, the 5 major clans Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inoshika were extremely dominant. It wasn't the 40% Shina estimated, roughly 50% of the newly promoted special Jonin came from the 5 clans aligned with the Hokage's faction. In contrast, the Senju clan suffered heavy casualties, the Uchiha clan was busy with D-rank missions in the military police force, and the Hyuga clan carried out reconnaissance missions with little combat. The number of special Jonin from these 3 clans was decreasing. Based on YK's observations, there weren't many Hyuga ninjas around the higher UPS. When doing shady things, the higher UPS didn't want to be constantly watched by the Byakugan either. In the original story, the Hyuga clan was suppressed, probably because they inadvertently discovered many scandals with their Byakugan. The balance of power among Konoha's clans was quietly shifting. The strength of clans like the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Abarame, and Inyazuka was gradually weakening. Meanwhile, the power of the 5 clans Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inoshika was strengthening. As for civilian ninjas being promoted to special Jonin, their numbers were scarce. The cake wasn't even enough for the clans to divide, how could they possibly give any to civilian ninjas? In the past year, civilian ninjas promoted to special Jonin accounted for only about 20%. Every civilian special Jonin had advanced under difficult circumstances, often by chance, or by aligning themselves with a clan and suddenly gaining influence, or by joining Root like YK, trading their lives for a future. Looking at the special Jonin promotion ratios, the 5 Hokage-aligned clans accounted for 50%, the elder/founding clans of Konoha accounted for 30%, and civilian ninjas accounted for 20%. The situation was severe. If this continued, the influence of the 5 Hokage-aligned clans would only grow larger and larger. Support me with Power Stone. For every 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, The Capital of the Land of Rivers. Narashikoku, Hitaki Sakumo, and Tsunade, along with 2,000 Konoha ninjas, set off for the Land of Rivers. There was no send-off, no ceremony. In silence, the ninjas left Konoha in groups, following their respective squad leaders. The Yellow Dog Battalion would become the Hokage's eyes monitoring the Land of Rivers battlefield, representing the Hokage there. Shina hid in the cave for a long time until his wounds healed, then he found the forward operating base that was under construction. The base was located in the center of the Land of Rivers, protecting the main grain-producing area in the eastern part of the country. The base's perimeter wall and watchtowers were already complete, and tents for the various squads were being set up. Shina waited for a long time until Hitaki Sakumo left the command tent. Shina. Hitaki Sakumo's previously tense expression turned joyful. I thought something had happened on your mission. It's good to have you back. Shina handed over the mission scroll he had prepared. Lord Sakumo, I've gathered some covered intelligence. I wish to report to you alone. Hitaki Sakumo glanced back at the Nara clan strategist ninja behind him. You all go and rest first. The Nara clan strategist ninja gave Shina an extra look but said nothing and left. Once they were in a secluded spot, Shina said in a low voice, Lord Sakumo, I was supposed to die on this mission. Squad leader Sarutobi Senjin ordered the three of us subordinates to infiltrate the oasis separately. It was practically a death sentence. But for the mission's sake, we went anyway. A root ninja appeared and saved me. He had no prior connection to me. He asked me to bring you a message. Hitaki Sakumo, however, said, let's set aside the matter of the root ninja for now. You're saying Sarutobi Senjin ordered three Chunin to infiltrate a sand ninja heavily guarded oasis. His expression suddenly turned icy. This kind of thing was what Hitaki Sakumo despised the most. Killing intent pervaded the surrounding air. Hitaki Sakumo was very good to his Konoha comrades, but he showed no mercy when killing enemy ninjas. As deputy commander, I will seriously review this mission. But Shina said, Lord Sakumo, my ordeal during the mission isn't important, especially since squad leader Sarutobi Senjin also died on the mission. What the root ninja said is more critical. That root ninja said the village higher UPS believe there is a group of followers around you. Root is investigating us. Lord Sakumo, we know ourselves that we aren't a group, but in the eyes of the village higher UPS, any force not loyal to the Hokage is a cancer within the village. The continued suppression of the Uchiha clan is the best evidence. The Senju clan disagrees with the village higher UPS on certain matters and is now also in a decline. Lord Sakumo, you must be very careful. Hitaki Sakumo said, Root is investigating a non-existent group around me? This root ninja you mentioned, why did he use you to warn me? This is definitely not Root's style. Root ninjas are absolutely loyal to the Hokage. Just as YK had predicted, Hitaki Sakumo wouldn't rashly believe an unsolicited show of goodwill. Shina said, that ninja wore a fox mask and was very strong. He said he is your supporter and believes the assessment system should replace the recommendation system. Perhaps he had missions with you before joining Root. Didn't we all start gathering frequently because we had missions with you? Hitaki Sakumo said, I understand. I will be wary of the higher UPS underhanded tactics. You all need to be careful too. Inside the Root Battalion commander's tent, YK received a new mission. Yellow Dog said, the front lines don't need Root for now. There are two troublesome nobles in the capital of the Land of Rivers who need to be removed via assassination. Since Tsunagakuer declared war on Konoha, some opportunists have appeared among the nobility. Certain nobles in the Land of Rivers have sided with Tsunagakuer in advance, preparing to take over Konoha's interests in the Land of Rivers after Tsunagakuer's victory. Fox, your mission is to assassinate these two nobles. They are the core figures among those in the Land of Rivers who have defected to Tsunagakuer. According to the agreement with the Land of Rivers daime, Konoha cannot move against nobles. Therefore, this assassination must be covered. It cannot be traced back to Konoha. YK took the scroll and schemed its contents. Assassinating nobles was one of Root's most common tasks. There were always foolish nobles who thought they could play both sides between the hidden villages. Yellow Dog added, "Those two nobles will surely have sand ninja guards. Be careful. Pay special attention not to cause large-scale structural damage or casualties among innocents. If we go too far, the land of Rivers Daimi isn't stupid, he will tacitly acknowledge it was us." Understood. I'll see to it. YK returned to his squadron's tent area and called for White Ram. "White Ram, take your squad and follow me. We're heading to the capital of the land of rivers." White Ram's parasitic destruction insects were very suitable for intelligence gathering. The capital of the land of rivers straddled both banks of the Yoshimizu River. The river rushed through a canyon over 10 meters deep, spanned by several wooden bridges connecting the two sides. On the canyon's banks were the residential districts, commercial districts, the noble estate district, the Daimi's Tencho Castle, and other areas. YK and the White Ram squad entered the capital of the land of rivers posing as merchants. After settling in an inn, YK instructed, "White Ram, you are responsible for monitoring the two nobles, the left Imperial Guard General and the Master of the Empress's household. Gather information on their movements, their preferences, and determine their guard strength. Be especially careful, these two likely have sand ninja guards. During intelligence gathering, do not contact the Konoha Guardian ninjas inside the Tencho Castle. For this assassination, the Konoha Guardian ninjas must remain completely unaware. We cannot implicate them. The assassination itself must not cause significant damage to the capital, to avoid giving the land of rivers Daimi a pretext to cause trouble." White Ram nodded. "Understood. I'll begin gathering intelligence immediately." After the White Ram squad left, YK removed his mask, put on a standard ninja face mask, and left the inn to play the part of a merchant. Many people in the ninja world wore face masks, so YK's attire wasn't strange. Root's pitifully small funds couldn't finance any major business. He just looked without buying anything, wandering aimlessly. YK came to a large bridge. White waves churned in the river below the bridge. YK's interest was instantly piqued by a bounty notice posted near the bridge. The notice stated that due to the war between the land of rain and the land of grass, the coal transport routes from the land of earth were disrupted, and the capital was severely lacking coal for electricity generation. The Land of Rivers office of the chief treasurer was offering a bounty. Anyone who could solve the coal problem would be rewarded with 1 million ryo. YK looked down at the rushing river below and an idea formed in his mind. Wasn't this 1 million ryo just being given away for free? Entering the Land of Rivers office of the chief treasurer would also allow him to gain access to nobles and get closer to his assassination targets. Following the instructions on the notice, YK found the office of the chief treasurer. The office of the chief treasurer was akin to a Ministry of Finance and central bank combined, holding significant power. YK said to an official, "I can solve your electricity problem. Take me to see the chief treasurer." The official, seeing YK carrying a ninjato, guessed he was a powerful rogue ninja. Soon, a group of officials escorted a woman into the room. This woman exuded an aura of a mature, sophisticated woman. She appeared to be around 30 years old, with her hair coiled high, revealing her fair neck. She wore a form-fitting white gown, tailored perfectly dignified yet highlighting her graceful figure. What made YK's heart stir slightly was that she wore rimless glasses, which further accentuated her delicate facial features. "I am Koichi Chisa, chief treasurer of the Land of Rivers. I heard from my subordinate that you can solve our shortage of coal for power generation." YK said, "I cannot solve the coal shortage." Koichi Chisa slightly furrowed the space between her eyebrows, looking puzzled. "You can't solve the coal problem? Then why are you here?" Even the most powerful merchant guild in the Land of Fire, hiring dozens of Konoha ninjas, couldn't possibly transport coal out of the land of Earth right now, YK said. What I can offer you is hydroelectric power technology. By utilizing the land of River's topographical advantages, you can completely rid yourselves of coal power and use water power directly. Hydroelectric power. Chief Treasurer Koichi Chisa's eyes lit up. She had never heard this term before and was slightly intrigued. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, I like it when you wear glasses. Inside the inn, White Ram came to report on the reconnaissance of the past few days. Squad leader, the Land of Rivers left Imperial Guard General only returns to his residence once every half-month. He stays guarding inside the west gate of the Tensha Castle. Even when he returns to his mansion in the Noble District, he has over 100 samurai as guards. Among those samurai, there are at least 8 sand ninjas hiding. As for the master of the Empress's household, he lives directly within the Council of State. Since Tsunagakure and Konoha went to war, these officials have become more cautious. Please give me more time, squad leader. I will definitely find more intelligence on them. YK said, continue your investigation. I will find a way to create an opportunity to lure those two out of the capital. Lure them out of the capital? How? Just wait for my signal. YK left the inn and boarded a carriage from the office of the chief treasurer. This carriage took YK outside the capital. After changing carriages outside the city walls, he boarded the carriage of Chief Treasurer Koichi Chisa. The interior of Koichi Chisa's carriage was filled with fragrance, with 4 sachets hanging in the corners. Mr. Kage, please forgive me for pressing you like this. Ever since the Land of Lightning invented electricity, the capital has become dependent on various electrical appliances. Our coal reserves are critical. In a month, not just the capital, but even the Tensha Castle will have no electricity. I had the artisans from the coal-fired power plant look at the blueprints you gave me. They said it might actually be possible to use the river water to generate electricity. Today, I ask you to discuss on-site with the artisans, finalize the plan and the site selection, and see where is suitable to build the hydroelectric power station. Kage was the false name YK had given. YK said, I can't just take the 1 million ryo for drawing a few blueprints. This is what I should do. He calculated in his mind, thinking of a way to persuade Koichi Chisa to invite some nobles to the hydroelectric plant's groundbreaking ceremony, to lure the two targets out of the capital. Walking downstream along the Yoshimizu River, YK selected a valley. YK said, the Land of Rivers has special soil composition. After the river flows through, it continuously erodes downward, carving out deep gullies. These deep gullies can be fully utilized to build a hydroelectric power station. This spot is quite good. Just by building a dam here, we can create an artificial lake and use the gravitational potential energy of the lake water to generate electricity. Koichi Chisa looked at the map and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Kage, why not build the dam upstream from the capital? It could generate electricity and also regulate the water flow for the capital. YK shook his head and said, if we build the dam upstream of the capital, if someone blows up the dam, the capital is finished. Don't overestimate ninja morals. If I were a sand ninja, to destroy the Land of Rivers protected by Konoha, I wouldn't hesitate to blow up the dam, even if the flood would kill thousands of capital residents. Koichi Chisa's expression darkened. The destructive power of ninjas was too great. Ordinary people carefully maintained their living environment, but a few ninjutsu from passing ninjas could destroy everything. I didn't expect Mr. Kage to understand ninjas so well. One gains some insights between killing and being killed. Koichi Chisa found Kage to be quite optimistic. Mr. Kage, I wonder if you would be willing to settle down in the Land of Rivers? I am willing to apply to my brother to grant you the official position of governor of Kawachi, to construct and manage the dam and the hydroelectric power station. Koichi Chisa was the daimyo of the land of River's sister, unmarried, helping the daimyo manage the important office of the chief treasurer. YK's heart stirred. Wouldn't this make it easier for him to get close to the nobility? He said. Is the land of River's office of the chief treasurer facing difficulties? If I become the governor of Kawachi, does that mean I won't get the 1 million ryo reward? Koichi Chisa smiled and said, I will deliver the reward tomorrow, along with the official seal for the governor of Kawachi. For several consecutive days, YK worked at full capacity within the office of the chief treasurer, solely to start construction and hold the groundbreaking ceremony as soon as possible. Koichi Chisa had already agreed to invite nobles to the groundbreaking ceremony and hold a grand ceremony. Koichi Chisa grew increasingly moved. A rogue ninja from the Land of Lightning was working so desperately for the Land of River's hydroelectric project. On second thought, she could no longer think of Kage as a rogue ninja. He would settle in the capital and serve as the governor of Kawachi. Their feelings for each other warmed up rapidly. YK deliberately cultivated this relationship, and Koichi Chisa was also attracted by YK's engineering talent. The full moon was like a silver plate. Moonlight shone down on the courtyard deep within the office of the chief treasurer. The power outage meant no electric lights, relying only on moonlight and candlelight for illumination, which instead felt more romantic. Inside the boudoir, the window was open, allowing moonlight to stream in. Koichi Chisa was bathed in the moonlight. Her face flushed as she asked, "Why do you want me to keep wearing my glasses?" YK looked at Koichi Chisa's snow-white body under the moonlight and said, "I like it when you wear glasses. It has a unique beauty of contrast. But, the glasses keep shaking around. It's uncomfortable. You must keep them on." As the daimyo's sister, Koichi Chisa had never encountered such a dominant man before, which made her more compliant. Outside the boudoir, a maidservant waited in the corridor, ready to be summoned to attend to Lady Chisa. The maidservant's eyes were shifty, occasionally glancing towards Lady Chisa's study, where the preliminary design blueprints for the hydroelectric plant were kept. She had already passed on everything happening here to the rock ninja spy. She didn't know what choice the spy master would make. If the Land of Rivers successfully built the hydroelectric plant, they would no longer need to buy coal from the Land of Earth. Coal was a crucial economic pillar for the Land of Earth. Half a month later, the equipment blueprints were finished, and the dam's groundbreaking ceremony began. YK wore the official robes of the Land of Rivers and a tall official hat, sitting on the dais. White Ram, wearing sunglasses, was blended in among the artisans. His eyes behind the sunglasses occasionally glanced towards the noble rest area on the side. He never thought the squadron leader could really lure the assassination targets outside the capital. The hydroelectric plant was too important for the Land of Rivers. Both the left Imperial Guard General and the Master of the Empress's household attended the groundbreaking ceremony as specially invited nobles. The two nobles were heavily surrounded by samurai, making it difficult to strike. White Ram glanced at the squadron leader. The leader was sitting beside the tall and beautiful chief treasurer, the two of them talking and laughing about something. Two people who have been intimate had a different sense of boundaries with each other compared to others' unintentional eye contact, occasional touches. It was all different from ordinary friends. White Ram guessed that to complete the mission, the squadron leader must have submitted himself to the daimyo of the Land of Rivers' sister. Root training hadn't taught him the handsome man trap. So the handsome man trap was this effective. Sigh. He was raising insects all over his body. It seemed he would never be able to use the handsome man trap in this lifetime. The groundbreaking ceremony commenced under the direction of Chief Treasurer Koichi Chisa. Honored nobles, esteemed artisans, the groundbreaking ceremony for the capital hydroelectric power station officially begins. The hydroelectric power station is the project His Highness the daimyo values most. It will solve the power shortage caused by the lack of coal. YK watched Koichi Chisa's silhouette in her long gown with a smile. His peripheral vision swept over the guards of the left Imperial Guard General. He wondered which of those guards were the sand ninjas. The war between Konoha and Tsunagakuer hadn't even been decided yet, and these fence-sitters couldn't restrain themselves. He didn't know if the fence-sitting behavior of nobles like the left Imperial Guard General was spontaneous or secretly ordered by the daime. Perhaps the daime of the Land of Rivers also feared that Tsunagakuer would be victorious. During Koichi Chisa's clear address, 4 artisans suddenly leaped up, charging straight towards the dais. Kill the governor of Kawachi. We must not let the Land of Rivers complete the hydroelectric plant. Earth release, rock iron gun technique. The 4 simultaneously spat pebbles from their mouths. The pebbles grew larger in the wind, turning into large rocks 1 or 2 meters across, flying towards the dais. YK was taken aback. I'm here plotting to murder nobles, why is someone coming straight for me? Koichi Chisa was startled, but immediately drew a thin sword, brandishing it continuously, and with 3 strokes cleaved one of the rocks apart. She actually possessed considerable swordsmanship. She quickly ordered the samurai, protect the governor of Kawachi. Having said that, she grabbed YK's hand and pulled him away to the side. Rock ninja spies are trying to sabotage the hydroelectric plant because of the coal, Koichi Chisa said, her face anxious, but her voice comforting. Don't worry, Kage. I definitely won't let anything happen to you. YK said, I know. Nothing will happen to me. Chaos has erupted. YK made a hand signal to White Ram, ordering him to take action. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon, patreon.com/nblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Were You Real? Chaos reigned around the dais. The various nobles, protected by their samurai, fled in panic. Every noble's face was tense with fear. The hidden rock village has gone too far. The Land of Rivers lacks coal not because we won't buy from the Land of Earth, but because the roots are plagued by war, making it impossible to purchase any. Their spies lurking in the capital of the Land of Rivers actually tried to kill the governor of Kawachi, who is responsible for the hydroelectric plant. Besides the initial 4 spies, 4 more appeared, making a total of 8 spies charging towards YK from 2 directions. Chisa said, Kage. Run. I'll hold off the rock ninjas for you. Chisa led the samurai in covering the retreat. YK turned and headed straight for his assassination targets. Artisans were also running amok. White Ram took advantage of the chaos to charge towards the left Imperial Guard General. Chaos erupted around the left Imperial Guard General, and White Ram seized the opportunity to strike. To avoid exposing his identity, White Ram didn't use the Aberame clan's secret techniques. Instead, he threw 3 kunao with explosive tags attached. After 3 consecutive explosions, the left Imperial Guard General was shrouded in thick smoke. One of the White Ram squad members rushed into the smoke to finish the job. At the same time, chaos also descended upon the area around the master of the Empress's household. A root ninja threw an explosive tag kunao. A samurai discarded his heavy armor and collided with the kunao. The explosive tag only damaged the samurai's discarded armor, failing to hit the master of the Empress's household. The one who discarded the armor was a sand ninja. YK used the body flicker technique to charge at the master of the Empress's household. In a gap while fending off the rock ninja spies, Chisa looked back worriedly towards Kage, only to see Kage's ninjato sever the master of the Empress's household's head. She stared stunned at the scene before her, at a complete loss. Why? Why did Kage kill the master of the Empress's household? Kage isn't some rogue ninja, is he a spy from some village too? Then what was all Kage's hard work these past days? What was my trust worth? What were our intimate moments under the moonlight? YK glanced at Chisa, his expression complex, then turned to leave. Don't go. Chisa, ignoring the rock ninja spies, ran towards YK. Was the hydroelectric plant real? Were you real? Just who are you? Chisa's questions were heart-rending. Her eyes were red, already glistening with tears. YK didn't dare answer, nor was he willing to. He was root. Everything was just for the mission. At that moment, the maidservant beside Chisa suddenly drew a kunai and slashed at the space between Chisa's eyebrows. The rimless glasses shattered, falling to the ground, only to be crushed under the maidservant's foot. That maidservant was also a rock ninja spy. Was the primary target of the rock ninja spies chief treasurer Koichi Chisa, the one spearheading the hydroelectric plant? Seeing those crushed lenses, YK's heart trembled for a moment. A kunai was embedded in the space between Chisa's eyebrows. Before dying, she was still reaching out towards YK, her slender fingers trembling. Watching Chisa's pupils slowly dilate, her once delicate face now disheveled and messy, bright red blood flowing and spreading beneath her, YK felt a pang of pity. This month. I'll revive her just this once, for Chisa. He slowly walked towards Chisa's corpse. White Ram shouted from behind, Squad leader. Get out of here. Konoha root, sand ninja guards, rock ninja spies. The area around the dais was in utter chaos. YK sought out the strongest sand ninja and engaged him in a fierce battle. After forcing out this sand ninja's abilities, YK feigned defeat and was stabbed to death by the sand ninja. This was another time he had actively chosen death, for the warmth Chisa had given him. Host death detected. Mochizuki's arc system activating. His field of vision shifted, and YK found himself back on the previous night of the full moon. He was in Koichi Chisa's boudoir. Before him was Chisa, bathed in moonlight, and those glasses full of contrasting allure. Koichi Chisa, knowing nothing of the future, raised her hand, trying to grasp YK's waist. Feeling Chisa's body temperature, YK sighed inwardly. It's good that she's alive. Mochizuki's arc activated. The host has only one revival opportunity per month, reviving on the previous night of the full moon upon death. Reward, 1 lottery draw chance. 1 B-rank earth release, ant hell technique. 2 red fire ant toxin preparation technique. 3 wind attribute chakra. Option 1, the ant hell technique, was an earth release ninjutsu that created a vortex of sand and soil on the ground to swallow enemies. This technique took effect relatively slowly and wasn't an instant kill ninjutsu, so YK ruled it out. Option 2 was the toxin of the red fire ant, one of the unique toxins found in deserts. The sand ninjas, being relatively weaker, often relied on tricks and toxins. YK ruled out this option as well. The third option was wind attribute chakra. For a long time to come, the war would be fought against the sand ninjas, who specialized in wind release. Mastering wind attribute chakra would allow him to learn some wind release techniques later, understand wind release ninjutsu better, know yourself and know your enemy, which would be beneficial in combat. YK selected wind attribute chakra. His chakra attributes became earth, water, wind, yang, and yin. Moonlight shone down, reflecting off Chisa's rimless glasses, her flushed cheeks, and her fair, slender waist. Half an hour later, Chisa, panting, lay on YK's chest, looking up at him. Mr. Kage, may I take off my glasses now? No, I like how you look with glasses on. Chisa smiled and didn't resist. YK held Chisa's smooth shoulder and said, My dear Chief Treasurer, let's talk a little about work. Chisa immediately became serious, wrapping the thin gauze around herself and listening attentively. YK's hand moved over the gauze as he said, After the land of rivers develops hydroelectric power, it will affect the land of Earth's coal sales. I'm afraid the Hidden Rock Village might try to sabotage the construction of this hydroelectric plant. Chisa asked, The Hidden Rock Village is fighting both Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village simultaneously. Can they free up the resources? YK said. The Hidden Rock Village has the largest number of ninjas among all the hidden villages. Their ninja force is at least 3 times that of Konoha's. They have spies hidden everywhere. Constructing the hydroelectric plant is one thing, protecting it is even more important. My dear Chief Treasurer, you can take off your glasses and sleep first. I'll go now to see if I can find any rock ninja spies. Ah! Right now. Chisa gently kissed YK's chin. But I'm still not sleepy. What should I do? Not sleepy, hey. YK had no choice but to rearm himself and once again appreciate the contrast between intellectual beauty and primal beauty. A little over half an hour later, thoroughly exhausted, Chisa fell into a deep sleep. YK put on his clothes and left Chisa's boudoir. After closing the door, YK saw the maidservant waiting in the corridor. This was the maidservant who killed Chisa in the previous timeline. Lord Governor of Kawachi. Come with me. I have something to leave for Lady Chisa. Give it to her when she wakes up. The maidservant arranged for other maidservants to come stand guard before following the governor away. Arriving at a secluded spot, the maidservant froze, realizing she could no longer utter a single word. Sealing curse marks locked all her joints. YK reached out and snapped the maidservant's neck. You're quite the accomplished rock ninja spy, planted right beside the daimyo's sister. Most despicably, she had actually crushed Chisa's glasses. If you want to kill, just kill. How could you crush YK's favorite thing, crush those glasses? Who wouldn't love a glasses-wearing girl? Support me with Power Stone. For 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50+ advanced chapters, available now on Patreon. Patreon.com/cnblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Obsessed with the Girl with Glasses. Using the Earth Release, Fish in Earth Reflection technique, YK moved stealthily underground with the maid's corpse, leaving the office of the chief treasurer. In an alley within the capital, YK found the White Ram squad using a pre-arranged code signal. Seeing the squadron leader throw down a corpse, White Ram hurried forward to inspect it. After checking, he said, "It's a ninja. There are many signs of training on the body. Their skill was decent, at least Chunin level." YK said, "I plan to use the hydroelectric plant's foundation laying ceremony to lure the target nobles outside the capital city. The current problem is that not only are we and the sand ninjas in the capital, but there are also IWANIN spies. Noki places extreme importance on intelligence and has spies deployed all over the ninja world. After the hydro plant appears, the land of rivers will no longer rely on coal from the land of earth. I've gathered intelligence that the IWANIN spies in the capital plan to sabotage the foundation laying ceremony, which would also ruin my plan. White Ram, your task is to find the IWANIN spies, notify me, and I will eliminate them." Squadron Leader, our squad can handle eliminating the IWANIN. You should focus on completing the foundation laying ceremony. Having seen those IWANIN spies in his previous life, YK knew they were quite skilled. He said, "The IWANIN spies cannot be left alone, or they will sabotage our plan. But we also cannot kill all of them, or there will be no one to create chaos, and we'll lose our chance to fish in troubled waters." White Ram nodded repeatedly. Since some IWANIN needed to be left alive, it was better for the squadron leader to control the extent himself. When YK returned to the office of the chief treasurer, he saw Koichi Chisa was exhausted and had fallen into a deep sleep. YK thought to himself, "Chisa is tired too. Let's call it a night for now." Over the next few days, YK spent his days busy with the hydro plant blueprints and construction plan, and his nights appreciating Koichi Chisa's switching between intellectual beauty and wild beauty. On the day before the foundation laying ceremony, YK went with the White Ram squad to the coal-fired power plant outside the capital. The power plant had shut down due to the lack of coal, the chimneys and cooling towers no longer belched smoke. Walking through the power plant, YK felt this world was deeply fragmented. It had both the supernatural abilities of ninjas and scientific products like electrical appliances and wiring. With the plant shut down, many artisans had returned home, leaving only the core artisans and workers. YK and the White Ram squad moved through the dormitories one by one and, based on White Ram's intelligence, killed 4 IWANIN spies. YK said, "The remaining IWANIN spies are just enough to create chaos without completely ruining our plan. Let's go. Tomorrow is our opportunity to complete the mission." Assassinating disobedient nobles is one of Root's highest level tasks. We can never be too careful. Spending half a month is normal, don't you think, White Ram? White Ram nodded perfunctorily. Spending some time. More like being helplessly obsessed with the girl with glasses. He had even heard gossip in the capital. The daimyo's sister, Chief Treasurer Koichi Chisa, was infatuated with the newly appointed Kawachi no Kami. The capital's residents were speculating that the daimyo's sister might be getting married. The next morning, the foundation-laying ceremony began. Many nobles from the capital attended. YK, as the Kawachi no Kami, had specifically invited the assassination targets, the left Imperial Guard General and the master of the Empress's household. Koichi Chisa wore a form-fitting gown and glasses, standing at the rostrum explaining the importance of the hydroelectric plant. The wind from the river canyon blew, tousling the ends of her hair. A strand drifted across her eyes. Koichi Chisa raised her slender hand and gently brushed it aside. YK felt a pang of regret. After today, they might never meet again. If they did meet again, he hoped it would be to protect her. Life was always full of regrets, especially for a ninja, and even more so for a root ninja like YK who operated in the shadows. Suddenly, 4 IWANIN spies among the artisans jumped up. Kill the Kawachi no Kami. How dare he stop using the land of Earth's coal? The Kawachi no Kami must die. Earth release, rock iron gun technique. Rocks shot forth, heading straight for YK. Koichi Chisa beside him moved quickly. Her slender frame contained surprising strength. She drew her thin sword, stepped in front of YK, and with several swift strokes, shattered the incoming rocks. YK thought, if Koichi Chisa were truly as weak as she appeared on the surface, she wouldn't have been able to last over an hour last night, now would she? Seeing the rocks shattered, Koichi Chisa breathed a sigh of relief. She turned, intending to grab Kage and take him away, only to find Kage had disappeared. She quickly looked around and saw Kage putting on a mask. That mask? Root? No. The mask bore the insignia of Omegakure. Omegakure Anbu? YK and the White Ram squad had preemptively carved the insignia on their mask foreheads, disguising themselves as Rain Anbu. YK had informed White Ram of the two nobles' defensive strength. White Ram and his squad members precisely allocated the number of explosive tags. The Sand Ninja Guards received special attention. YK, holding his sword, used the body flicker technique to charge into the thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, both the left Imperial Guard General and the master of the Empress's household had their throats slit by a ninjato, blood spraying. YK waved his hand. Retreat. Back to the land of rain. He had barely left when he heard a tearful voice behind him. Kage. Who are you really? Don't go. YK didn't slow down. Koichi Chisa abandoned the foundation-laying ceremony and desperately chased after him. White Ram noticed that Fox Squadron Leader's speed had decreased slightly. With the Squadron Leader's ability, he shouldn't be this slow while traveling, especially during an escape. YK glanced back from time to time, watching Koichi Chisa chasing after him with all her might. Only when he saw her legs grow weak, having reached her limit, did YK stop. He said to White Ram, take the squad and go ahead. I'll deal with this loose end. White Ram glanced back at the chief treasurer Koichi Chisa chasing them, then turned and left. Women are so pitiful. They never know if a man's feelings for them are genuine. In that regard, the women of the Aberame clan have an advantage. You can tell a man's sincerity from the parasitic destruction insects. A man's mouth can lie, but the insect's hormones don't. If a man changes his heart, the insects will show a physiological aversion. White Ram suddenly thought of Aberame Chima. Her insects and his lived in perfect symbiosis. Sometimes even he couldn't tell which insects were his and which were Chima's. Who can really understand matters of the heart? He used to find Chima so annoying, yet after her death, he frequently thought of her. YK stood by the riverbank, waiting for Koichi Chisa to arrive. They stood facing each other across the river. Tears hung at the corners of Koichi Chisa's eyes, they were red-rimmed, as if she wore pink eyeshadow. Clenching her fists, panting heavily, she asked, Kage, who are you really? Why did you lie to me? YK didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, Miss Chisa, there is one thing I did not lie to you about. The hydro plant blueprints are real. The construction plan is real. The fact that the hydro plant can generate electricity using the land of rivers' unique canyon rivers is also real. Protect the hydro plant well. Consider it my final gift to you. Goodbye, Miss Chisa. YK raised his hand, formed the hand seals for the body flicker technique, and vanished. Support me with Power Stone. For 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Dive deeper into the story with 50 plus advanced chapters, available now on Patreon. Patreon.com/cnblue. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you.